향한 마음이 자꾸 커져가서 이런 내 마음이 Don't know why 눈을 가만히 감은 채 날 반겨줘 I promise I'll give it all to you 푸르른 저 하늘을 닮은 날 보면 예고 없는 웃음이 날 찾아와 두근대는 심장 속 널 향한 이 떨림을 어떻게 말을 해야 좋을까 yeah. 발걸음이 가깝게 들리면 세상이 멈출 것 같아 널 향한 마음이 자꾸 커져가서 이런 내 마음이 Don't know why 눈을 가만히 감은 채 날 반겨줘 I promise I'll give it all to you My heart is 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 you Baby Don't be shy 언제라도 내가 여기 있을게 넌 내 손을 그냥 잡아주면 돼 I'll always still be with you yeah. 날 향한 마음이 자꾸 커져가서 이런 내 마음이 Don't know why 눈을 가만히 그냥 잘 반겨줘 I promise I'll give it all to you My heart is you My heart is you My Anyway, you're in my bed. I can't get it out my head. It don't feel the same it did before. Even when I said I quit, you always find a way back in. It's the last time you'll be walking out my door. So much for letting you close. Just saying what we both know. Let's not lose control. Could stay be best if we don't. Just saying what we both know. Let's not lose control. Let me go. Could talk all night long about what went wrong, but don't hold me. Let me go. Can't make this right, so don't tell me lies, and don't hold me when you go. Da 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 da. So don't hold me when you go. Da 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 da. So don't hold me when you go. 이게 내 맘이야, 처음이야. 너를 안고 싶은데 지금 어떡해. 이게 내 맘이야, 정말이야. 작은 바람이야. 이게 내 맘이야, 처음이야. 너를 안고 싶은데 지금 어떡해. 이게 내 맘이야, 정말이야. 작은 바람이야. 위태롭지 이미 난 맘만 어지럽게 의호한 듯 어디부터 어디까지 잘못된 것 같은데 잊고 싶은 과거와 지나버린 시간들 무거운 짐이 널 잡아도 What's your way? 난 알지 못했던 내 곁을 지켜준 너 날 감싸 안았던 따스한 오늘 분위기 Feels so good, baby. 이번엔 빠질 it's time for a comeback. Oh, come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. You ever find that all the little things in life are everything? And even though we don't know what the future looks like, I'll bet anything on every family to pull it together. Yeah, we can, yeah, we can. Cause love don't go away just like that. It can only bend. We had no time to react, but things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones, we know. Now it's time for a comeback. Oh, come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. We had no time to react, but things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones, we know. Now it's time for a comeback. Oh, come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback.
Cause we love, like burning fire when our stars collide. Lighting up the sky tonight, our hearts explode. Taking us higher in this cosmic, cosmic love. Floating in the quiet, quiet empty space. Your touch is like fire, no time, no place. My heart's beat faster, and our stars align. We build a universe that's yours and mine. Ooh, we're drifting closer, our bodies in the glow. Ooh, a universe is forming, only we can know, no, 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 no. Cosmic, so cosmic, a cosmic love. Cosmic love, like burning fire when our stars collide. Lighting up the sky tonight, our hearts explode. Taking us higher in this cosmic, cosmic love. Kisses like comets, you're pulling me in. We crash together when the words begin. Oh, every breath we take, we're making light. In this love we ignite. Ooh, we're drifting closer, our bodies in the glow. Ooh, a universe is forming, only we can know, no, 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 no. Cosmic love, yeah. Cosmic love, like burning fire when our stars collide. Lighting up the sky tonight, our hearts explode. Taking us higher in this cosmic, cosmic love. Cosmic love, cosmic, so cosmic, cosmic love. Cosmic, so cosmic, cosmic love. Yeah, yeah. Cosmic, so cosmic, a cosmic love. Cosmic, so cosmic, a cosmic love.
Let's go, yeah. I just can't sit no more now. I got my moon boots on. I can take to the skies if I wanna. So let's fly now. I'm ready for highs, I'm ready for my arrival. Steady my sights, I'm keeping my eyes on my goal. Paying no mind to what they call impossible. Give me danger, I'll take it. I'll play for keeps, I'm not faking. When I find myself on the edge of the cliff, I'll take the leap and I'll make it. Long nights wide awake, waiting for miracles. A false pride wide awake, thinking I'm spiritual. Humility is knowing what you're given was beautiful, then giving it to the good of all. Give me danger, I'll take it. I'll play for keeps and I'll fake it. When I find myself on the edge of the cliff, I'll take the leap and I'll make it. Oh, where my girls at? Day ones on my throwbacks. Ride or dies in the wolf pack. Let me hear you shout. Oh, where my girls at? The ones that stay for the comeback. Throw 'em up if you feel that. Let me hear you shout. Walking lights flash. Yeah, it be like that. Talk loud, no chill. You know we don't hold back. Make 'em look, make 'em all react. Never fake, never break a pact. Every queen needs a crew like that, like that. Oh, where my girls at? Day ones on my throwbacks. Ride or dies in the wolf pack. Let me hear you shout. Oh, where my girls at? The ones that stay for the comeback. Throw 'em up if you feel that. Let me hear you shout. Where my girls at? Where my girls at? Where my girls at? Let me hear you shout. All my ladies, let me hear ya. Throw your hands up, let me hear you shout. All my ladies, let me hear ya. Throw your hands up, let me hear you shout. Through every fall and every rise, through every low and every high, I always know you're by my side, and there's nothing that can break us. There's nothing that can break us. Oh, where my girls at? Day ones on my throwbacks. Ride or dies in the wolf pack. Let me hear you shout. Oh, where my girls at? The ones that stay for the comeback. Throw 'em up if you feel that. Let me hear you shout. Where my girls at? Where my girls at? Where my girls at? Let me hear you shout. Where my girls at? Where my girls at? Where my girls at? Let me hear you shout.
널 향한 마음이 자꾸 커져가서 이런 내 마음이 Don't know why 눈을 가만히 감은 채 날 반겨줘 I promise I'll give it all to you 푸르른 저 하늘을 닮은 날 보면 예고 없는 웃음이 날 찾아와 두근대는 심장 속 널 향한 이 떨림을 어떻게 말을 해야 좋을까 yeah. 발걸음이 가깝게 들리면 세상이 멈출 것 같아 널 향한 마음이 자꾸 커져가서 이런 내 마음이 Don't know why 눈을 가만히 감은 채 날 반겨줘 I promise I'll give it all to you My heart is 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 you Baby Don't be shy 언제라도 내가 여기 있을게 넌 내 손을 그냥 잡아주면 돼 I'll always be with you yeah. 널 향한 마음이 자꾸 커져가서 이런 내 마음이 Don't know why 눈을 가만히 그냥 잘 반겨줘 I promise I'll give it all to you My heart is you My heart sempre nera di Dio folleggiare di gioia in gioia tutte storie di Dio bei sentieri
Ma chi mandò?
nasca il giorno voglia sempre nera
Welcome to Italy.
sempre nera di Dio folleggiare di gioia in gioia tutte storie di Dio bei sentieri
Hello and a very warm welcome to the third Kings World Cup Clubs. We're live from Milano, and today we'll see the best players of the Kings League defending their clubs. Also see and hear, of course, from my colleague Patrick Kendrick. Buonasera. Hello, Patrick.
Buonasera, Thomas Lawrence. Great to be here. Really excited about this third ever edition, as you mentioned, of the Kings World Cup Clubs here in Italy 2026. Who's going to follow in the footsteps of previous champions? You were there to see Los Troncos prevail in Paris, the French capital, last year. Prior to that, we had Porcinos as the inaugural winners. Is it going to be another Spanish champion, Thomas?
Absolutely. That is the objective, Patrick, to stop this Spanish dominance that we've seen from the past two editions. We'll see maybe a team on home soil win it. Well, who knows? Chi lo sa? You know, I've been practicing my Italian. Anyway, Patrick, the show starts today, and we are living all the battles every day to reach the final four.
L'Italia è la patria della bellezza. Ogni linea, ogni forma, ogni dettaglio. E ora sta per nascere una nuova opera d'arte. Questa è la Kings World Cup Clubs 2026.
Fantastic, or should I say fantastico, Patrick. I simply cannot wait for this Kings World Club Cup to kick off, where only one team will be crowned champion from the 16 teams that are involved.
Indeed, 16 teams from the leagues that make up the Kings League network. Been established all around the world. They've qualified via the various KWCC routes. Some of them are champions of the most recent domestic splits, others are regular season winners as well, and they've been champions of editions of the Kings Cup. Los Troncos are here as the defending champions.
They are very much the team to beat. Los Troncos, the tree trunks, sounds a bit better in Spanish, to be honest. And of course, Porcinos, previous winners as well, maybe want to wrestle back that crown. As we said, will Spain repeat itself? Will they show why they are very much the top dogs? Or will there be another team capable of taking the title from them on home soil? We shall see.
Lest we forget, there are three teams for domestic interest. We've got Alpa Kappa, Stallions and Underdogs FC, all from Italy.
But before that, Patrick, let's take a look at what the format is and what it will be like, and the path the teams have to follow to reach the top and be crowned champions. Now, of course, I know for those who are tuned in right now, or streaming, is that the right word? For you youngsters out there, for very old age time. But it's good to recap, isn't it, Patrick, and show them exactly what it's all about.
The Kings World Cup Clubs will be a competition featuring 16 teams. The tournament will follow a Swiss format consisting of an initial stage divided into the first round, the second round, and the last chance, and a final stage made up of the quarter-finals, semi-finals, and the final. Teams that win their first match will advance to the winners' bracket, while those that lose will move to the losers' bracket. In the winners' bracket, teams that secure victory in the second round will qualify directly for the quarter-finals. the defeated teams will move on to the last chance, where they will have another opportunity to qualify for the quarter-finals. Meanwhile, in the losers bracket, teams that suffer a second defeat will be eliminated from the competition. Teams that win their second match in the losers bracket will also advance to the last chance. The last chance is a decisive match in which the winners will secure the final spots in the quarter-finals. This marks the beginning of the final stage of the Kings World Cup, featuring the quarter-finals, semi-finals and the grand final on August 1st, where the best club in Kings League will be crowned.
All clear? I'm pretty sure that's all clear. Those familiar with the Kings League already know the format, as we're saying. Every game is very much do or die, because 2 straight losses, beg your pardon, and you're out. You're going casa, going home, Patrick.
But if, however, you win one match and lose the other, you'll drop into what's known as the last chance stage, last chance saloon, essentially. And from there, that's when the final 8 begins, the quarterfinals, and we lead all the way through to the final 4, and ultimately the title, which team is going to be crowned champions of the Kings World Cup Clubs, Italy 2026.
Well, going on the previous editions, I'm going to put all my chips, or the fish, as the Italians would say, on a Spanish side. Now, for the round 1...
I'm going for a Brazilian winner.
Oh, wow. Well, we know in terms of the nations, they are the nation to beat. But in terms of the clubs, well, we know it's been Viva España all the way. But who knows? Maybe a new winner. We'll see. Round 1 was already decided in a draw held during the Serie A Festival in Parma.
Yeah, huge event for Lega Serie A, and the entire team that decamps from Milan and heads down to the Emilia-Romagna region for several days, talking all about the industry, the football industry, and that includes, of course, the Kings League. And the draw has given us some really exciting matchups.
And, Patrick, they also come with something very new, and it's a big one, because for this Kings World Cup clubs, we're introducing a new secret card, the time dilation secret card. So with this card, I'm going to need a bit of your help as well, because I'm not very good at maths, Patrick, as you know. But for the next 2 minutes, the team may choose to speed up or slow down time.
Absolutely. So let's say that you are leading, you're 2-1 up, and there are X number of minutes remaining. You want to speed up time, because you want the game to come closer towards its conclusion and full time. So therefore, a period of 2 minutes ordinarily would become 1 minute. It would only last 60 seconds. Conversely, if you're trailing, you actually want to slow down time. Isn't that something we'd love to do in general, really? Certainly
especially
me at
lovely
the age...
summer days as well.
Oh, 100% to make this lovely summer last longer. And that's where maybe you're trailing, and what you want to do is you want to have that 2 minute window last for 3 minutes, and they're going to be selected as part of a full deck.
And on top of that, may I just say, Exodus will give away one extra card every match day. So that means in every match day, one team will have not just one secret card, but 2. And one of them will be that time dilation card, which you explained excellently, Patrick. I was going to say in layman's terms, but how about in Kendrick's terms there? Very good indeed. I do like it. So, how do we decide which match gets that card? You do, of course, at home. As always, you'll play an important role in this competition. So, for the next 2 minutes, you'll be able to vote for the match where Exodus will award the time dilation card as the extra card. So, in one of the 4 games we're going to see today, we'll see that in action for the first time in a Kings World Cup club. So, that's something really that we want to stress. As always, the importance of getting everybody involved. We always say it's not just the people here at the arena can see it is filling up ahead of the first game here, which is on the horizon, but also you guys at home voting and taking part.
There's so many factors that play in. Audience participation, as you said, back home, the same way that the presidents have a role with the Prezi penalties, in the same way that cards are drawn and dice are rolled. Kings League, it's not just about those 7 players out there on the pitch at any one time, and often fewer than 7 players, lest we forget, because we're going to have the escalado as well. But we will have the vote in due course, Thomas.
Well, you said about speeding up time, and so I was speeding up already ahead to that vote because I was so keen to get that vote done, but that will be later, of course. So, as we were saying, the match day schedule will begin 1900 local time, but we want to also talk briefly about something very important, the Adidas Challenge.
Before coming to the Kings World Cup of Clubs, each player has to make a choice.
Yo elijo F50.
Mi elección es Predator.
F50.
Predator.
Who made the best choice? We will see.
Gol ou uma assistência.
1 point.
Double but.
2 points. un gol durante el matchball o al shootout.
Si adivinas qué botas y qué jugador son los ganadores, tú también puedes ganar. We're ready. Are you?
Make your choice.
As we were saying, Patrick, in King's matches, there are moments to shine, and Adidas is going to reward them with the F50 versus Predator challenge. The King's World Cup isn't, of course, as we said, the only competition. It's also about Adidas F50 versus the Predator battle to decide, as you just heard, goal or assist, 1 point, double goal, 2 points, match ball shootout, goal, 3 points. Now, Patrick, were you more of a Predator man, F50 man? When you were
I liked a Predator. I don't think I necessarily had the technical ability to justify wearing them, but certainly I was a big Predator man back in the day. Just to say, Thomas, we are looking at some live shots here of warm-up between Alpa Kappa, but we are about to see the Adidas fan engagement as well, which is so important, as we mentioned as well, Thomas. It's all about really voting as much as you can. We want you to have your say on everything here throughout the King's World Cup Clubs Italy 2026. And that, of course, means that you need to get involved where possible and try and correctly guess which player is going to win the F50 or Predator in each game. And the challenge will win a pair of boots. I'd love that myself. Sadly, I can't vote. I've been precluded from selection.
No, Patrick, I think that would be a real conflict of interest, shall we say, should you be doing that. But basically, as you were saying, Patrick, so well, may I say, in two specific matches today, the first person to create a guess will get those pair of boots. But let's focus a little bit now on Alpa Kappa. I think that's the best way to pronounce it, because they've arrived, obviously. They're here, they're ready to represent the reigning Kings League Italy split champions.
They are indeed, and they're up against No Rules FC, the side from Germany. And here are just some little facts and stats for you. But before all of that, we're going to show you exactly how Alpa Kappa came to be one of the 16 sides here at the World Cup.
After an insane run of 10-game winning streak, Alpa Kappa FC conquered Italy to become split 2 champions. President Frenesi doesn't knock. He kicks the door down. Record market investments and sky-high expectations. Following an opening defeat to the underdogs, Alpa Kappa found their rhythm. An unstoppable avalanche of goals, securing an early quarterfinal spot. The playoffs showcased pure offensive dominance. First sweeping aside the Boomers, then crushing the Stallions with lethal counterattacks. The final against the underdogs was an epic thriller, a relentless back-and-forth ending 6-6 in regular time, leading to the penalty shootout lottery. Against all odds, Alpa Kappa flies to the King's World Cup Clubs. And now, how far does Frenesi want to go?
Well, what a team indeed in that final versus the underdogs. It really was a true thriller. Both teams constantly trading blows, and of course the lead before finishing 6-6 in regular time. We've tried to pick out a few of the top players as well that we believe that could be the stars of the show. I'm thinking of the Hero Martins, the Alessandro Gelsis, but we'll see, of course, who comes to the fore in that game, Patrick. So we're looking at a team that, after domestically having success, now wants to go one better on the international stage.
Sure, and you've got the likes of Vlad Marin and Andrea Benedetti as well, formerly of the Stallions as well, who will be taking part in this competition. So will there be scope for a derby a little bit later on in the competition, them coming up against their former employers? But just a word on Frenesi, who's the president streamer of Alpa Kappa, aka Alessandro Pagliari. You know, he's a young guy, he's had great success on social media, and he is the man that's put this team together. He's built them, and it is their first appearance in an international competition as part of the Kings League, so there will be some nerves, but lest we forget, they are the second Kings League Italy winner after TRM, who won the inaugural edition.
Indeed, so a strong, well-built team, determined to make a name for themselves on home soil in Italy. So we'll see what that factor, that home factor, giocare in casa, as the Italians would say, but they have to face these boys here. No rules. And Patrick, another team making their World Cup debut. We're going to find out a little bit more about them in a few moments as well, because, of course, we know Germany, their football pedigree in all types of football, men's football, women's football, and Kings League as well, as we'll find out very soon.
For no rules, simply putting on a good performance isn't enough. With Hasan Brazo Salihamidzic, a true Bayern Munich legend stands behind the project. Together with streamer Bilal Kamarie and Hasan's son, Nick Salihamidzic, they built a true winning machine. Gilles Vidal, in particular, proved to be the key player in helping No Rules lift their first title in the Kings League. With Gilles Vidal in top form and the best German small-sided player, Amar Cekic, they have dominated Germany. And now, they want to prove that this is only the beginning. This is their debut at the Kings World Cup clubs. They have no legacy to defend. They have something far more dangerous. Bilal Kamarie already touched the German sky in his first season as president, and he has come to prove they fear nothing, and they don't care if no one considers them favorites to win it all.
And as we just saw, among the no-rule squad were one player to keep an eye on, Gilles Vidal, the MVP of this Kings League Germany split. 20 goals, the scoring ranking. Listen, the numbers are impressive. I would say frightening, Patrick.
They are indeed. 20 goals, as you mentioned. He got half a dozen assists. He got the same number of awards as the most valuable player. So absolutely astonishing, really. He was a personal choice of Salihamidzic after impressing with other teams as well. He's represented Porcinos in the past, got 11 goals and assists and a pair of MVP awards as well in 6 games when they reached the final. Lest we forget, Porcinos, great pedigree in this competition. Winners of the first edition, runners-up in the second. But we're here to talk about No Rules. And we should mention, Thomas, that they became the first ever champions in Kings League Germany history. They beat Juniors FC with a resounding 10-4 victory.
That is some statement as well going into this for them this afternoon, or say this evening, as we get ever closer. I'm always glancing at the clock. We are 25 seconds, but they're not the only team, spoiler alert, making their debut here at the Kings World Cup clubs.
An undefeated champion, DR7, champions of Kings Cup MENA. 38 goals, 0 defeats, led by Darbaha, president who transformed ambition into victory. From the very first match, DR7 set the tone, a record-breaking 10-goal performance against FWZ, a dominant run that ended with the Kings Cup MENA title. But this team is more than goals and trophies. It's about belief, leadership, and a winning mentality that never fades. Now, the challenge grows bigger. The Kings World Cup clubs awaits, and in their opening match will face the reigning world champions. The journey that started in MENA now reaches the world stage.
So DR7 earning their spot then by lifting the Kings Cup MENA 2025 and the region's automatic qualification spot. And now the MENA champions are ready, as we're saying, to make their first ever appearance on the waters. There's a lot of new boys, Patrick, looking to make their mark. Let's put it that way.
There are, and to think that their debut in this competition is going to come against the reigning champions, so double pressure, essentially. Not only the nerves of being here for the first time, being on the global stage here in Milan, but also coming up against Los Troncos, who have been there and done it, the winners in Paris just over 12 months ago. So there is going to be a lot of pressure on their shoulders, but maybe they'll actually be able to play with freedom. Maybe, in fact, the responsibility will be on Los Troncos to get a victory. So DR7 might therefore be able to fly under the radar.
Absolutely, and as you say, it just adds extra spice to the pot that they're taking on such a prestigious side with so much pedigree in this competition that wants to get off to a flyer as well. Of course, it's not necessarily, you know, the key thing, as we know, you can go into that last chance saloon, but you want to leave your mark. And this man here, Al Akaili, has that international experience, and he's one I really feel that will be ready to rise to this challenge, even though as a team, they're making their debut on the international stage. Again, you talk about some of his numbers as well. Off air, we're chatting about it together.
Yes, because we've not only seen that there is the Kings World Cup clubs, there's also the nations equivalent, which we saw. You and I witnessed Brazil winning in Italy, and he was part of a Saudi Arabia side. He scored 8 goals in 4 games in Brazil.
Los Troncos are the current world champions. They are one of the most consistent teams in the Kings, and without a doubt, the team to beat. In Mexico, Berchita's team saw their dream come to an end in the quarterfinals when they suffered a 9-4 defeat against Exbuyer team. Los Troncos arrived in Paris and made a statement by defeating the reigning Italian champions, TR10. They also settled unfinished business with the Bulliers. There, they faced the Mexican champions, whom they eliminated convincingly. After consecutive victories against Gear 7 in the quarterfinals and Fluxo in the semifinals, they reached the final against the Porcino side, a masterclass from Gerard Noya, who had been released by Porcinos before the start of the tournament, dethroned the champions. Will DR7 manage to find Los Troncos' weaknesses?
So DR7, a really tough debut against Los Troncos, the team everyone wants to beat, reigning champions. Every opponent will be desperate to take them down or chop them down. Excuse the terrible pun, Patrick. Los
Take
Troncos.
a chainsaw to them, yeah.
We'll see whether DR7 can do just that. But of course, it's now focused quite rightly on Los Troncos because they lifted the most recent Kings World Cup trophy in Paris, also won their domestic league split. So that is really impressive, bringing that to the table, or should I say, to the pitch.
And you are someone who's witnessed their ability firsthand. Thomas, you were there in Paris, you were there at La Défense when they won against Porcinos. They competed in the first edition. They went out in the quarterfinals. Clearly, they had that burning sense of revenge. They were out to prove a point, and they certainly did so in the city of light, Paris, but so many quality players, the likes of Jordi Gomez and Carles Planes and Joan Oriol as well. Very Catalan names there to my ear.
It's going to make it difficult for me, Patrick. I have got to be honest, but luckily I've got a very good linguist alongside me. Now, a player who really deserves the spotlight from Los Troncos is this chap here, Eloy Amoedo, a 2-time world champion, winning it with Porcinos and then Los Troncos, which is very, very impressive indeed. I think that's unprecedented, someone like that, and now going for 3 in a row, going for a hat-trick, which would be very impressive indeed. As we can see here, these very proud and special moments for Eloy Amoedo, 2-time Kings World Cup Clubs champion and the best goalkeeper in 2025, winning those ties we were saying with his 2 Spanish clubs. It's very, very impressive.
And dare
indeed.
I say, it's almost a shame he's not playing for a 3rd different team to see if he could be actually the decisive factor. And to see whether Eloy Amoedo could do. So we are now going to hear all about another side from Spain, Ultimate Móstoles.
So this is how the situation, remember I spoke about this earlier, Patrick, in terms of speeding up and slowing up time, about our poll for that extra secret card in which game you want to see it. And it's, funnily enough, Patrick, about the teams we've just been chatting about, DR7 and Los Troncos, almost 50. That's a landslide, isn't it, Patrick, if I'm not mistaken? 43%, and you only have over a minute to vote. I am also going to quickly try and crack open the laptop here and see if I can have my say. Of course, it's a secret thing. One should never reveal who you vote for. That's a very British thing as well, indeed. I won't say.
The ballot box.
Yeah, the ballot box is important indeed. But it could be our second game that we're going to have this time dilation card.
It could, and I think it's very significant that it's the reigning champions up against the debutants, that everyone wants to see whether time dilation can really tip the balance and start to just allow maybe DR7 to overturn the odds, because we do fully expect Los Troncos to win that match. They will start the game as favourites, so by virtue of that, we would expect them to be ahead in the scoreline at one stage, which might mean that DR7 are chasing the game, and perhaps they're able to play the team dilation card if indeed they are the ones to draw it. And if they do so, then that 2-minute window can then become 3 minutes, and they've got much more time to then try and get back into the game and really get the better of the likes of Eloy Amuedo between the sticks, who we've seen, best goalkeeper, 2-time winner. He's going to take some beating. So Los Troncos as a whole.
Indeed, and it's one of the great things about the Kings League, Patrick, and of course the Queens League. We have to speak about them also, because the Los Troncos ladies team actually won their respective match when they played in Paris as well. Good open and close parentheses, but it's the great thing about it, always trying these innovations, and of course by getting you guys involved as well, always hear from you. Also, while we're at it, guys, big shout out to everybody once again, and let us know where you're at, what you're doing, who you're supporting today. And as you can see, our poll is closing right now. As you can see, second game then, we're going to have it. So that's about Los Troncos. Now, you briefly mentioned a few moments ago about Ultima Mostoles. They're very much like the bridesmaids, never quite the bride. They get close. We'll see whether this time they can finally knock down that door. They're the team that just gets there, maybe like Spain in our generation, that you know, almost got there but never won it before they finally got that monkey off their back. Maybe England now in recent years, which I know is a sore spot for you and I, Patrick, right now. So we'll see a little bit about Ultima Mostoles, find out a bit more around whether this can finally be their year.
Los Troncos are the current world champions. They are one of the most consistent teams in the Kings, and without a doubt, the team to beat. In Mexico, Berchita's team saw their dream come to an end in the quarterfinals when they suffered a 9-4 defeat against Exbuyer team. Los Troncos arrived in Paris and made a statement by defeating the reigning Italian champions, TR. They also settled unfinished business with the Bulliers. There, they faced the Mexican champions, whom they eliminated convincingly. After consecutive victories against Gear 7 in the quarter-finals and Fluxo in the semi-finals, they reached the final against the Porcino side, a masterclass from Gerard Noya, who had been released by Porcinos before the start of the tournament, dethroned the champions. Will DR7 manage to find Los Troncos' weaknesses?
And Ultimate Mostoles have the ultimate finish. You like that? Ultimate Mostoles, ultimate finisher. Yes, I'm here all week. The dad jokes here as well, alongside the dad snacks for later on. We're talking, Patrick, Alex Martí.
I think it's Aleix.
No.
I think I could be.
No.
We're going to check with our Catalan friends.
I stand corrected.
I do believe it's Aleix.
Corrected.
But there we go. And we should talk about DJ Mario, who's the president, alias Mario Alonso. Big congratulations to him as well and his partner Noé. They're expecting their first child. That was revealed last month. Thomas, I know you're a father yourself and a family man, so great news off the Kings League court. But on it, incredible results for Ultimate Mostoles. But as you said, just unable to take that last step.
Absolutely. And that's why they'll be looking to this man here. His form earning a call-up to represent Spain at the Nations Tournament in Brazil, which Brazil won. They defended their crown successfully, scored twice. He also featured the Kings World Cup in Mexico. But, as we're saying, the first obstacle for DJ Mario's team, let's find out.
Years of falling short. 3 years chasing a dream that always seemed just out of reach. Aniquiladores became one of the biggest clubs in Kings League, but despite reaching Final Fours and semifinals, they never won it all. Then came Mexico. Then everything changed. Aniquiladores started climbing. Not favorites, not expected to win, but in the playoffs eliminated Peluche Caligari and reached their 6th Final Four. In the semifinal, they faced tournament leaders Parceros, a dramatic victory, and a ticket to the final. Then came the moment they had waited years for, a 7-4 win, a championship, and finally, Juan Guarnizo and El Pibe lifted the trophy. At the first Kings World Cup clubs in Mexico, their journey ended early. Now they return, not as dreamers, as champions of Mexico.
Now the two clubs, they do know each other very well. It's going to be a close encounter in every sense of the expression. Obviously, the notion from the Kings League Spain, where Aniquiladores reached several semi-finals and finals, but could never get their hands on a trophy. But moving to the Kings League Mexico proved a very wise move indeed, because it was there where they were finally crowned champions, got their hands finally on that elusive big prize.
And that's what I love about the Kings League and the international dimension of this format, the fact that we've got Juan Guarnizo, who's from Colombia. They were playing in Spain. He's based in Mexico, in Monterrey, and now they've gone to Mexico. They didn't have success in Spain. They've moved to another Kings League section, and they have been crowned victorious in North America, Mexico, and we're seeing that. So they're the reigning champions, as you can see, of the Kings League Mexico, and they want revenge for some of those upsets and some of the hurt they encountered. They're on the receiving end of against those teams there, the likes of Ultimate, Móstoles, but plenty of Spanish teams, as we mentioned already. Los Troncos involved too. And as we're going to see over the course of the week, your favourites.
He is, and continuing that international field, the Mexican, Obed Martinez. I think, if I have to say it, it's a man crush. Are you allowed to say that? Definitely, in terms of the way he plays. He's captivating out on the pitch. He's a real leader. He does it all, goals, assists out on the pitch. And we saw him in action for Mexico, actually, in Milano a year ago now. If you remember the Kings World Cup Nations 2025, he was fantastic there. Can he carry over that international form to the club form? I'm sure he can.
And I have to say, I have to give you your dues here, because it was 18 months ago. The first time you saw Mexico, you said, I like the look of this Obed Martinez. You were still becoming familiar with the format. So too was I. Goatbeard, as he's known. And you were absolutely right. You just saw a couple of tricks and flicks and skills and finishes, and you said, this boy is a horse I'm going to back. And you were spot on, because Obed Martinez has gone from strength to strength.
And I have to also return the compliment, because you were very similar with Kelvin Oliveira as well right away when you saw Brazil. So let's move on and now focus about another team involved, and that is a Brazilian side, one of your sides tipped to win it, Patrick, Desimpan.
Desimpan made their first appearance at the Kings World Club Cup in 2025, led by the showman president Toguro. Their debut tournament was a rocky start, but they saved themselves in the last chance with a 9-1 demolition of Jinxie FC. The next round brought a cruel twist of fate. They fell to fellow Brazilians, Dendele, and were eliminated in a heartbreaking match. For 2026, Desimpan arrived looking like underdogs, but made it clear from the very first match that they meant business. Led by President Renato Vicente and star player Davi Hilario, the team dominated Split 2 from start to finish, finished top of the table, and beat G3X in the final in a thrilling shootout, lifting the trophy.
So our champions of Brazil, they stormed their way to the Kings World Cup Clubs 2026 after dominating the Kings League Brazil split 2 regular season and then finishing the job when it mattered most. They lost just once, scoring a league best 66 goals, topping the table. And then, of course, came the final. G3X, one of the toughest opponents, one must say, in the competition. We're looking at footage here of this very, very proud moment. The only team that hadn't actually beaten them during the regular phase. So when it really mattered most, they delivered the goods. And there's a man who needs no introduction, of course, the great Ricky Kaká, knows the city of Milano very, very well. That's a little about the Brazilian champions, who are going to be taking on the Stallions, another team playing on home. So it's Blur's team, or should I say Blur's team, as we said, they'll be playing on home soil and looking to make it count.
They need no introduction. The Stallions are the Italian team with the most history in the Kings League. They start Split 2, carrying the expectations of an entire nation of fans. On the pitch, however, the Stallions are an unpredictable and hungry team, just like a lion. After a stumble against the Zebras, the team's reaction is immediate. Blur doesn't miss a single beat penalty. And the tournament's most lethal duo explodes onto the field. The Stoico, an explosive duo capable of demolishing Chisco's army, completely shattering the hierarchy of the tournament. The Stallions lock down the key points and secure the third and final Italian ticket to be among the 16 best teams in the world. Kings League World, Blur's people are coming.
And leading the Italian side is their star player Simone Lofaso. The only Stallions player with previous Kings World Cup clubs experience is Lofaso, and he's undoubtedly the man to watch. Personally, I remember seeing him shine in Paris last summer. He really is a talented man indeed, one that gets the fans off their seats. And we look at his record from the Kings World Cup clubs with Boomers in 2025, 8 goals and 2 assists, whereas domestically speaking, also very impressive numbers indeed for Lofaso, who does have experience also in the Italian top flight, playing professionally in Serie A, formerly of Palermo, the Sicilian side, and the Tuscan team of Fiorentina. He brings a lot of goals indeed. And now if you're wondering why Patrick isn't speaking nor alongside me, you're about to find out.
Good evening, Milan. Buonasera, Milano. Welcome to the Kings World Cup clubs. And as you know, only one team can be crowned the champions of the Kings World Cup clubs. But thanks to Fortnite, we're also going to crown the very first Fortnite Challenge champion. So how does it work? Well, before the start of every match day here at the Kings World Cup clubs, 2 pairs, each made up of a goalkeeper and an outfield player, will face off in the best of 3 shootout. If the score is tied after 3 attempts per teams, then we'll head to sudden death to decide the winner. So if we look at the bracket on match day 1, Spain against Italy 1. There are 2 teams representing the Azzurri. On day 2, we've got Mexico against Saudi Arabia, Brazil against the other Italian team on match day 3, and Germany-France on match day 4. So today we have Team Spain, Eloy Amoedo from Los Troncos and Roger Carbo from Porcinos. And Italy 1, Gianmarco Chironi, the goalkeeper from the Underdogs, alongside Denis Stojkovic of Stallions. And we'll let the officials do the rest. Prego, signori.
So thank you very much, Patrick. Ice and crystal clear there for us to see the Fortnite Challenge in action. Here we go. It's a great way, really, a real curtain raiser before we get going for the action shortly, which is just minutes away, unbelievably. But now sit back and enjoy the Fortnite Challenge. Here we go. Is it going to be a goal-winning save? It's not. It's
saved for Spain. Denis Stojkovic denied. Now Gianmarco Chironi of Italy will have to try and respond here up against Roger Carbo of Porcinos. Spain represented by the 2 previous winners, incidentally, of this competition. Los Troncos with the goalkeeper and Porcinos with this man, Roger Carbo.
Here we go. Are we now going to see a goal here? We'll find out shortly.
It's wide in the end, though. So far, no goal in this shootout. The Fortnite Challenge remains goalless. Italy denied by the Spanish goalkeeper. And Spain off target. Best of 3, remember. So take 2 for Stojkovic. Round the keeper, he was able to grab it. More heroics from Amoedo, showing his stuff once again. Why he's such an accomplished goalkeeper. And a chance once again for the 2nd time for Spain to take the lead here. Their 2nd of 3. Roger Carbo dashing off, he's gone for the scoop, and there is Chironi thrusting up a left hand to keep it out. It remains goalless. We could be heading for sudden death at this stage. We were expecting goals. This shows just how challenging the shootout is. Take 3 for Italy. And Stojkovic. Confident first touch out of his feet. Can he get the better of the keeper? Once again, Amoedo plunges to his left and makes the save. Just when it looked like he got half a yard there, Denis Stojkovic of Stallions denied for the third straight time. And for the third consecutive occasion, surely Roger Carbo can find the net and get the job done for Spain. Carbo with a couple of touches to set himself, and it's over the top. Would you believe it? Well, hopefully in days to come we'll see some action and the ball find the back of the net, but none from three for Italy, none from three for Spain. It does mean we're going to sudden death, a oltranza, as they say in this part of the world. Italy, four-time lucky maybe for Stojkovic. Stojkovic backs himself this time, and on this occasion, Italy with the first goal of this fortnight challenge on day one of the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026. A hugely popular scorer, a domestic hope in the shape of Denis Stojkovic. The goal doesn't stand from the looks of it, the official saying that, so a chance now for Spain maybe to get the win. And we're going to another round of sudden death because Stojkovic's initial strike has not been given. I'm watching the officials down here in front of me. They're relaying the message to Stojkovic, who's incredulous. He's going to have to do it all again. So, as things stand, Italy 0 for 4. Spain 0 for 4. Sooner or later, someone is surely going to score. A reminder, that first goal from Stojkovic didn't count in sudden death. We're going to a second round of sudden death.
Benvenuti in Italia, terra di bellezza e arte, ma anche con un'infinita passione per questo sport. Non so cosa state pensando, l'Italia ai mondiali manca da un po'. È vero, ma noi siamo pronti a regalarvi un grande spettacolo. I campioni di ogni lega, i vincitori della Kings Cup e il re del mondo in carica pronti a difendere il titolo qui. A tutti i calciatori volevo soltanto dire una cosa: date tutto quello che avete, perché qui il calcio non è soltanto uno sport. Benvenuti a casa nostra. Mettetevi comodi, che la Kings World Cup Clubs 2026 abbia inizio.
So now we are almost there at the moment we've all been waiting for, Patrick. Alba Kappa taking on No Rules. Here you can also see the people that will be getting things kicking off. Alessandro Gelsi against Gilles Verdun, because of course it is very important to know it's not just the players who play, but also you at home that make the decisions. You, the spectators, also a fundamental part of this universe. And the noise is rising here in the arena here in Milano. Remember, of course, the Predator Challenge will take place in every match from the start of the competition through to the final. However, only twice per day during 2 selected matches, fans will have the chance to vote for the player they think will score the most points and win a pair of boots. And now both teams are about to decide their future as well when it comes to the secret Exodus cards, but one thing at a time, Patrick. As you know, I get ahead of schedule. For now, it's the 1v1 you can vote for. On the screen, you see the players that the coaches have proposed to start the match. So, guys, get voting.
And let's take this opportunity as well, Thomas, to remind those who are new to the sport as to the rules. To begin with, we have the escalado, the scale-up phase, whereby every minute a new player is added. So we start with 1v1 plus goalkeepers, and that's the significance there of Chelsea against Vidal. And we're about to see the cards.
Absolutely, both teams are about to decide their future. The Exodus secret card by selecting their secret Exodus cards, and of course now you have the chance to become the Galaxy's best player on action RPG, set in a unique sci-fi universe. Wishlist Exodus now. So those final few moments, Patrick, ahead of kick-off, which are very exciting indeed. This is Mauro Michele's Alpacappa, but I could say the excitement, the nerves make me make mistakes. So hopefully the players don't make the same mistakes that I do against No Rules FC. It's Italia against Deutschland, Italy against Germany, Patrick.
It is indeed. No Rules FC will keep an eye, as ever, on some of the talent in their ranks. We've mentioned all about the father and son combination of the Hassan and Nick Salihamidzic, but they've got all sorts of talent in that side as well. Nick Salihamidzic, by the way, goes by Brazo Jr. That's what he wears on his shirt, number 7. He's one to keep an eye on, but Gilles Vidal wearing 11. He'll be up initially against Alessandro Gelsi, who wears 23. David Beckham, Michael Jordan, and Alessandro Gelsi as well. But we can't wait for this, the old Escalado, Thomas. This is when the Kings League will really get up and running.
Il pubblico ha deciso i protagonisti dell'1 contro 1 di Alpha Kappa No Rules sono Alessandro Gelsi e Nick Salihamidzic.
Alessandro Gelsi then against Nick Salihamidzic. Patrick, for the 1v1, and as you're explaining brilliantly, as always, Patrick, it's so important these early stages to set the tone, lay down a mark. It's in these early stages where there's more space. You can really either build up a big lead and really put yourself in the driving seat, a commanding position to go on and win this. So the countdown is on, and you can see above the ball, which will be dropped down from the cage. We'll see whether it be Gelsi then or Salihamidzic who'll be there first. I love this part. It's exciting, very much Formula 1 style as well, with those lights that go out. Here we go. It is up and running, Patrick. The Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026 with a false start.
We had a false start. We had a stewards inquiry a little bit earlier on during the Fortnite Challenge. Now we have a false start. So quite appropriate, really, that you spoke about Formula 1, Thomas. The lights were there. It was, we thought, go, go, go instead. Not quite. So the officials just making sure everything is all shipshape with Fabio Rasic, who's the only goalkeeper, incidentally, as part of the No Rules FC roster or squad. Gilles Vidal, who's going to be playing there at the start, as we mentioned. Well, so we thought, but actually it's going to be Nick Salihamidzic, as you said. So
yes,
not quite sure what happened there with the 1v1 voting, but Chelsea against Brazo Jr.
So we are just waiting then for it to be taking place once again. I think for these players, well, that's quite difficult, isn't it, Patrick? Because mentally, you're ready to go. A bit like us for our commentaries. You're mentally ready to go and ready to go full throttle. And then you have to sort of go down the gears again, put it into neutral, take a look again, make sure everything's all good.
But you also need to be on your toes. You need to expect the unexpected. And occasionally, if something goes missing, then, you know, whether it's the ball or an item in the running order, you're there, you're able to adapt and respond, and that's what these players need to do now. And as we'll see here, there are often a flurry of goals in the early stages of Kings League matches because of the small-sided numbers with regards to both teams. So 1v1 plus goalkeeper for the first 60 seconds, and then every minute that elapses after that, we'll see another player added. But the lights are on, the countdown is going, 15 seconds from right about now, and very shortly we'll be talking you through the inaugural game of this edition of the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026, featuring a host nation as well, Alpha Kappa against No Rules FC.
Ready.
The lights are dimmed, the ball drops, and we're up and running. And immediately Alpha Kappa with Chelsea in the pink first to the ball. They've got huge support, Thomas, away to our right. Behind the goal, they're attacking here as Chile brings it forward, the goalkeeper. He's going to try and create an overload. Brasso Jr. there wearing the armband. Nick Salihamidzic trying to shut down the space, but he's left Chile a chance to shoot here, and Chile might well score. Instead, he's denied, but on the follow-up, he pokes home the rebound. And what a start it is for Alpha Kappa. And this arena in Milan goes wild because the Italian side lead in the early stages.
And Patrick, right in front of that sea of pink that you spoke about a few moments ago, they're almost drawing them towards them. And it's taken not even 30 seconds to have the first goal. Can they hit back now? No rules.
Vittorio Chile with the finish, but Nick Salihamidzic denied by Vittorio Chile. A goal scorer at one end, vital, crucial at the other. And now they've taken a risk here of no rules. But here's Brasso Jr. looking to open up the angle. He's lost his footing, but a chance for the keeper to score. Wonderful work from Chelsea. Heroic so far from this Alpha Kappa side. And if in case there are any doubts as to whether they're up for it on home soil, they've just been dispelled.
Oh, a tale of two goalkeepers so far, Patrick, and we'll see whether No Rules can get an almost instant equaliser. They're looking lively. They're taking a few risks, is what you have to do, of course, in this competition.
And now a shooting chance once again for the keeper. Again, he's denied by Chile. Fabio Rasic has missed a couple of opportunities. But that's part of the strategy you employ because you are numbers down. You have a goalkeeper between the sticks. So you almost need to allow the opposition goalkeeper to take on a free shot and back your own custodian to keep the ball out. But as we can see, 11, Gil Vidal, that player we spoke about in the pre-match show, he's on alongside Nick Salihamidzic. And there, they were actually asking Alpha Kappa for a backcourt violation there. That's why the arm went up. Now they're asking for offside, and offside is indeed the decision. Wearing 9, Thomas, we've got Hedo Jr.
We have indeed, and with that offside, it allows us to catch a breathless start. We're now 4v4, that escalade, that scaling up with each passing minute. Another player joins the party, and we'll soon be 7v7. We'll see the space close up. It'll be a little bit more tactical. The importance, as we've always spoken about, making the most of these early stages and having the goalkeeper coming out of his area and creating that numerical superiority, shall we say. And here he is again. It's been brilliant so far, Chile. Brilliant.
Again, they've given Chile the space in between. Chile, once again, the toe-poked finish. How about that from the keeper? 2 goals in this season's competition. Both have come from Alpha Kappa, and both have come courtesy of Vittorio Chile.
Make mine a double, Patrick. Vittorio Chile, absolutely brilliant there. Toe poking it into that far corner, and he raced across as well. No rules, no answer so far.
And I think No Rules need to revisit their strategy here. No game plan, and that's on target too. And that's going to be number 3. Hedo Jr. was already celebrating before the ball even crossed the line. Delight for the Prezi and the streamers. And what a dream debut this is. What a start to life in this season's Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026 for Alpha Kappa.
All good things come in threes, Patrick. As you can see so far for the Italian side, playing well so far, making a brilliant start, but are we going to have a bit of drama? It is being checked as we speak. Of course, we do have the video assistant referee as well in the Kings League. It does stand, so they now have to come back from 3 goals down. It can be done, of course, Kings League. Anything is possible. Now 5v5.
Gil Vidal with the pace, but not the finish. He's saying he was caught late, wants a penalty, but he tried to catch the keeper out of the near post. And after what had been some fancy footwork, wonderful close control on the drive, Gil Vidal arguably missed the easiest bit of the lot, the finish.
Yeah, especially we've been speaking about his numbers at the very start. We picked him up, we singled him out, really, saying he's got to really now lead No Rules. That was a big chance for him, and he knows it. I think that's maybe I was trying to look for something as well to almost excuse that miss, shall we say.
Dare I say it, he reminds you a little bit in his running style and his hairdo of a player we actually saw here in Milan for the Rossoneri AC Milan, João Felix, last season.
Oh!
2 seasons ago now.
Big fan of João Felix, I must admit. Big fan. Didn't quite really work out for him here in the city of Milano. Started really well in the Cup, I think. You might have even commentated on him in the Italian Cup against maybe Roma. But apart from that, I really can't remember too many moments of brilliance.
Here's Cutrignelli and Lorenzani now. Just trying to slow the tempo, understandably. Alpa Kappa, just as we're trying to catch our breath as well. It is all go, right from the word go when it comes to the Kings League, because we start with what we would describe as 2v2. Technically, it's actually 1v1. We should clear up the ambiguity, Thomas, because anytime we mention the numbers, that doesn't actually include the goalkeeper. So when it's 1v1, it's always one outfield against one outfield player with always a goalkeeper. 2v2 would therefore be 3 players. So you need to add 1 player, which encompasses the goalkeeper.
Battery now 7v7 as the Italians try and make it a Fab 4. This could be an opportunity.
It could do as well. Hero Jr. with the ball through, easy for the keeper. Fabio Rasic picking it up, but they need to get something happening now, No Rules. They've got a decision to make, Thomas. They can either go all guns blazing to try and eat back into this, or they can start to use some of the strategy that we know is all about the Kings League. When do they use the presidential penalty? When do they play those cards? That's all going to be part of the strategy that they employ. But they need to get the ball to this man down below us, Brazo Jr. here, Nick Salihamidzic, because he's going to be all important. So too Gil Vidal. They're the 2 players they typically turn to make things happen, and so far they've not made anything happen at all.
And maybe the coach will turn to a secret card or a presidential penalty. They can use it from now.
And it's through towards Costa. Good goalkeeping again from Vittorio Gilli. Gabriel Costa, who's one of the Brazilian contingent here. And just as we mentioned, the secret card can be an operation from the 5-minute mark, and so it's proven.
Well, listen, I think they've got to do something right now, No Rules. They need to try and get a foothold into the game. So I think it's a wise move. Between the 5th and 17th minute mark, you can play those secret cards or presidential penalty, and they need something right now, No Rules, because they have no answer to the Italians, who have been fantastic. Flying start from them, flying out of the blocks, and this is just what they wanted on home soil. Anyway, let's see what the secret card is going to be. A bit of tension, a real twist in the plot. We'll find out.
So this is when we really get into the detailed star player. So that means the player will be assigned with a green armband. And if they were able to score a goal when wearing that armband, that goal would be worth double. So is it going to go to Gil Vidal? It looks that way. They're dashing towards the number 11. He's been assigned by the coaching team. Well, no, he's gone past Gil Vidal, the referee, and he's actually going to give it to the hulking frame of Serhat Imsak. So he could be the one. Sounds to me like a Turkish name, might be a Turkish German, but either way, he's going to be a tough nut to crack. Very hard to handle for the likes of Thomas Salvaterra.
And maybe try and pick him out from the throw-in now, I'm not sure.
They are winding up that way with...
he's gone down in the meantime.
Diego.
Bit of argy-bargy. As you'd expect, it's competitive. They're all here to win, Patrick.
Well, Imsak certainly the target here for the long throw. It's in towards Imsak, flicked away from danger, and then long it goes from Veneroso.
And of course, we'll explain that rule. While, of course, with that green armband on, should he score, his goal would be worth double. And then should he then score, then that power, shall we say, wears off, it vanishes. He has to give the green armband back. But he has no time limit.
Exactly right. Exactly that, Thomas. You've explained it better than I ever could. So we now have 2 players wearing armbands. The traditional one of Brazo Jr. there, Nick Salihamidzic, and also Imsak here wearing the green one. So it's essentially akin to what is a double goal when you get the X2 card, albeit it only applies to 1 player as opposed to the whole team. So we've seen a secret card, and now we're going to see another feature of Kings League, which is the presidential penalty, or the prezi, as you like to say.
I do. I like to use the Kings League lingo.
That's why I was saying escalado.
I was using scala, a bit more. It was dull, wasn't it? But it's interesting strategy that from the Italians to go with that, the presidential penalty, try and maybe extend their lead as opposed to try and manage it.
Well, psychologically, it could be really damaging, couldn't it, for No Rules? But there might yet be a 4th here. Good defending. But they're taking chances defensively. That was Federico Lorenzani getting forward, wearing 4 for Alpa Kappa, who I have to say have really impressed me so far. They've turned up all right.
Yeah, Boyd by their fans to the right of where we are sitting in the commentary gantry. But now, presidential penalty, El Presi. Now, if you're new to the Kings League, this is where it's pretty simple, really. It's self-explanatory. The president comes down, puts on his boots, and he's got to take the penalty. It's as simple as that, really. And obviously, yes, Patrick, you want to jump in?
Well, there is the alternative.
Yeah.
They can delegate, lest we forget. The president can occasionally say, you know what? I don't think I'm going to back myself from 12 yards. I'm actually going to delegate to an outfield player, a member of my squad. But, of course, we know that because they're more technically gifted, it becomes harder. They then have to do a shootout. And as we saw from the Fortnite Challenge earlier on, 8 attempts, all a vuoto, all missed. But here comes the penalty then. Huge moment to make it 4-0. Into the corner it goes. And that is exactly what they needed. The presidential penalty safely deposited, Thomas.
Oh, Patrick, this just gets better and better and better for Alpha Kappa. 4 goals, yes, 4 goals to the good. And it is not a mistake, it is not a typo, it is 4-0 to the Italians. Che Frene with that goal for the Italian side, and look at that, he must feel very relieved as well. He would have felt that pressure as well, because it would have given a boost, obviously, to No Rules had he missed, but he didn't, as cool as ice.
And now you wonder whether No Rules might be thinking of responding in kind, because so far the special card hasn't really panned out with that green armband, the key player. They haven't looked like breaking down Alpha Kappa at all from open play, shall we say, except for those first 2 minutes when there were smaller numbers, there was more space on the pitch, but even then we saw some heroics between the six from Vittorio Gilli. But I do wonder whether it might be time for No Rules to actually say, we're going to use the rules.
No, I think so. I think so. That they need something right now. They are really struggling.
And you know that they're struggling when they start to play those Hollywood passes, those lofted diagonal balls.
Yeah, hopeful.
This is 7v7, you know, unless you can hit someone in behind and you realise that you can maybe launch a counter-attack or a fast break, then I'm not sure there's any value to hitting those passes. You're actually just playing into the hands of Alpha Kappa, who, whilst it's written Alpac, as you mentioned, Thomas, it is Alpha Kappa. Here's Costa trying to backheel it through, and they've got numbers here if they can break Alpha Kappa. Veneroso keeps it moving. His colleague was sent flying, Lorenzani. Good interception, meantime, from No Rules FC. Can they make the use of their star player? Instead, they go the other way. The star player's offside. This won't count if he does finish it. He's been nudged out. He's won it back, Imsak. And in the end, easy work for Vittorio Gilli, who takes his time and allows some seconds to run by, which might be the case with the time dilation card as well. We'll see over the course of the evening.
Yeah, we're going to see that in the second fixture. By the way, thanks to you guys at home who voted for that card. But yeah, 2-10-man effort from him, saying he needed to find the angle, and he couldn't really find any much of an angle there. It was straight at the keeper. And as you said, so far, not looking good. Well, that's actually an understatement. It's looking dreadful for No Rules. As you said, Alpha Kappa have been fantastic and everything right that you expect. It's textbook Kings League so far.
Clip forward by Chile then. That's more attentive defending on this occasion because Mauro Veneroso was lurking in behind. The angle's tight, hence why he checks back to Christian Ronchi. That's better from the star player. Now, they got the pace, he went early, and that's what allowed Vittorio Gilli just to drop to his right and make another comfortable save. So far, very easy for the keeper.
They're trying to catch him out there, but it's going to take much more than that. Let's forget, he scored twice as well, so he's full of confidence right now. He is brimming. But again, the fact they're taking those shots from distance means they are really desperate.
Imsak wanted the return pass there, it didn't come, and again, good covering defending. He might have to concede a corner. He does. It came off his standing leg there, Ronchi, but credit him for the defensive effort. Coaching staff annoyed at how he switched off there to give away a needless corner, and Imsak is a threat here. Between two defenders, trying to get the better of Marin and Salvaterra, I should say. The quick release here for Veneroso. The angle's against him, but it might be number 5. Lost his moment, had the chance to shoot, didn't get the shot away.
He did not. He did not indeed, but great quick thinking from the keeper. Found that space, saw that space that was free. And this is what they can do. When they see opportunity, they can try it. Otherwise, they just keep it tight, keep things ticking over. And they know No Rules, have to take risks now. And they're going to leave themselves exposed on the break.
Didn't Gunay winning it back. Sequinho is the player wearing 10. It's known as Amar Cekic. He's one of the more technically gifted members of this No Rules side. We need to see that now. Cekic. Gunay.
Just being patient here, trying to find an opening. You can see it sitting so deep, Alpha Kappa.
Yeah, 4 across the back. Shot from range is easily blocked. Now he needs to be careful here. That's clever.
Coolly done.
Cekic, his turn to shoot. Struck with power. The goalkeeper's unhappy because he wasn't closed down quickly enough. But there are no worries whatsoever against no rules for Alpha Kappa.
Yeah, but that's also the keeper there berating his teammates as well, showing that he wants to keep these high standards, not going to let those standards slip.
Gilly under
having said that,
pressure.
they very nearly made a mistake.
Well, it's that classic modern ploy of trying to lure the opposition into the press to give more time to your teammates so you can release the pass. Of course, if you're a goalkeeper, there's little margin for error. If they do close you down and ends up on target, you end up with egg on your face and the opposition get a goal on the board. And they haven't looked like breaching that Alpha Kappa backline just yet.
So now approaching the 13th minute, all plain sailing so far.
And here's a chance for Cekic, who should really have scored. All he had to do is hit the target. And once again, further evidence that it might not necessarily be no rules night.
Well, it's another chance. They're adding up as we just see it then again. Look at the replay. Look at the replay, as one of our mentors famously taught us down through the ages. So another chance, really. And they have had the chances. The scoreline has, you know, doesn't fully reflect that.
It doesn't, but that's part and parcel of the Kings League. That's an effort and a half, and a terrific save. Great football all round there. Paolo Scienza, Paulino, as he's known to his friends, with that Robbie Fowler nose plaster, essentially. And what a response it was from Fabio Rasic. Fabio, an Italian name, Rasic very much Slavic, I would suggest. But a corner now. A chance to make it 5-0 potentially from the set piece. He couldn't get over it. That's acrobatic. Is there a finish on the end of it? Somehow kept the ball. Can he find a shooting angle? He can't. And they're all at sea here, No Rules FC. This is not what the father and son combo, the Salihamidzic, would have wanted at all. And maybe they might want to get Hassan on the pitch. I'm not sure whether that's even allowed.
I don't think it is allowed. It would be great for the Serie A generation that grew up loving Serie A. Of course, he did play for Juventus as well, which is a stone's throw away from Milano. We're, of course, in Milano here, live from Milano. Beautiful Milano.
We're a stone's throw from Piazza Duomo.
Oh, one of the many places to visit if you are in Milan. Of course, our Spanish colleagues who are here for the first time, for them it's beautiful to see the likes of Piazza Duomo. And not only, there's so many beautiful things to see in Milan. Anyway, I don't want to keep promoting.
The great atmosphere there is in Brera as well, that neighbourhood.
Of course.
Great atmosphere here.
Absolutely, and it is a great atmosphere. But anyway, I don't want to take the job of the Milan Tourist Centre, of course. So let's focus back to the Kings League. That's what we are here to do, but No Rules. Just, I know, looking at if they were to lose, they're not out, of course, Patrick. They would have another chance, another game. And then it would go into potentially that last chance saloon. So, but you don't lose your first 2 games, otherwise you are going home regardless. But again, let's not get carried away. I'm just saying to No Rules fans not to get too disheartened.
You're getting ahead of yourself. You are getting ahead of yourself, Thomas. You know, that's just enthusiasm, excitement. It is your want. It's what we're used to seeing from you. A couple of previous editions of the Kings World Cup, both the clubs and the nations. You've done it all. That's a clever ball through, but easily cut out. And again, they got numbers. A little bit greedy there, I would suggest, from Benedetti. But maybe he was right all along. Again, some risky business defensively.
One thing we must say, he certainly eased the pressure on the defence, but now he's got to track back and help out. And they have got men back into position really well there, Alpha Kappa. The teamwork's impressed me as well, Patrick. Not just that finishing and making the most of those chances. They've been clinical. They've been clinical. Simple as.
They have been. And let's remind us, Thomas, of the various junctions of a Kings League match, because 20 minutes per half as Nasiate goes for goal. Nasiate is his alias. We're talking about Nam Win here. But a reminder, 20-minute halves, 2 halves of 20 minutes, but they are demarcated in a slightly quirky way, aren't they?
Demarcation, important indeed, from the 17th minute, but I'll cut back in a moment, Patrick.
Lovely first touch, unable, though, to cut it back towards a colleague. Nothing wrong with the control from Christian Ronchi. But from the 17-minute mark, 17, unlucky for some in this part of the world.
Goals are worth double for those final 3 minutes of the first half.
Here's Anthony Manuba. And again, very comfortable handling for Gilly.
Yeah, so far, so good for Gilly. That was standard save, really, for him. Went down for the cameras, really. Why not? And there are plenty of cameras here, including some fabulous drone
Corner
shots as
awarded
well.
there because Vittorio Gilli took too long with the restart. So just like we have in association football in the 11-a-side game, if you do exceed that, I think it's an 8-second window that you have to release the ball. Shot from range was awkward. It skipped up awkwardly there from Ensar Skrilje.
Disappointing for Imsak as well. We haven't really seen anything of him after being given that star player armband.
Can be a poison chalice though, can't it? And here's a chance. Surely they've got to make the most of it as we move towards the 17-minute mark. Almost would have been worth delaying that to try and, but there is a break in play, isn't it, before the goals are worth double. So it's not like you can wait until the 17-minute mark and then deposit into a goal. But what I would say is that they have not necessarily made the most of things.
They haven't. It's been a special game, as we know in the Kings World Cup Clubs is special. You know, you can enjoy the Kings League at the same time you win a lot of things. And remember, for all the tournament, every time the double goal period begins, you can join Addy Club and unlock exclusive Adidas member benefits. It's like a pair of Danny Olmo or Rafinha's boots. Enter the giveaway.
Some pretty good prizes then to be won here, just as these teams are striving towards the ultimate prize to win the trophy, to lift the cup that will mean that they are the champions of the Kings World Cup clubs. This is only day one. A reminder, it all comes to a close, culmination on the 1st of August when we have the 2 semi-finals and the final. But until then, we have 2 days of round 1, 2 days of round 2, then we'll have the second chance before the quarterfinals begin in earnest, the official knockout stage. Here's Gilles Vidal working the angle. It's broken here for Cekic, who trod on the ball. That sums up his evening so far. That sums up the entire evening of No Rules, especially as goals are now worth double. Chelsea trying to find a colleague, unable to do so.
And this is where it's important not to be too hasty, because should No Rules score now, simple maths, I know, but it'd be worth double, and they've halved the deficit. Just like that, just like that.
Absolutely, but it is a pretty short window, 17 to 20 minutes, so 3 minutes, 180 seconds, as Pierluigi Pardo might say.
And we've already had one of those minutes.
Here's Brazo Jr., Nick S, as we like to call him. He's in towards the big man, wearing 9, Skrilje. And just to be clear, don't actually think he's necessarily on the pitch at the moment. He isn't, but a player wearing the green armband, they don't get a 4 goal. If a double goal is scored in a double period, it's not worth 4.
No, absolutely not. That is important to stress. That would be some rule, wouldn't it? That really would put the frighteners on Alpha Kappa. Right now, there's 2 players down.
Yeah, we're talking about Paulo Schenzer, who's taken a tumble, and Nick Salihamidzic as well. They're saying it's an elbow, the German players there. They're unhappy with the officials. And if it were an elbow, we do have the VAR in operation, so if there is any violent conduct, it will be spotted immediately. And we have a couple of sin bin operations as well, Thomas. If it's a yellow card, it's a 2-minute sin bin for that player. So it does mean that the team are down a man light, so 7v6 for 2 minutes. If it's a red card, it's a 5-minute sin bin where it's 7v6. However, that player can play no further part in the game. It's very similar to handball in that respect. I know you're very fond of that game played, particularly in Central European and Northern Europe.
I am. I'm also a big fan of the European nations, but mostly Nordic nations, mostly the Northern European nations. I'm all sorts of sports, Patrick. I like to dabble. I like to dabble and not just focus on calcio.
Well, you can see there was a red mark there by his left eye for Nick Salihamidzic, so you can understand why he thinks he was on the receiving end of an elbow. We don't have any video evidence to corroborate that or otherwise. Good sportsmanship there from Paulo Schenzer.
It may have just been one of those challenges out on the pitch when you're tussling away, battling for the ball. As you said, nice to see sportsmanship. Of course, it's competitive. They want to win here. Clock was stopped, and it now will resume.
Yeah, very rare that the clock is stopped during the Kings League, but when there are breaks in play here for an injury, it's only natural that the officials say, we're just going to put a break on things. Vamos comes the cry. We are back up and running. 90 seconds remaining of the first half. A first half which has been dominated by the home hopeful, one of 3 Italian teams in this competition, none other than Alpha Kappa.
And those fans are piping up for
Gilles
the Italians.
Vidal towards the back stick. It's got to be. Somehow it's stayed out again. It feels like it's a cursed night for them. It really does. Because I'm not sure what more he could have done there. Imsak, who is still wearing the green armband, it's under his left sleeve. but any goal he were to score now would still only be worth 2.
Indeed.
And they've done the hard bit. There's a lovely cross to the back stick, played across, wasn't greedy, and you just need a touch there, yet somehow Vittorio Gigli not only making reflex saves, he's also been baciato dalla fortuna. He's kissed a Blarney Stone.
They will be ruining those missed opportunities. They are ruining those missed opportunities because they have had them. And that's the frustrating thing if you are playing out there on the pitch. You can't really say too much of the players apart from get your finishing boots, get your shooting boots on, lads. Come on.
Gilles Vidal, are they going to halve the deficit before the half-time interval? That's what a goal would mean now. If, however, in the other way, we could have a 6-0 half-time scoreline, which would be astonishing. The shot is good! It's brilliant! Absolutely superb! That's the pick of the bunch so far. Dire Gunai smashing it home into the top corner with just 10 seconds remaining during the power play. It's a goal which is worth 2 from its aesthetic qualities and also technically so.
And talk about finding those finishing boots. What a finish. Soaring into that top corner. And just like that, they have half the deficit just before the break. That is such a lift for them. And now, if you are Alpha Kappa, you're starting to get a little bit worried again. Just like that, how things can change in the Kings League.
And this is the beauty of this format. This is why it's been conceived in this way. Just when you think you've taken an unassailable lead, well, then they come back and hit you where it hurts. When you are at your most exposed, Alpha Kappa thinking they were cruising in to a 4-0 half-time lead, and yet they now have seen their deficit halved with one fell swoop. And what a swoop, Thomas. It was like an eagle soaring into that top corner.
Oh, foot like a traction engine there, soaring. What a way to close out the first half, because it started in style with Alpha Kappa building up that what we thought could be maybe an unassailable lead. Far from it in the Kings League, Thomas. Come on, don't get too ahead again. Let's try and listen in, maybe.
4-2. Adesso c'è il dado.
She's saying it's 4-2, and now it's time for the dice to be rolled. So very helpful, doing our jobs for us almost there, the presidential team and the streamers there.
If she wants to take over for a little bit and give us a little bit of a break, I'm sure that many would prefer to actually see her than you and I, with all due respect, Patrick. But who knows? Maybe our wives would have something to say about that. They'd prefer to see us in front of the camera. Anyway, it's always good to have a listen to see what's being said
2-3 minutes, too nervous. But I believe in my team. I hope we can do the comeback. And it's just 2 goals. 2 goals, it's easy. Especially in the Kings League. No problem. We're going to do it. I believe it. Come on, guys.
Message pretty clear there, Patrick, of what he would like to see in the second period from his side. As we said, what a way, what a storming start and what a storming end. Absolutely brilliant. And now we're going to find out with the dice, which is going to be rolled. And this is something else which, again, for anyone who's new to the competition, it's about to be rolled by Junichi, if I'm not mistaken. Wow, that is a good one. That is a good one. You can see one, he's doing our job for us as well for the 1v1 for Junichi. Thank you very much, Junichi, for the role of the dice. A bit of a legend, the president himself, Junichi of the Kings League, an iconic figure as the countdown begins.
And again, we just confirm 1v1 means 2v2 essentially. 1v1 outfield player plus a goalkeeper per side as the second half is about to get underway. Lots of grappling under the ball, which drops. Imsak has the physical advantage and he'll have the opportunity to shoot here. But he's taken a detour and lost the ball to Vittorio Gigli, and now a chance immediately for Alpha Kappa to make the most of this particular scenario. He feels he's been caught in the face there. He's saying it's an elbow. Well, there's been a lot of complaints about potential foul play here. Might be a bit of claret as well. As you can see, the presidential team there saying, está sanguinando, he's bleeding. But not sure whether it was caught there, yes, with the initial tussle. And again, out of shot. We're watching the replay there of Imsak, but he is gesturing in the direction of one of the 2 match officials, as if to say, he caught me with a stray limb and not just anything, the point of the elbow.
He did. We're trying to listen in also maybe anything that's been picked up pitch side as well there from literally from the horse's mouth out on the pitch. Couldn't hear and glean too much there, but we'll resume again shortly after that breaking. But as we said, the clock does stop for injuries or VAR decisions on a rare moment. Otherwise, it just continues to tick away. So we shortly will be getting back underway. So 1v1, but with those keepers, so effective it is 2v2. We're just waiting for if there is going to be a decision. The Italians are complaining. They are unhappy, Alpha Kappa, about that. But we'll now get back underway then, and we'll see whether they can build on this 2-goal cushion.
What do you make of this decision of no rules to only have one goalkeeper in? I think it's a little bit of a risk. I don't know whether that's just for this match day or whether it's for the competition as a whole, but certainly if Rasic isn't at the races, then it could be a problem. So a change in personnel for Alpha Kappa now with Ronchi up against the defender, and it's another goal, perfectly deposited. Christian Ronchi shifting the ball and catching the keeper out at his near post, and they now have a 3-goal cushion. Alpha Kappa, another strike for the side in pink.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, Patrick, we saw them make that storming start, didn't we, earlier in the fixture in the first half when they had more of that space available. Are we going to see something similar in this period here? But now they are going to be tested. They're going to be on the back foot here as no rules try and hit back right away.
Here's G. Vidal, not the most famous G. Vidal, but he is trying to get back into the game. Gilles has lost the ball, though.
And I like this, making a quick change here, bringing on a more attack-minded player.
Clever, and a lovely through ball as well. What an opportunity for Ronchi once more. Went for the dink and missed the target, but great use of the substitution lane there. And a perfectly timed pass out as well from Vittorio Gilli.
And he's trying to do it again. Again, bring on... It's fantastic, and that's why the quick thinking as well. And this is the tactical side of the Kings as well. You have to stress that as well. We'll see whether no rules can get that goal.
Some great facial hair on display here as he got the skills to match it. Gabriel Costa, the Brazilian, very sought after in this format. Gabriel Costa, straight at the keeper. He'll get a second bite at it. Shifting it one way and then the other. He is more right-footed than left. Which side's he going to go? Gabriel Costa! It's into the corner despite the best efforts of Vittorio Gilli. And it means it's as you were, back to that 2-goal deficit for no rules. It is tit for tat in this second half.
That is a fabulous finish. As you said, he was quickest to react as well after that initial shot was saved. Second time asking, he did not make a mistake, and that's awkward there for Ronchi, who's under real pressure here.
Ronchi doesn't want to lose it in that particular area of the pitch. Up against Diren Gunay, who scored that wonderful goal in the closing stage of the first half. Ronchi's through here. Ronchi with the disguise. Well done, Fabio Rasic. He didn't buy it, and Ronchi rather... well, optimistically, if you ask me, if we're being kind, saying that he was fouled there. Clearly got the shot away. There was no issue with that whatsoever.
I thought Ronchi was going to score there. As you can see, he was complaining, but clearly I think there's more just that frustration creeping in. Can he have another opportunity here? Ronchi's made that run over the top. Another chance, maybe.
Ronchi sent tumbling. So the 3 minutes of the start of the second half have elapsed. The 1v1, which was the period dictated and determined by the dice, has now ceased to exist. We revert to 7v7, Thomas, for the next window, which is until minute 36.
Correct, which we'll have a chance to talk about that as we get ever closer and closer. And now, that green armband, the double goal, applies again. That obviously there's certain windows where it doesn't apply, as we saw at the end of the first half and the start of the second period. So 7v7 again. Alpha Kappa have that secret card as well to play. We'll see when they decide to use it and when to play with that secret card. And sometimes you can tell in terms of the time what kind of card it is as well.
We should stress as well that no rules still have their precedential penalty. They've not used that one, have they? Whereas Alpha Kappa, we saw that excellently deposited precedential spot kick. So the Italian team in control, with Vittorio Gilli in possession. Does like to launch it when he can. He's looking here towards a colleague, easily headed clear. Don't want the ball in the air too much in the Kings League. That's a mistake and an opportunity. He's going to put it away, you would think. What a block that is.
Fabulous defensive work there, Patrick.
Diego with the block, another of the Brazilian contingent. Casting their net far and wide, no rules, to get the best talent from across the Kings League universe.
And this is where Alpha Kappa just need to keep cool heads, Patrick. They've got that 2-goal cushion. They can't force things. They've just got to rediscover that composure that saw them build up that real strong lead.
Tell you what, if I were to pick one of the kits alone, if a team were to win this match based on the aesthetic qualities of their strip, it's Alpha Kappa 10-0 for me. I mean, that pink, that hot pink with the black, gorgeous.
Reminds me a bit of Palermo, maybe, or Miami.
Yeah, absolutely. It was my birthday relatively recently. You know what to do if you want to buy me a present. Mr. Thomas Lawrence.
Mr. Thomas has received the message. We'll see, we'll see.
Light and clear, even if you get a comped shirt. Easy save again for Gilli there. It's just not happening for Gilles Vidal.
It's often the case, isn't it? The pressure, putting them in the spotlight, everyone looking towards them.
Well, you know, we're quite superstitious in this country as well, and the fact that we are putting the spotlight on them in the pre-match show. Then again, we have that, don't we, in traditional competitions, the players which are marked out as the possible key performers. You see them pre-match in those close-up warm-up shots, the slow-mos, and we see it here in Kings League as well. They don't necessarily always deliver. One player that does always deliver, I have to say, is Kelvin Oliveira. Here's a chance for the double goal with the green armband. That's the play you want to find the net. Serhat, Imsak, and we're all tied up at 5.
What a comeback from these boys. No rules, no problem for them. And that's a great use of that secret card. We maybe raised a few eyebrows, didn't we? Say, why isn't it going to Vidal? Why is it not? Well, that's why it's not gone to Vidal. And that's why you do not get ahead. Oh, you do not get carried away. Oh, no, when it is 4-0. Far from it, because the Kings League always offers a route back.
Serhat saying, how about that? And technically, he's on a hat-trick, even though he's only found the net once. He's got 2 goals with that one strike there. And this is what's will be so galling, I would suggest, for Alpha Kappa, because No Rules has scored 5 goals, technically, on the scoreboard. They've actually only found the net 3 times. And so that does prove that if you pick your moments and you use the rules to your advantage, then ultimately you can come out on top. And then again, Alpha Kappa can't complain. They can equally make use of the rules themselves. They can use that special card. Maybe they'll have a special card which might be an X2, and then their goals will be worth double for a specific window. I think it's 4 minutes, isn't it? Something of that order.
It is, Patrick, indeed. Indeed. And this is why there's plenty of ways to skin a cat, as they say. And this is why the neural strategy is working well so far. Good communication.
Communication.
And they are now full of just how things can swing just like that. It's a confidence game, isn't it, Patrick? And also you need those things just to go your way. There's various turning points, those sliding doors moments, and they did.
I know you've been keeping your hands in with the Kings League. Serhat with the dummy, but he didn't get the shout. Ordinarily, you'd leave that ball, you'd let it run over the velo, as we say here in Italy, a veil, because you've got a teammate that's better placed behind you, and yet he just sensed that there was a colleague behind him. There wasn't, and he could have actually finished it himself and could have got his hat-trick. But all of a sudden, dare I say it, no rules, they're on top, they're in the ascendancy.
It's just like, now nothing is working out for Alpha Kappa. Everything they're trying to do, they're not able to pull it off.
And here's a shooting chance, that might go in, it's caught the crossbar. Well, that would have been a comical goal from Gabriel Coste. Mishit the initial shot, it bounced down into the ground and then ended up catching the frame of the goal.
Yeah, really unorthodox from him, but it very nearly worked for him. Denied by the woodwork, or the metal work, as sometimes it can be called as well, by that frame of the goal there.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it, because this is a German side that we're seeing here, and it was Mesut Özil who had that finish where he deliberately knocked the ball into the ground to dink it over the keeper. That was in a 1v1 situation. I'm not sure Gabriel Costa was necessarily paying homage or tribute to the former Real Madrid and Arsenal star there.
No, I don't think he was.
Ronki trying to combine with Chelsea. Ronki's lost the ball, won it back with a neat slide challenge, and all of a sudden Alpha Kappa beginning to come to the fore again. They're smashing his supporters instantly, have gone a little bit quiet, and they might go quieter still here because there's a fast break on for No Rules with Gilles Vidal. Pushed to safety by Gilly, and again you can see that rage pulling up his shorts. Not sure why they do that exactly, but I guess it's the nearest piece of fabric available just to grab hold of.
Yeah, it just shows that frustration. And he was the one berating his teammates when they were leading by 3-4 goals. He wanted to keep those standards.
He saw this coming.
Yeah, he saw it coming. And because he's been about the block as well, he knows that you can never rest easy in the Kings League. And now they're really hanging on here.
Ronki dispossessed. Here they come again. No Rules on the drive. An opportunity perhaps. Still there for the team in white. Maybe their kit is a tribute to the Mannschaft.
I was going to say, yeah, it does remind me of the Germany kit with, of course, with those black stripes as well. Although I think they've changed technical sponsor from the next World Cup. Anyway, but Adidas, of course, also being a very famous German like Puma. Now, can they hit back here?
All Adidas at the Kings League, though.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, us included.
We are kitted out, suited, and well, suited certainly. Not quite booted. We need to boot the ball away here. Boots the ball away. Slowing the tempo, wise as we move towards the half-hour mark. A reminder, these are 40-minute matches, 2 20-minute halves, albeit broken down into various different crucial stages and power plays. And I think shortly might be time for a secret card to be played. I can hear my own voice coming through. Hopefully not over the loudspeakers. Don't think the home crowd will be wanting to hear from me, having heard from me over the Fortnite Challenge, which ended in a goalless draw in the end, despite there being sudden death. So Stuart's inquiry to look at that, but we will revisit that tomorrow with that match, I believe, between Mexico and Saudi Arabia, indeed.
Indeed, there was a little bit, as you said there was a bit of a confusion over it, which is understandable as well, because it's all new. It's day one. It's day one for everybody. I was going to say, Patrick, coming up next, we have the defending champions, Los Troncos. That's maybe, again, me looking too far in, but just to say, stick with us. Of course, we're going to have 3 fantastic trio of fixtures on the horizon, and so far this has been a belter.
Yeah, Los Troncos, the team to beat. And here we don't know which way this game is necessarily going to go, but we can say there are no such thing as draws or ties when it comes to the Kings League. If this game is level after 36 minutes, we go to a shootout. If, however, there is a team leading, they only need to score 1 more goal to win it. So let's say no rules are winning by 7 goals to 5. They would only need to score 8. Their opponents, Alpha Kappa, here's a chance to take the lead, and it's not put away by Anthony Manuba, and he might regret that.
Yeah, the trailing team would have to come back, basically. They'd have to produce a comeback to go on and win it.
They've worked it well here. Might be tempted. That's the guy who pinged one into the top corner earlier on. Sort of bobbling around the place here. Very sloppy. Chelsea leaves it for his goalkeeper. So, yes, in that scenario, the team that's leading only needs to score 1 more goal to win. The team that is trailing need to come back. They need to ultimately get to that particular milestone. So it does mean that anything can happen.
And when we see a shootout, it's that, like the Fortnite Challenge earlier shootout.
Ronchi could have taken it on. Still the close control from Ronchi. Decided against shooting first time. I think he let himself down there. He's so close to me, I could almost say to him, Tira, why didn't you shoot, foul?
Oh, he'll be disappointed, Patrick, because he's shown flashes of exactly what he can do, and he knows he can do better.
He's shown Nikola flashes of, well, you said Vlasic then. Free header, not taken.
Sounded like it. Flashes of brilliance, like the great Nikola Vlasic.
Slurring your words.
Oh, yes. Oh, it's the nerves as well. Like I said, these players are feeling it, and us as well. Oh, I hear something.
It's all happening. The Pressi's on the way, baby.
I hear it, and it's, of course, from no rules. We saw in the first half being taken by Alpha Kappa. Now the Germans a chance to sneak ahead then, should they score, of course. Should they score?
And you'll be able to tell us exactly who it is as their president.
Oh, we will see that in a few moments. As it continues again to ball, there are a few appeals here. A few appeals from Alpha Kappa.
The ball's gone out of play, so it is going to be the presidential penno. Time for no rules. A chance for them to take the lead for the first time tonight, incidentally. And we're going to see which press is going to step up and take it.
It is Pillow. It is Pillow. It is Pillow to take it. He is going to take it. It is that man there. He has Bilal on his shirt, but he prefers to be called Bilal. Huge pressure in front of those Italian supporters as well. Here we go.
It is Bilal, and saved by Vittorio Gilli. Push to safety. The president is denied. And another momentum swinger back the way of the team in pink. Alpha Kappa, thanks to Gilli.
And boy, Patrick, did they need a moment like that. They've been on their back foot, they'd squandered, they'd fumbled their lead, and now can that be something that reignites their hopes and gets them right back in it?
Speaking of penalties, Thomas, since I last did the Kings League, I know you've done it since, but maybe even this rule has been created since you were last involved. The reverse penalty, which is a card you can play. Well, a card, first of all, you can draw, but then if you decide to play it, you force the opposition to take a penalty. They can't legitimately score a goal. If they score, the scoreline remains the same. If they miss, a goal is credited to you. So the reverse penalty could well come into operation at some stage over the course of the week. I'm sure we'll see it. Speaking of which, secret card on the way as well. They've decided to go with a couple of big moments in a row. We saw the presidential penalty missed by No Rules. Now the secret card for Alpha Kappa.
It makes me think, Patrick, seeing it's been played quite late towards that 36-minute mark, it won't necessarily be a double goal.
Wouldn't make sense, would it?
So it could be a penalty, or maybe that reverse penalty, which would be very exciting indeed.
Okay.
Reverse. It's a legitimate, it's a traditional standard penalty, which is pretty good if you've got the right man to step up from 12 yards. That right man wasn't Bilal, I'm sorry to say, for No Rules. And now No Rules need a helping hand or two from Fabio Rasic, who's going to take the spot kick for the team in pink. It's the man wearing 3, Vlad Marin.
And obviously this is a traditional penalty, because we also have the penalty shootout. That's also another card as well.
We do.
But in this case, traditional penalty. And we saw one miss just a few moments ago at the other end. What's going to happen at this end of the ground?
Wearing that knee brace on his left leg, Vlad Marin is going to thump it with his piede mancino. Taking his time, deep breath, focused. It's Vlad Marin! Smashed into the roof of the net. That's how to take a penalty. And Alpha Kappa relieved to be back in front. They've got their noses in front.
Ice cool just when it mattered, and just when the temperature was rising. And Patrick, the spectre of a penalty shootout to decide this fixture, instead that puts them in the driving seat going in to that final stage of the fixture when they need just that one goal to go on and confirm victory. But No Rules, they ain't gonna lie down.
No, they're not, and they felt they should have had a penalty there. The referee was very well placed. It's all kicking off there. He's lashed out. It's going to be a yellow card. That's not what you need, a sin bin. And it is a real problem here now. He lashed out at Alessandro Chelsea. Chelsea maybe provoked him. Chelsea now is saying, what did he do wrong? But we have a yellow card, which means a 2-minute suspension. And we've heard the cry of shame, which means fool. It's thankfully one of those that is politically correct, that we can say. So good to see some audience participation. That's why he went down thinking he was found, did Skriniar, wearing 9. Then he lashed out. There was a shove. And that's why he's got a 2-minute suspension at worst possible time, Thomas, because they've just fallen behind again. And rather than 7v7, it's going to be 7v6. So advantage once more, Alpha Kappa.
Yeah, the pendulum swings back in Alpha Kappa's favour. And you just can't do that, Patrick. There's no excuse for it. No excuse. And you're letting your teammates down as well. You're making their lives even harder after battling back and coming all the way back in and having that belief again. And you just go and erode those chances of going on to win this.
I want another goal here to Alpha Kappa with Veneroso. It's deflected. That could have easily looped under the crossbar. Instead, it's out for a corner. And this is where, if you're Alpha Kappa, if you can just build a bit more of a lead ahead of that 36-minute mark, it really gives you that significant cushion for the final 4 minutes of play. Veneroso's ball in. There was a chance there, he couldn't quite take it, Salvaterra. This is Gil Vidal, meantime, up on his own, surrounded by pink shirts. Gil Vidal with a trickery. Somehow kept the ball. They need to get something going here to No Rules. Got back into the game only to let ill discipline get the better of them. Nick Salihamidzic with a clever ball through. He wants it back now, calling for it in the middle. It's Gil Vidal on the volley and into the top corner. That's 6 each now, 6-1, half a dozen of the other, and a beautiful finish from the number 11.
Oh, we've had a couple of absolute worldies from No Rules. One that closed the first half, and now one that's going to close the second period here before going into that final stage of the fixture, when it all gets even more exciting, if it could get even more exciting. Well, it certainly is. What a finish. Perfect technique, Patrick.
And that technique made to look easy, it's anything but. Just opened up the side foot, struck it so purely that it actually generated power, even though ultimately just using the instep, didn't lace it, didn't go for power, picked his spot, timed the run to perfection. The fact he was running onto the ball, hang on, it's offside, it won't count. Big reprieve here for Alpha Kappa. Video assistant referee, a silent check means it's now still Alpha Kappa 6, No Rules 5. What a shame that that goal from Gil Vidal is now nothing more than a ghost goal.
It is indeed for them. I have to say, though, and they won't mind me saying,
oh, that could have easily gone wrong there for Alpha Kappa.
Our Italian colleagues to our right, well, they were happy about that. Of course, they also won the Italian teams.
I'm not keen to see that. I'd like to see them a little bit more impartial. I'll be having a word between matches 1 and 2. Did see noticeable disappointment on the face of Sabino Palermo.
And his colleague to his left as well, cheering away there. Our friend Pepe, is it Di Stefano?
Di Giovanni.
Di Giovanni, got it completely wrong. That's a good start.
You're thinking of the Sky reporter that covers Milan.
That's right.
Shout out to him in Glasgow. So options in pink here as we move towards the 36-minute mark. Is there to be another goal for Alpa Kappa? Veneroso brings it down, drops the shoulder. Again, that reluctance to take shots immediately. Buy a ticket to the raffle. You might be able to win it. You know, even if it's blocked, could be deflected in. If you don't shoot, you're not going to get anywhere.
And also look at the time as well. That was the time to do it.
Free header, got to take that chance, Chelsea. How have you missed it? Shocker.
And as I said, just before that 36-minute mark, to have opened up that 2-goal cushion as well, that really would have been a huge boost for them. As we see, what a chance, what an opportunity.
Dare I say it, Thomas, you would have at least found the target there. Not saying you would have scored, but Vittorio Chelsea there really let himself and his team down. And could that come back to haunt them? So, the final 4 minutes, we're not level, so we don't have a shootout. What we do have is a scenario whereby Alpa Kappa will win if they score 7 goals total. The same applies to no rules. The team that's ahead needs to score 1 more goal. Let's hear the timeout.
Se stiamo difendendo venuti al cambio sempre, entrano Bugliani e Chelsea. Se stiamo attaccando venuti al campo sempre, entrano Scienza e... We cannot have the beats, right? No. We have no beats.
4 minutes remain. The first team to get to 7 wins the game, Thomas. If it stays 6-5 and we get to the 40-minute mark, is that a win for Alpa Kappa, or do we go to a shootout? That's something we need to keep an eye on.
But first, our fortnight moment, because, as I said, Patrick, and we've been speaking about this off air, you know, days like today, in all rush, I forget everything, even my console back home at the hotel before heading out. So the best advice I can give anyone is download it right now. That's the best thing to do for your fortnight challenge, so you don't ever miss any moments of Fortnite.
3, 2, 1, get ready.
We're back underway then. 4 minutes remain. No rules, need to score a couple of goals to overturn this 1-goal deficit. 1 will suffice for Alpa Kappa. The first team to find the net for a 7th time will be victorious here.
There is one thing I did forget to mention, the de-escalation, sorry, because it's now 5v5 and with each passing minute.
Indeed.
Yes, I do apologise.
De-escalado. The scale down.
And you can see it now on your screen as well. Team ahead needs a goal, team behind needs a comeback, without conceding.
Oh, nice trickery, what a chance! And what a save from Gili. It's that man again, Diren Gunay, who's been, for my money, No Rules best player. Scored that stunner in the first half. Very nearly picked his spot there, but Gili is making a case for an MVP award. But hang on, here's No Rules in behind. They tried the cutback. Cut out, though, by Lorenzani. And here come the team in pink on the dash. Space on this far side. What an opportunity! Put away by Benedetti. That's job done. They're asking for a flag for offside. But the 7th goal should mean it's done for Alpa Kappa. We think it's over. The officials will check as to whether he was the right side of the last defender. Brilliant ball in, but it looks like Andrea Benedetti has found the match-winning moment. And that has brought a huge cheer here inside the Kings League Arena in Milan, because Alpa Kappa have won our inaugural match by 7 goals to 5.
VAR drama, Patrick. First with No Rules, and then at the end just that check, because that's the modern era of all football. Now you do have to maybe wait just a few seconds, but what a way to bring it to a close with a stunning strike at the end. All they needed was that goal. They got it right away. 7-5 winners. What a great start. What a game. It had it all, ebbed and flowed, and kept us on the edge of our commentary gantry right until the very end.
And dare I say it, justice has been served there, because you could see from the scorers there that Alpa Kappa actually scored 7 different goals, whereas the opposition there. No rules. Made the most of the rules to their advantage. They found the net 3 times. 2 of those were double goals. They already trailed 6-5 heading in to the final 4 minutes. But there, the first scorer, the crucial scorer, Andrea Benedetti.
And Jero Martin, we can now announce, has won the MVP award. We're going to hear from him very shortly as well. So congratulations to him on, of course, an individual level. And, of course, above all, I think you won't mind us saying collectively as well, which is one of the most important things. The team come first. And you can see a banner there. Uniti vinciamo la Coppa. So teamwork, their message. United, we will win the cup. Lovely moments to see. They're celebrating. Will we see Los Troncos celebrating maybe shortly? They're in action very soon in our second fixture, the defending champions. But at the minute, let these players bask in the glory in front of their supporters. That's a real statement on home soil, which means all they need to do now is win their second game and they will go straight through to the quarterfinals. It's not over, of course, for No Rules. They have another game, but that means they have to win that game, otherwise they will be going home. If they do win, they go through to that last chance stage, that last chance saloon. I may have caught a glimpse, I think, of Jero Martini, who is coming across shortly to speak to the wonderful Agnese, who will be giving the interview, and what a great moment for her as well. We've also got the keeper nearby as well, who was brilliant, who'll feel maybe he should have won that award. But the key thing for Chile is they won.
Que sale y le sacan amarilla o le sacan roja.
For this first match, Alpha Kappa won this game. It wasn't an easy game, right?
Yes, amazing game. Traigo traductor porque encima yo no he jugado 5 minutos, el MVP real es él, que es el mejor portero de la Kings y encima que sabe italiano. Muchas gracias, hermano.
Translate, my translator, please. Yes.
No, sono italiano. Lui dice che ha giocato 5 minuti e poi appunto lui reputava MVP me, ma io penso comunque lui in campo ha dato una grossa mano a tutti noi.
A good example of friendship in the team. Our translator said that the MVP actually played only 5 minutes, and for him the real MVP was the keeper. But one more question before you can go and rest for today. How would you describe from lemon pepper, which is our least spicy, wings from the most spicy mango habanero, how would you describe this game? ¿Cuál es la più piccante?
Yo creo que alita de pollo.
Sì, non tanto piccante.
Ah, picante esta. Sí, picante.
¿Y qué tal esto partido? ¿Mucho picante o poco?
Picante, hasta el último minuto.
Gracias, chicos. Va a descansar. And this was the first MVP for today. See you later, guys.
Just keeps on coming with the Kings League. Now Los Troncos FC against DR7. Mark Sorache against Elba Jr. The guys we've picked out, Patrick, and a chance to see them in action very soon indeed. Well, we had a brilliant game just a few moments ago, but now just the focus changes right away. It's breathless. It really is. We're going to see the defending champions, and now, of course, in the meantime, vote in the chat who you want to see beginning the 1v1, which is technically, as Patrick and I were speaking about earlier, a 2v2 if you include the goalkeepers who in those opening stages can come out of their penalty area and create that numerical superiority and try and get you off to a flying start, as Alpha Kappa did, and they had to hang on, but they managed to get the job done. So you can clearly see Carlos Blanas is Stormy and Helbert Jr. as well for DR7 from Mena. They're flying the flag for them. Of course, Los Troncos, the defending champions, the Spanish Stars, looking to continue the Spanish dominance After, of course, the excellent work of Porcinos the year before that. So it's pretty clear who's going to win it. Well, it could be 50-50, actually. Keep an eye on Al-Akila. Man, we picked out in the build-up to this game another one who has that international experience and who will be looking to fly the flag for DR7, and one of the teams making their debut on the international stage. So these are moments, these players as well, practice always being on your toes, ready to be called upon whenever you are called upon. They don't know who's going to be stepping up for it. It's not the coach who decides, it is you at home, and you are voting as we speak for this 1v1. The exodus, the decision, it is coming shortly, and this is why we love the Kings League as well, because you are involved just like everybody else here. You can have your say. You can maybe have a steer the way the match might get going, a different kind of play, maybe more technical, a faster player, and that's the beauty of the Kings League. You do have those kind of moments and those kind of players, different skills, different attributes.
Absolutely, and we are just moments away then from the start of our second game. As you mentioned, Thomas, Los Troncos beginning their title defence up against DR7, who, as we saw earlier, the debutants. So this is how it's about to go down. Can the reigning champions begin with victory? Can they follow in the footsteps of what we saw from the home hopefuls, Alpha Kappa, in that opening fixture? Usual handshakes as part of the pre-match routine, and a real opportunity here for DR7, maybe with the pressure off, to make a statement. Aside from the MENA region, Middle East and North Africa.
Indeed. These moments here as well, the players, I think just these formalities, I think they're just thinking, let's just get this contest underway. We've already been waiting for this moment here, and obviously seeing the action before, they'll be really impressed as well from what they've seen. Maybe a little bit intimidated as well because of the talent and the goals and the things we saw out on the pitch. As we're about to see here, this obviously we're talking about formalities, the revealing of the secret card ahead of kickoff, which we saw played very well actually in the previous game here. So now we'll see what that box has in there for both Los Troncos and DR7. A little slight delay. I'm wondering why there is a bit of a delay. We're wanting to get this underway here.
And what you can see there, the secret card record, so that's the average percentages they had in terms of all of their Kings League fixtures in their domestic and indeed international commitments, how often they have ended up drawing one card or another. Doesn't necessarily give us a steer on what we've seen previously, or what we're about to see tonight, rather.
I'm just wondering, but sorry to interrupt you, Patch. I know I'm a serial man who interrupts, but why has there been this delay? Is normally, hang on. Got you. This is maybe why. Listen, I just sensed something was wrong. You know when you have that feeling something wasn't quite going, and this is probably why.
Your spidey senses are up. What's he doing? Is he supposed to be taking the card out?
Here we go. Oh, what card is that, by the way? Trying to glean something from it, Patrick.
Can you tell from his expression?
There you go.
Oh, wow.
Confirmation.
Every journey leaves a mark. Every victory creates a legacy. And every ending is only the beginning of something greater.
The first season has been a great success.
Kings Cup MENA gave us unforgettable moments. Moments that united a region. The wait is almost over. New presidents, new rivalries, new stories. The heart of Riyadh beats once again. September 18th, Kings League MENA is back. Bigger, bolder, and unlike anything you've seen before. The countdown has begun.
رسميا قمة المينا بدأت. أول سبلت الكينجز ليج مينا راح يكون يوم 18 سبتمبر مع 10 أفريقيا تنافس على اللقب. كيف حماسك وش الكلام اللي تقدر توجهه للأفريقيا المشاركة؟
Great news.
The rumours had been going around, and indeed confirmation then that we are going back to Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia, as we saw there, the heart of that up-and-coming city.
Good luck for the teams. I don't have a rival.
Once again,
Let's meet at 18
of
September.
the Kings League. So great to see the men and
كالعادة نربح وبالتوفيق لك مباراة اليوم.
for another year. And it just shows the global reach once again of the Kings League. We've got Mexico, we've got Brazil, we've got Spain and Italy, and the MENA region as well. And now, Thomas, time for the secret chords.
Unless there's another surprise up there. But I think one's enough for today. One's enough. So they are now being picked, the secret cards. And of course, now in this game, we also have the time dilation card as well. We've got
time dilation.
Yeah, which is fantastic news as well. You, again, at home, voted for that, which game you wanted. You chose this one. So great news in terms of announcement for MENA. We'll see if there's going to be more good news for DR7, and the only way to do that is to pick up a positive result, which would be, of course, a win. Very difficult, though. They are taking on the reigning champions. Doesn't really get much trickier than that, does it?
It doesn't, especially when you consider the reigning champions can turn towards the likes of Eloy Amoedo. The goalkeeper, who we saw is a two-time winner of this competition, won it with Porcinos, won it as well with Los Troncos, and we saw him earlier on as well in that shootout between Italy and Spain, the Fortnite Challenge.
We did indeed. The one went to sudden death, if I'm not mistaken. Vado oltranza, as the Italians say. Well, there you go. We're now finally going to have that confirmation for the 1v1. And it did swing a little bit, actually. It did swing a little bit. So, Patrick, the moment we've been waiting for, the defending champions in action.
Indeed, we're about to get up and running here. Now just moments away. So, Carles Planas, known as Chopo, on the one side. Alongside his goalkeeper, Eloy Amoedo, as I mentioned. And now, when the lights go on and go off, the ball is going to be thrown up by the referee. Slight malfunction of the ball-dropping cage, but Carles Planas immediately up and running. And the other side, we've got Abdullah Al-Akili, Thomas, who we mentioned as to his importance and his experience earlier on. And immediately a backcourt violation. Once you cross the halfway line, you can't come back. Won't have any of that in Kings League. It's much like basketball in that sense.
And that's why it's been... They've taken things from different sports, football, basketball, water polo, that water polo start for any water polo enthusiasts as well. And here we go, early opportunity.
For the keeper, Diop, dropping the shoulder. Can he finish? He can't, he was leaning back. And that was a huge opportunity, and having created the space, Mame Sheikh Diop, you expected him to finish.
Well, he did all the hard work, and that's the thing. And now he's got to quickly track back, get back into goal, because he could be tested here. This is promising.
He was just leaning back as he struck it. This is Carles Planas. They're leaving the goalkeeper exposed here. Amoedo lifted it beyond the crossbar. And it's amazing, really, isn't it? Because goalkeepers are typically so accomplished with their feet. We see them pinging out long cross-field balls, goal kicks, and yet when they get into that 1v1 situation, you can tell that they don't necessarily have the minerals, they don't have the experience, and somehow they just find themselves, it's almost like that goalkeeping instinct takes over, and they start to doubt themselves. We've seen that from both keepers so far. So now 2v2 plus keepers. And a shooting chance perhaps for the Brazilian, Mateus Chaveirinho. Here is Chaveirinho. Easy save for Amoedo, wants to get Los Troncos dashing forward, and he's done so with Joan Oriol. Chance for him to score, and he was off balance. So far, Los Troncos have not shown the form of champions, albeit a small sample size, Thomas Lawrence, 1:40 into this game.
Absolutely. It's disappointing, the finish that we've seen so far, not just from the keeper, but also the outfield plays. But as you said, a very small sample size, still very early days. They're still finding their feet as well. They need to get rid of that rust as well.
Diop on the far side, they're going to use him again. Diop, this time for the finish, that's much better. Crisply placed into the corner by Mame Sheikh Diop. And it is the opening goal for the side from Saudi. DR7, the debutants, up and running against the reigning champions of Los Troncos.
That's great character as well. He missed that chance, but then came back to produce that fabulous finish into that bottom corner. Worthy of the greatest strikers around, that finish.
Absolutely, and you wonder why he didn't do that the first time, but clearly learnt his lesson. So Los Troncos won't panic. They've been in this situation many times before. Winners in Paris last year, quarter-finalists in the inaugural edition. The hand up is for passive play, so they need to get a move on and get a shot away, which they do. Straight at Diop, who will go for goal directly. And Amoedo is back to improvise there. Had to use his feet, was still outside his penalty area, but when that palm goes up from the officials, again something they've borrowed from other sports, that's from handball, passive play. Typically in handball, you have to have a maximum of 5 passes before you can shoot. And there comes the shot, Diop tipping it over the top. to deny Jordi Gomez. Palo Santo.
He's been taking centre stage so far, job at both ends with that fabulous finish we saw a few months ago, and that was a fantastic, a superlative stop to continue there with the alliteration. Can Los Troncos, with those lovely green sleeves of theirs and those green jerseys, can they get an equaliser as the escalado, the scale-up, continues?
Again, they're just taking their time here with Joan Oriol. Oriol shifting it one way and then the other. Passive play, and that's a turnover ball. So Los Troncos, gloves for punishment. They should know better. If anyone should be falling foul of these rules, you would think it would be the debutants, DR7, their first efforts on the international stage. And yet, it's actually the team that have been there and done it and claimed the crown, beating Porcinos last year.
Exactly, Patrick, that's the thing, and they've proudly got that badge to represent that they are the champions on the show, and they need to show the spirit of champions right now.
Here's Jop with the pace again. Jop once more! I thought he'd done it again. Loves that far corner, does the big man job, and he almost got his, and DR7 second of the night. How close was that?
Oh, very nearly.
Perhaps he had it covered, maybe.
Deja vu, going for that same corner there, Jop, and that was a real scare for Los Troncos, who a bit a sluggish start by their very high standards and by the fact that they are those range, and they don't want to give up that crown. They won't have it toppled off them, far from it.
So the scale up now, 6v6, Escalado. Well, 6v6 is the next one, I should say. 5 outfield players plus the goalkeepers at the moment. That's a good try. Jop able to gather it in the second attempt, but well worth it there from distance. It was Gerard Verge, known as Mentor, that's his alias. Los Troncos, incidentally, they all love having their nicknames on the back of their shirt. It is part of the Kings League. Doesn't necessarily make it easy for us casters to ID the players, but it also keeps us on our toes, as Elbert Jr. is trying to do here. Elbert Jr. on the drive, and then he picked the wrong boot, actually. Tried to play it with his right when he should have gone with his left. And Los Troncos looking a little bit edgy here in these early stages. Certainly not found their feet.
No, certainly not.
Maybe the trunks will be toppled after all.
Hey, we said it at the very top. Always said it. That there is that risk. Those roots at the moment, they're quite not really deep enough, are they? And they need to start putting down roots in this game if they want to find a way back in. But they do have an opportunity from a dead ball situation, just something to build on for them right now. They just keep a bit of the ball, keep possession. They're just not settled.
Trying to work it down this near side in that right corner. Back it goes to Oriol.
Was also going to say, Patrick, if there's any team that can pass it around and find an opening, it is a Spanish side, as Spain showed at the recent World Cup. And how, yep. With that philosophy as well of theirs, that so-called tiki-taka, they are the masters.
This is Jordi Gomez. He's gone down. It's a free kick. It was outside the box.
Was for me, I think, my view of it, I would have given it.
Risky challenge. We've been talking about World Cup winners, Thomas, and so many of those players came from the Barcelona Academy, La Masia, the likes of Pau Cubarsí, and not only him as well. Also saw Ferran Torres getting that winning goal in the final, but a star player, as we know, who's now a European and world champion while still a teenager, Lamine Yamal, who's also owns a team here at the Kings League. Free effort there on the volley, Diop able to gather the ball, and a reminder that you can play the KWCC KL Picks games and you can win a signed jersey from that man, Lamine Yamal.
Oh, indeed, Patrick. What a talent as well. I love that generational battle between him and Messi. But let's focus back to this one. I like this international battle in every sense of the word at the moment out on that pitch. You've got Spain against, obviously, DR7 from Saudi Arabia. But the players out there, they hail from all corners of the globe. And that's the beauty of this. Brings everybody together. That international feel, we absolutely love it.
Well, you've got this Brazilian quartet as part of DR7. You've got Gabriel Lopes, who's known as Cabeça, which means head. You've got Mateus Chaveirinho, you've got David Brinquinho, and finally Elbert Jr. So 4 Brazilian. They've borrowed plenty from that particular market, so they may well come up against some of the Brazilian opposition. Seen Gaules is in attendance. I know you're fond of him. Chris Guedes as well, who you know from the national team. And all those
Indeed.
stars, Leleci and Lipin and Kelvin Oliveira, but there'll be time to see all of those. Diop commanding once again his penalty area. His the only goal so far, which is what separates the teams as we approach the 8-minute mark in game 2 on day 1 of this Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026.
Oh, he's been fantastic so far, Diop, as we said, with that finish into that far corner. It's what splits the sides, but of course, as we see, you can never read too much into it. You can't get carried away because we have those secret cards and the time dilation card, which I'm really enthused. I'm really excited about, Patrick, to see when they're played, of course, by the teams using it tactically. Of course, that's the key. That's the beauty of these secret cards. That brings in the tactical element of the Kings League.
But as is so often the case with these new cards, it does take a while for the players to get used to them. I'm sure they'll have run some simulations. I'm sure they'll have played friendly matches. They'll have played games as well in their domestic leagues. But it will take them time, especially in pressured situations like this competitive game, to know how to play it, when to play it, in which match scenario. And occasionally you might get it wrong. But that's all part of the learning process.
It does happen. We spoke learning process, even the experience teams Los Troncos very early on, making those errors. That back pass, for example, that schoolboy error from Los Troncos, you wouldn't expect it from a team with this kind of pedigree.
Diop with the driven ball. That was brave from Jordi Gomez to head that. Another flick on, and here's Oriol again. Ball's free in midfield. It's a clear foul there on Faris Al-Maleh. So DR7 will be very comfortable at the moment. They have the lead, clean sheet intact. They've still got the presidential penalty. They've still got that secret card. Thomas will remind you of the various restrictions as to when you can play those and opt to take the penalty, for instance. That was risky, a shirt pull. They're asking for a yellow card and therefore a sin bin. That itself could constitute a yellow card offence there from mentor Gerard Verge. Needs to be careful there. Last thing we want to see is players asking for opponents to be booked, and he could have easily been sanctioned in kind there.
So Patrick will speak about it shortly, about the clean sheets in a moment, because it's very rare to see a clean sheet in the Kings League.
Not sure I can
come the
recall a single
full-time
one.
whistle.
But you've seen more Kings League than me.
I do remember one, but that was last year in Paris.
Question is, can you remember the match and who was involved?
G3X, if I'm not mistaken, were playing. And it may have been...
That's Gaules' team, isn't it?
That is. And they said we were chatting to Gaules and company off air. They're very confident that Brazil can fly the flag.
Bom dia, alegria.
Love it, love it. I don't know what it means, but it sounded great.
It means hello, happiness.
Walking back to happiness. Will they be scoring their way to happiness, the Brazilians? We'll find out later. They're in action. Desimpin. Is I got it right this time or not? No.
Desimpin.
There you go. That was my French coming through.
It's painful for you to hear it. You mispronouncing it.
I'm sorry, I do apologise
Agony, some
to the
might say.
Portuguese speakers.
Give it away, and the goal is gaping. That was a risky challenge, but he used his shoulder. A fair challenge there from Cabeza. Now, Elber Junior. Elber with the trickery, coming back inside. That's a good effort, struck firmly first time by Al-Maleh, but unable to work the goalkeeper. And he's not the biggest, we should say as well, despite being one of the best goalkeepers in the Kings League, Eloy Amoedo. Alamo, as he's known, but he's hugely agile.
That was a fantastic first-time hit, Patrick. Had to do that. That's his only option, really. Just need to be a little bit lower. It's always rising. And Amoedo then off the hook, as were Los Troncos.
Scooped forward. Cabeza was brave. Los Troncos trying to claim a high boot. They want a penalty. And you can tell that desperation's creeping in. They did not expect to have not found the net after 11.5 minutes into their opening match of their title defence. This is a team that came here with so much expectation. There's nothing wrong with that challenge whatsoever.
And let me also add, against a debutant as well, Patrick, a team that has never played at this level. They are stepping it up today. They are stepping it up.
And a reminder,
so far so good,
of how these debutants got here. So DR7, they qualified courtesy of winning the Kings Cup Men at 2025.
Sorry, I don't hear you. Check complete. Okay. No foul. No foul. No foul.
Excellent, clear English there from the match officials. Check complete, no foul. As we said, that was really clutching at straws. They're clutching at trunks, weren't they, Troncos?
Just let that one pass, Patrick. Cue tumbleweed.
Oh, tumbleweed, trunks, trees, nature.
There's something in it.
Yeah.
We'll work on it. By the end of the competition, we'll have our tree puns worked out.
Gets the pun away. So, Verge, under pressure, has to double back. Risky ball there. Good block there, has to be said, from Sagar Escoto. Diop again commanding. So the last thing you want to do is just loft the ball forward towards that huge frame between the sticks for DR7, and they'll be delighted, I'm sure. Their president, streamer, who is DRB7H, his real name is Mofare Al-Asiri, hugely popular Saudi content creator. He'll be delighted with this result so far, but it is only parziale. It's just a scoreline as things stand, and so much can change, especially as we haven't seen any of the rules yet being enacted. Shot from range was ambitious, shall we say, from Nawaf Arwan. Here's Elder Junior, dropping the shoulder. Is there a final ball? Tried to deliver, I think, there. Now he's lost his footing. They've doubled up on him. The last touch was off a green shirt. Should have been a white ball instead. It is Los Troncos' throw. And I think the assistant, albeit with a wry smile, they might know he's made a hash of that, but we'll allow the officials some mistakes. You and I make the odd ricket.
Absolutely.
There was my tumbleweed joke just a few moments ago as well. Realised that saying clutching at trunks almost sounds like a young child grabbing at his swimming shorts. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It could be...
I think we're losing the younger viewers again.
Absolutely,
with some of this
exactly.
jargon.
No, we do apologise for the dad jokes every now and again. We will get back to serious business, and this has been, talking about serious business, very competitive, really hard fought. You can see Los Troncos, yes, they may have dominated in terms of the possession, but they have nothing to show for it.
Can I just shock you? I like this sort of Kings League match, and now it's all kicking off.
Tasty.
What colour's the card going to be? It's a yellow. So Los Troncos now down to 6 players for 2 minutes, and that is a blow to lose Sagar Escoto, a sign of the fact that they are starting to struggle in terms of the scoreline. And on top of that, we're going to see the knife being twisted.
Well, the fact that they've called that secret card right away makes me think, have they got something that they can take a player away for a moment? Can they impose a suspension on DR7?
Thinking.
I'm just trying to think in the mindset up here of a coach, Patrick. And you'll come back to what you're saying about that you prefer these kinds of games as well, as I prefer more the goal field clashes. I know you like that tactical battle. Anyway, let's see what that series is going to be, because it has been called by Los Troncos right away.
It has, and yet we're waiting for this free kick to be taken first, so I don't know whether the free kick will be taken and then we'll see the secret card. But I do like these tight matches because it shows that even with all these rules designed to foster goals, you can still get these tight tactical battles, and we've certainly seen that so far. Abdullah. Back it goes for Cabeza, shifting in. Got a little nudge, and that was enough from David Reyes.
Good strength as well there, just to ward off his marker. And he's just calling for a bit of calm as well. Cool heads here.
Al-Akili wearing 19 is really one to watch. We haven't seen too much of him so far. The only goal's been scored instantly by a goalkeeper, and that's for the underdogs in this match. DR7, nothing from Los Troncos, the reigning champions. A real upset brewing here potentially at the Kings League Arena in Milan.
Big shout out to Milan. Check out its sites next time you are in this beautiful city of Milan, where we are broadcasting from live for the Kings League World Cup Clubs 2026.
Capital of Lombardy. Lots to be seen in terms of art and culture and sport as well. The great cathedral that is San Siro, the Stadio Giuseppe Meazza.
Scala del Calcio.
Indeed. So, secret card time, baby. The ball's gone out of play. Tola, let's have a prediction.
What? You can only think the reason they don't run is that they can maybe even out the numbers, or maybe
your secret card.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, let's try and listen in.
Suspension.
Absolutely flawless logic there from Thomas Lawrence, well aware of what is contained within the deck of secret cards. Notice that as soon as they lost a player to a 2-minute suspension, they respond in kind by choosing a player that will now sit out the next 4 minutes. So they're actually going to have a 3-minute advantage, because Escoto in the meantime has served 60 seconds, or the best part thereof, of his suspension. So correct me if I'm wrong, but they get to choose which player then sits out the 4 minutes, don't
That's
they?
the thing. So you can take
away
out
a danger man.
their top man. That's the thing.
You'd be taking out Obed Martinez, wouldn't you? You'd be taking him out to dinner, but you'd be taking him off the court as well.
Exactly. Oh, huge fan. We're hopefully going to see him in action for later on today, but one step at a time. One step at a time, and talking about one step at a time, that was very much out of time, that shot, and
several paces wide, wasn't it? Yeah,
indeed. So they've chosen, they have taken out of DR7, Faris Al-Malele, and quite rightly as well, one of those players you were singing his praises, Patrick, and thank you for the praise towards me. It's about time I got something right after Desimpain, I got Desimpan, and a few other ones I fluffed earlier in terms of my pronunciations, but that's why it's great to have you as a linguist, Patrick. Full marks, kudos to you, pal.
But that instinctive reading of the game of thinking, now why on earth would they play this card now unless they know something we don't? And what they knew was, all of a sudden, a 6v7 situation becomes a 6v6, and they're going to have a significant portion where they've got the advantage, but the advantage is doubled now with a stunning finish of Al-Akili. That's why we singled him out for praise, and he has single-handedly doubled the advantage with a crisp finish into the corner. DR7-2, Los Troncos nil.
Things were looking like they were going to go in the favour of Los Troncos, and they have just pulled a rabbit out of the hat. What a curling strike into that far corner. When the pressure was starting to being built upon them, they produced that. Fabulous.
It's far too early to say, Thomas. This is still only the first match. They might come back and win this game, Los Troncos, but if you lose your first game, the pressure is so on in that second round because you know 2 losses send you home. That second chance is not necessarily
take your time,
an opportunity. Okay. You have to win one and lose one. If you lose both, no chance for the last chance saloon.
Okay.
Indeed. And now they've got that secret card that they've now played, Patrick DSM. I'm wondering, would this be something to speed up the time dilation card? Would they play that now? Do you think maybe that's a bit too early? In that case, I think so. I think maybe now they're going to use, maybe have a penalty, maybe? Or something to just extend their lead, build on their momentum. We'll find out.
I'm not sure there would be value to the time dilation card because we're moving towards also the last 3 minutes, aren't we, where goals are worth double. So it's new to us, it's new to them. We still have to figure out how exactly it's going to impact play. That's a lovely ball towards the back steer. That could have easily been headed in towards his own goal. Diop is happy with the defensive effort nonetheless. Big thumbs up from him. And so too is the Saudi streamer there. Absolutely delighted. Time for the secret card, Thomas. Going to put you on the spot. What's it going to be? Time dilation?
You, Thank you. Okay.
Yes. Take it good. Time dilation.
Time dilation.
So you're going to speed the time up so they don't have as much time that they're playing a man down.
Makes sense.
That's why, so in a way, you're right, maybe it's a bit early to do it, maybe they want to wait to second half when it could have maybe been more useful, but they want to play it right away and make sure they preserve this lead.
So absolutely, yes, as we mentioned, speeding up the play then, therefore. So it means that this particular period is going to be more quickly. The next 2 minutes will pass twice as fast. Let's do the time warp again.
I like it. I haven't got my dancing shoes on right now, Patrick, but I will bring them. I will bring them. And dancing right now will only be the DR7 fans.
So we've reached the 17-minute mark. And that means the goals are now worth double. Thomas Lawrence briefly leaving me single-handed there, just with a brief cameo on the Italian stream. We've got our colleagues, as mentioned, Sabino and Pepe alongside us there in vision. We're not. You can only hear us. You can't see us unless, of course, you tune in for the Fortnite Challenge. But 3 seconds before the final 3 minutes of the first half, Los Troncos now have the opportunity with one fell swoop to equalise. As we saw earlier on, wasn't an equaliser at that stage. It was to make it 4-0 to 4-2 in the game between Alpha Kappa and No Rules, if you missed the opening fixture. But now goals are worth double, so it does mean that all of that hard work that DR7 have put in could be undone in the next 3 minutes if Los Troncos decide to wake up in the final third.
Card over?
And it was also a good Patrick, also
6, there's
suspension,
suspension not in double goal. They can come in and then after take back.
All clear again from the referee.
Adria. Wait.
So a reminder then that any remaining time that has to elapse with the suspension does not run, it's not valid during this 3-minute window. If there's anything left over, it will then be recovered in the second half. Good to see the referees there also checking with our hugely accomplished, the Bible really, the authority on all things Kings League, Adrien. Shout out to him.
Massive
in fact, our colleague earlier on, Alex Porra, said to me, any doubts, talk to Adrien. He's a legend, he knows everything.
Oh,
and
we have
I
had
have to
some,
agree.
yeah, no, we have had some great guys and girls behind the scenes in the Kings League when we've been working, Patrick. Adri is certainly up there, so just confirmation. The referee explained, and we also saw earlier, Patrick, in the first game with the star player. If you remember, during that double period, it didn't count, and then at the second half, he had that, and he continued.
Might be why he was instructed actually to tuck it under his shirt, so it wasn't him necessarily.
Yeah.
It was actually just to make things a little bit more clear for the match officials and the supporters as well. So we've seen time dilation. We're into the final 3 minutes now, and it is, if not a healthy lead for DR7, certainly a very significant advantage for them psychologically. But it could be wiped out with one goal, especially with Los Troncos in possession, the side wearing green, attacking the goal away to our right.
Patrick, I know it went by so quick, but it was good to see that time dilation in action for us as well, for the first time as commentators, or casters, should I say, and for you guys at home as well, because you voted for it.
A good time to use it, I think. You know, they were anxious to get into this period. I think that caught the outside of the post, when in fact Diop has pushed it behind. But I think they wanted to get into this period with things intact. It is slightly misleading at times, isn't it? Because Los Troncos are wearing green, which is actually the national colours of Saudi. Towards the back post, he tried to tee up a colleague. He should have gone for goal himself there, I would suggest, David Reyes. But there you can see that's the Spanish streamer there as part of Los Troncos, who you might be confused with. He actually is Saudi, as occurred to me just a few moments ago. You see those green colours, and they're so iconic with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Oh, Patrick, yeah, you're talking and preaching to the converted. Likewise, at times it can be a wee bit confusing as the shot comes in.
Oh, what a save! What a save. I think that's the best passage of play we've seen. I think Diop's hurt himself as well in making this stop. He's in a lot of discomfort. He's landed awkwardly on his shoulder. We hope he's not dislocated it. But that was a brilliant passage of play. We're right behind that, Thomas. As he struck it, I was already crying for the goal because I thought it was pinged in to the top corner. Not on a half volley. We'll debate the merits of whether it's a volley, a half volley. The ball bounced up, then sat down invitingly, struck it first time, hit through the ball towards the top corner. I thought Diop was beaten. Somehow he's not only saved it, he's caught it and landed on it, and clearly he's landed in a lot of pain. We hope this is nothing serious.
Patrick, talk about putting your body on the line. He has done just that. That is a fantastic bit of goalkeeping there. Flying save from, as you said, we had a perfect view of it right from behind. Had it gone in, it would have been worth 2, and can I say, quite rightly as well.
And it would have been very similar to this goal we saw from Diran earlier on. And here, this was Carlos Contreras, incidentally, known as Jacaranda, wearing 7. I think it was he who had the try, and he was doubly disappointed, not only that he was denied by the goalkeeper's save, but he also then rather mischievously suggested that Diop was trying to waste time, which he's not, because the clock has been stopped whilst he gets treatment. So clearly, this is a potential turning point, because he's been the star man, really. Scored the opening goal. He's kept a clean sheet so far, and they really need Mehmet Sheikh Diop, even though I'm sure they will have lots of confidence in his understudy, Humad Al-Dahan. But that's Eloy Amoedo, who's talked up as being the best goalkeeper in this entire competition. We haven't necessarily seen evidence of that. Then again, he hasn't been called upon, really. The 2 goals that he has conceded. Another look at this. Wasn't Jacaranda in the end, despite what the Regia suggested. It was struck very purely, I believe, by Joan Oriol, but we're about to get confirmation as and when we see the right angle. No, it's number 8.
Yep. It is.
But we don't have the number 8, so I assume it's number 3. It must be Joan Oriol, but you'll be able to confirm as much. I think it is this man here. Optical illusion, looked like an 8.
Yeah.
No gal. That was you when you were single?
I'm taking the hits today, the side swipes, they're coming in.
70 seconds remaining in this first half. DR7, the surprise leaders in the second game on the first day of the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026. I always need to read that because I fluffed my lines earlier on during the Fortnite Challenge. I know you were aware of it. The opening line, unfortunately, trying to say Kings World Cup Clubs.
I didn't notice at all,
Foresaw it too.
You're looking good, sounding good.
Lovely.
And good commentary as well on the actual shootout, the Fortnite challenge as well.
Much obliged. Fuori gioco di rientro, or as you would say, coming back from an offside position.
I would.
Certainly what Nairn Salter would say. Shout out to him.
Oh yeah,
your mentor.
Yeah, we're trying to get a chance to as many people as possible over the course.
So as we approach half-time, and there will be an opportunity to get some fluids on board. And Thomas has a particular provider that he turns to as and when he's feeling parched. He wants to get some electrolytes on board and that energy boost ahead of an all-important second half. And I think Los Troncos aren't going to have time to necessarily get a shot away, or are they? Need to hit it. They've not hit it. Is there time? 1 second. The buzzer's gone. It wouldn't have counted had it gone in from Carlos Blanes. It does mean that for 20 minutes, DR7 have kept out the reigning champions of Los Troncos. They not only have a half-time lead by 2-0, but above all, they have a clean sheet, and they've been good value for this scoreline.
Chance to take on board fluids, not just the team talk. When you see the Powerade overlay, always avoid references to energy. The brand's focus is hydration. So please, hydration is the key for the players out there.
I stand corrected then. Won't be more energetic, they'll be more hydrated, just like we saw in the 2026 World Cup in the United States, Mexico and Canada. Those hydration breaks, which essentially broke the match up into 4 quarters as opposed to 2 halves. Well, here we have 2 halves, albeit we do have some rather quirky periods. The good news is, Thomas, while this team talk is going on, I can say that out of shot, the ball dropping mechanism, the water polo.
Bueno, esto es la Kings League, árbitros que no saben las reglas, nuevas cartas que nos tocan siempre probarlas, un nuevo formato. Pero bueno, a ver, esto es la Kings League. Aquí todos los equipos son buenos. Dos jugadas que ellos han tenido nos han metido el gol y nosotros pues no hemos aprovechado las nuestras. Así que nada, a confiar en el dado, sacadme un buen dado y a ver si podemos remontar esto. Vamos.
So, to pressy what he said, my Spanish is fairly rudimentary and scholastic, but he did say, you know, two passages of play whereby they were able to get the better of us and find the back of the net. He was talking about the cards and how it's new to them as well. They're still finding their feet with that. And we're going to hear from the other
السلام عليكم يا هلا والله بالشباب. إن شاء الله نفوز في المباراة اليوم وإن شاء الله نقدم مستوى أسطوري وناخذ الكاس بإذن الله بعد أسبوع ونجيبه للرياض في 1 أغسطس. ونحتفل في الرياض ان شاء الله مع بعض باذن الله.
باذن الله تعالى.
وتبدا بطوله المينا وان شاء الله نقدر نجيبها للمره الثانيه. وكذا احنا ختمنا اللعبه. فتكفون دعمكم، تفاعلكم، وقفتكم.
So Mofare Al-Asiri there, the president of DR7, essentially plugging what we've already seen, that news that broke earlier on. He was the one to break it, that the Kings League will be returning to the MENA region 18th of September, the date for your diaries in Riyadh, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And the only other thing that I could glean was inshallah, which means God willing. And also, incidentally, Thomas, because of the Arabic influence on the Iberian Peninsula, there's also equivalents to inshallah in both the Spanish and Portuguese languages. In Spanish, we have ojalá with a J. In Portuguese, we have oxalá with a shish, which with an X. And it's time for the dice. I'll leave you with that.
Patrick, you are a fantastic source of information, and the source of information on that dice shows it's going to be 3 versus 3. And actually, I think 3 of them actually roll that. It is a heavy old thing that does. We had a little roll early off air before kickoff, didn't we, when we got here a little bit earlier as well, ahead of everything. And it is a heavy old thing, so no wonder needed 3 people to roll it. So 3 versus 3. The countdown continues.
And it's interesting because there can actually be creative occasion with that dice roll. I was watching back some past footage of Brazil against Chile in the previous edition of the Kings World Cup Nations Final, which was played at Allianz Parque in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And there they actually had a very famous Brazilian hammer thrower, think Miss Trunchbull from the Matilda book by Roald Dahl. And she was actually able to then throw the dice by whirling it round. And that was pretty quirky. And I'd like to see something similar here. I'm thinking what we might be able to get some of those, the javelin throwers in Italy or something similar like that. What could we do? Maybe a golfer? We get
shot putter.
Francesco Molinari to whack it with a golf club.
Cricket player? Italian did well in the cricket. Well, they qualified, didn't they?
Yeah.
They qualified. It's a start. It's a start. Anyway.
A chance here to make it 3. I thought it was in. Amoedo was worried there. The shot goes narrowly wide from Faris Al Male, not to be confused with Youssef Male, who we've seen a lot in Serie A, Empoli and Lecce and Fiorentina, Cremonese most recently, the Grigio Rossi.
La Cremo, as they also like to be known.
Dropping down to the second tier, Jamie Vardy, who's since departed.
Star on the silver screen.
Here's a shooting chance potentially for Ostronkos, taking their time. The passive play was nearly an operation either way. Didn't reach Jordi Gomez.
Look at those celebrations. It's a bit early, but still, it just shows the confidence they've got.
The passion, Thomas. Here's a shooting chance. Surely they're on the board. Mr. Diop, man of the moment, and the finish as well! Diop delivers! 2 of the 3 goals bear his name. Is there anything this man can't do? To quote a line famously said about Kvicha Kvaratskhelia. And Diop is there again, and he can do it once more if he can set himself. Diop, he's clean, hits it once more! Diop, Diop, Diop!
Delicious from Diop! He does it again, it's now 3 from him!
A hattie for the goalkeeper. And that is by far the most iconic moment we've had so far in this competition. But Los Troncos, can they finally score? He's got round Diop, or has he? Diop is a man possessed, and he's won it back and won the throw-in. There's the celebration to match. We are looking at a superstar of the Kings League here. Remember the name, Mame Cheikh Diop.
Look at that, doing everything. Scoring, saving, lifting his team with moments like that, showing that gives the team a lift, and it just passes on to the others.
And Thomas, it looks like 2 replays of the same goal. It's actually 2 different goals, 2 separate replays. They were carbon copies of one another, photocopies, making the save, picking the ball up. And that technique, by the way, there's a sidewinder, striking across it there is easier said than done, as we're about to revert once again to 7v7. But to say that DR7 have made full use of the first 3 minutes of this second half is an understatement.
And Amoedo tried to do a Diop. He has been outperformed. We spoke all about Amoedo. It's his opposite number, Patrick, that is stealing the show. That was fantastic. And now after that, Patrick, we spoke about this earlier, that suspension will now come back in. We spoke, the referee highlighted it as well at the halfway stage. So now that's what was so important as well for DR7, Patrick, to build up that lead, because now they are going to have to defend this big goal cushion, but a man like, albeit for less than 2 minutes.
But still, you know, a significant period, 100 seconds there. But what Los Troncos need to do is psychologically, they need to find the net. They need to see Diop as something other than a human brick wall. As soon as they get that first goal, they'll start to get belief, and it will chip away some of his confidence as well, but you wouldn't think so on that evidence. Diop dropping to his left. And even though there is still 17 minutes remaining, I think we're already looking at our most valuable player here. Surely the MVP, surely the man tucking into those spicy chicken wings is going to be Mame Cheikh Diop. Diop on the drop once again. How many saves is that, Thomas? I hope you're keeping a tally.
I am. I've got my pen here. I'm scribbling down. I can 4 clear-cut saves. Clear-cut.
And they've got no answer here, Los Troncos. They've lost possession again. Nice switch of play. If he can bring it down, he can. But it's given away and it's smashed clear by Cabeza.
And let's forget that fabulous save in the first half when he went flying to keep out Nogail.
Full stretch. There's Gerard Verge. Shifted on there by Alvaro Arce. Verge overran it, 2v1 situation. Is this going to be 5-0? What a chance for number 5! Straight at the keeper, and he let himself down there, Al-Khaili, because he had the chance to square it. A player down, incidentally, just below us. We're talking about Carlos Planas as we see that save there from Amoedo.
And I was actually, just before he went down, to say I've been a little bit disappointed, been underwhelming performance really from Carlos Planas, seeing all his experience, one of the stars of their triumph last year in Paris. They need someone like him right now, really to grab the game by the scruff of the neck. And now, back to 7v7.
Speaking of Paris, shouts out to your colleague as well, Bruno Pegareche. Is it Pegareche? Is that how you say it?
Oh, yeah. Well, you can pronounce it better than me, the linguist that you are. Big shout. He was a great colleague, great to work with, and he saw how good Los Troncos were. He'll be disappointed after seeing the heights they hit last year.
And Bruno has decided that a secret card is about to be played. Somewhere he's watching, no doubt. With interest, as Los Troncos are interested here, they've overrun it, poked out of play. The secret card by DR7's about to be played. We saw them play Time Dilation, didn't we?
Yeah.
So this is their more conventional card. That was the card that was added to this specific fixture, thanks to the public vote.
Goals
What's it
double,
going to
maybe?
be?
Goals double?
Penalty.
Oh, wow. All of a sudden, they can go 5-0 up. Who's going to take it? Al Akili? Who's your money on?
I'd like to
Diop,
see
give
Diop
it Diop.
take it. Patrick, I want to hear another Diop chant from yourself. I've loved both of them.
Well, Diop's in conversation. He's actually walking forward. I think he feels he should be a candidate to take this. Instead, it's been given to the man wearing 10, Mateus Chaveirinho.
He's got to share the goals around. I think that is also fair. But no! Oh, wow!
No, I think Diop's just going to give him a high five.
Fair enough.
Chill your boots.
Well, we have seen twists and turns, excitement, things we weren't expecting, so I thought maybe we were going to have it.
No, just being a good team player, going up, give him a high five. And maybe he spotted something in Amoedo's technique where he says, OK, he's going to go either right or left. This is where he should go. What a chance then to make it 5. Mateus Chaveirinho! In it goes. Into the side netting. He's like the Cheshire Cat there. The Prez, Moffere Alasiri, DBR7H, and DR7 lead by 5 goals to 0.
Kept his composure. Really well struck penalty. Sending the keeper the wrong way. I know you're not a massive fan of that expression there, Patrick, but he did just that. And Los Troncos, Patrick, the only answer they've got right now is to call a presidential penalty. Il Prezi. A Prezi. Prezi could be a Prezi. We'll see if it's going to be a present for them. They need something. That's why they've called it, Patrick. That's why they've called it.
Well, this advantage has been gift-wrapped, really, for DR7, hasn't it? 5 goals now, the cushion that they enjoy. Can they stop the rot? The problem is the Prezi's coming on, and he seems to be suggesting that Diop is unstoppable. So, real pressure on this, Thomas. Who's going to take it?
Well, as you know, Diop has been, well, I don't think fantastic, fabulous, brilliant, excellent, really covers it. And look at that, look at the reception he's got behind the goal as well.
Not in
so I believe this is our man Jaume Cremades, known as Perchita.
There he is. And look at the shrug of the head, a little wry smile. Listen,
well, lots of pressure. You know, you've got a content creator there with the Contenuti Verticale, Agnese, shout out to her. 2 conventional cameramen. You've got Diop, who's nearly as tall as the crossbar. He's almost having to sheepishly duck under the crossbar, and the crowd as well. Is he going to score? Come on, Prez, get your team on the board. What a moment this for Los Troncos. And that ball's barely on the spot, incidentally. Los Troncos, Diop with the save. He's unstoppable tonight. The clean sheet is intact. Great sportsmanship there. But again, it is the Saudis who are crowing. The Saudis who are screaming with delight.
Perchita, as he's walking off, we can tell you guys, a little shrug of the shoulders. He just knew, he sensed he was not going to find a way past the man. As you've described him, a brick wall. And not only the feet as well with the goals. And they've hit back with a presidential penalty of their own right now. And they could make it 6-0. Who would have foreseen this?
So hitting back with a presidential penalty, trying to twist the scimitar.
Like a dagger.
Yeah, very much so.
To Los Troncos.
Yes, no gal, your favourite. We do have a laugh straight at Diop. And Diop with a quick release, he's got the assistencia as well. Finding Ehab Huba. Not to be confused with the vacuum cleaner nor the president.
Oh, to quote some of our colleagues, a 5-star display by DR7. Can they go one better, make it 6 stars? Now, that would be something impressive. As our Italian colleagues are looking across to say, will this presidential penalty be scored or not? Well, I say yes. I say yes. I say yes.
My hunch is yes. Your man is going to score. There he is. He's played a starring role already. We've seen that not only with him revealing about the MENA League starting up again on the 18th of September. Again, the option here is the president. I believe Thomas can defer to a player for the shootout, but they actually prefer to have their moment when they get the opportunity then to really show what they could doing. So again, we're looking at Mofere Alasiri, DRB7H, that's his alias as his streamer, wearing the traditional garb. Can he come up with a traditional finish to get the better of Eloy Amoedo?
Well, he's not going for the traditional footwear, let's put it that way, Patrick, and we'll see whether it's a winning tactic or not. Maybe get a bit of advice from those players against
Do you put
Amoedo.
your laces through it? Do you side foot it?
Put those white socks through it.
You've got to go for a corner, surely. Here he is then. Saved by Amoedo comfortably. So both presidential penalties, but he's enjoying his moment nonetheless. Well done, Mofere Alasiri, who was unable to score or strike the ball as well as he celebrates, but hugely popular figure. And at least he hit the target.
Oh, and that smile as well, it's infectious, isn't it, Patrick? And that's what you want, that positivity as well that comes across. And, well, why wouldn't he be smiling right now? All smiles, as you said, like the Cheshire Cat.
No one saw this scoreline coming. Yes, we might have been able to predict DR7 causing problems for Los Troncos. That was another message, incidentally, that we had from Perchita during his halftime presidential message. He actually said that all the teams in this competition are good. That's why we're in the elite here. 16 teams at the Kings World Cup clubs. There are no mugs here. You know, you mustn't assume that simply because you come from the Kings League Spain or Italy or Brazil or Mexico that you're necessarily going to have an easy time of it. And even the German winners, we saw them put away by one of the 3 Italian sides earlier on in the shape of Alta Kappa.
And that's why it is so competitive. And this is the creme de la creme, Patrick, the very best of the best. And they are proving they deserve to be it, as we can see right now from this passage of play. Passing around so nicely, drawing in players and getting that throw in.
And I do wonder whether we tempted fate earlier on. You and I said that clean sheets are so rare we could only ever remember one. Well, I'm now just 13 minutes away, incidentally, from that eventuality. And the problem really here for Los Troncos is the scoreline is devastating, because we might get into that final 4-minute period whereby DR7 have a 5-goal cushion. They'd only need to get to 6, and Los Troncos would have to score so many. I haven't looked like scoring once. And I do start to wonder, Thomas, because we've drawn parallels with handball already several times today. And forgive me for doing that once again, but the importance of goalkeepers in the Kings League is akin to handball. They are the real star players. We've seen it with Eloy Amoedo. We're seeing it here with Diop as well. That was outside the penalty area. On the line is in, incidentally. Outside the box, clearly. So it's just a free kick as opposed to a spot kick. But I think if Diop is able to carry this form forward, and there's no reason why he shouldn't or couldn't, then we might be looking at a potential team to not necessarily win it, but maybe they go deep into the final four.
Okay. No, a star has certainly been born today, and what an occasion to do it in this opening fixture for them, and against one of the best in the form of Amoedo.
Can Los Troncos finally make the most of this set piece? They should have done. They want a penalty. Nothing doing, though, despite the pleas of Massi Dabo. Surely they're not going to grab a 6th, are they? They could have done there, had the pass been better. Los Troncos struggling to regain possession, but they do have the ball back here. That was a firm challenge coming in from Arwan. Los Troncos look very short on ideas at this stage.
I was going to say the same thing. And when you're just resorting just to passing it around like this and just trying your luck from distance, which they have been doing, that just really sums it all up.
Jordi Gomez to Oriol, back with Jordi Gomez now.
There's Palo Santo on the back of his one.
Alvaro Arce spraying it wide. Very organised defensively at DR7. Certainly recruited well with that quartet of Brazilians. Saw the expert penalty from Chaveirinho. Cabeza was involved there. Diop, once again, able to gather the loose ball. It looked like it might squirt across the line. They almost need a bit of the rub of the green, the team in green.
At the risk of being on football cliches again, but who else but Diop?
David De Gea, eat your heart out.
Just let it loop there as well. It was an awkward one, but he kept it out. And as you said, Patrick, we are really witnessing the makings of a potential, not just MVP in this game, but maybe, dare I say, of the tournament. But one step at a time, one moment at a time in Kings League, always.
It's a chance for Los Troncos. Why didn't he go across the 6-yard box there? The cutback when there was no one in green. There was only one player in his team's colours. That was Massi Dabo, who actually attacked the near post, and yet he decided to cut it back to no one in particular. No one at all, in fact. Jordi Gomez, nicely done there. Jordi Gomez leaning back, having been well found by Joan Oriol.
sums it up, really. That sums it all up for Los Troncos. All that possession, and in the final third in front of goal, just finding the lack of precision there.
And the game's still to come, Thomas. We've got Ultimate Móstoles against Aniquiladores, which is a real tongue twister for us. Aniquiladores, the Annihilators, who were once part of Spain. They're now part of the Mexican League, so that's what would be formerly a domestic derby. It no longer is. That's match 3.
And the Stallions. The other Italian team.
The other Italian team, Stallions, up against Desimpane.
Are you sure it's not Pain? Are you sure it's not Pain, Patrick?
Desimpane Quotidien. There you go.
Lovely turn on that far side, Patrick.
But overhit towards Cabeza. Nearly took our eye off the ball.
You'll be finishing on football cliches with that one.
I wish. It's my life's work, my dream. And a reminder, I will be making way midway through the competition. Prior engagement, you'll be hearing from the tale of two Tommies. Thomas Lawrence alongside me, alias Tolo, alongside Thomas Holmes Reed. Not Holmes, don't call him Holmes, something like that, likes the L to be pronounced, known as THR. So you have Tolo and THR.
I like it.
Talking you through things, tale of two Tommies.
I think I'm more traditionally a Thomas, and he's more of a Tom. I think he'll correct me on that one.
You are one of the few people that actually introduces himself as Thomas. Most do as a Tom. Albeit I have heard you're one of your two brothers.
Yeah, Tom
calling
or
you
Tommy.
Tom. Yeah,
and a lot worse as well.
Well, we'll keep it PC for the moment. Politically correct, or PG, parental guidance.
Waiting for the watershed. Only joking, of course.
Lo Spartiacque.
Shout out to that man as well.
Alias Goat Beard. Oh no, that's Obed Martinez. 3v2 here. He took the wrong option. That was greedy. Elber Junior had options left and right. Went himself.
Yeah, he really put
and the press wasn't happy there. You could see him rolling the eyes.
Yeah, put the frighteners there into Los Troncos. He really did with that buccaneering run through the middle. Just like the accuracy, their tiredness naturally creeping in, Patrick, as we go towards that 36-minute mark, and DR7 very much
with the casters
in the driving seat. Oh, absolutely.
Casters' last stand. That'll be the 4th game of the evening. He got it.
Big history, man. Big history, man.
Clever ball down the side. Is there a finish? Jop is there to narrow the angle. It's almost not worth speculating at this stage whether Jop's going to make the save. Just take it as read that he will keep the ball out, and that's what's come to pass.
I think it's that psychological thing, isn't it? You said it very early on, Patrick. Can they get beyond thinking of Jop as that insurmountable mountain and that brick wall, which he has been? He's got the red kind of jersey, so I think Brick is quite apt as well on that front. But he's not just a stopper. He's been a fantastic finisher as well. Now the medical staff coming on. The clock has been stopped. Breaking play, and Diop again showing his human side. Great there to see across to his teammate as well. All checking is good. He has been front and centre, that man.
Yeah, just having a few comforting words there for Gabriel Lopez, who's known as Cabeza, wearing 8 there. And just as we saw at the World Cup, there was that statistic about most players being born in certain countries. France had the most, and we had the Netherlands, and so on and so forth. I would wager that this competition, Brazil has probably provided more players than anyone else, even though obviously we have a whole host of Spanish teams and Italian teams as well. But you see a lot of these Brazilian ringers, for want of a better word, being part of other teams. You know, this Saudi outfit in particular have turned to the quartet of players we mentioned them earlier. Elber, Brinquinho, Chaveirinho, and this guy Cabeza as well.
We spoke about footballing philosophies, didn't we? That tiki-taka, that Spanish style, able to keep the ball well, Brazilian samba style, and that technique, and you need it at times in this kind of the close quarter control as well, when space is at a premium.
That's a good ball in behind. Schoppe with the cross, Diop with the claim. Very easy to just gather that ball from Carlos Blanes, and it's just not happening for Los Troncos. Dare I say it, this is probably one of the most underwhelming title defences since France lost to Senegal in the opening game of the 2002 World Cup.
Oh, crying, that's
Papa
going
Bouba
back.
Diop. Papa Bouba Diop. This is Mame Cheikh Diop.
It's all coming together, Patrick.
And there's Diop again, and he's so neat and tidy with his handling. Wasn't enough just to push that ball behind to make sure it didn't go in. No, gathers hold of it as well, and there's the quick release as well, the distribution. But they've lost the ball. They trebled up there on Al-Akili. That ball went out of play. Cabeza with the sliding challenge. We've got some VIPs down here to our left. Very young crowd at the Kings League. We often reference just what a young sport it is, not only in terms of its actual age since it's been founded by Gerard Piqué and his team, Cosmos, but also in terms of the spectators and some of the influencers and
the casters as well, except for us, the casters in general.
This is Brinquinho.
Crowded out well.
Still kept the ball though, David Brinquinho. I think he committed a foul there, he did. We're now under 2 minutes away from the 36-minute mark, which means as things stand, DR7 would only need to score 1 goal in that final 4-minute period. Troncos would need to score 6, and I'm fairly sure, I have it on fairly good authority, Thomas, that if that 4-minute period ends, whatever the scoreline is, a team that's ahead wins the game, and he couldn't stab it home there. What a chance for Carlos Contreras.
One
in the meantime, DR7 won at 6, excuse me. No,
absolutely. Patrick, you are the main man, as our colleagues, our other colleagues might say, the first voice, but not the lead commentator right now. We do have some laughs now and again, but as you said, that would be the case, and of course, it's obvious they're not going to score 5 goals, Los Troncos. We've seen some incredible comebacks, and they've produced some incredible comebacks down through the years as well. But
let's hear from you in the chat. Let's have you voting as to whether Thomas is going to have egg on his face. He's just said that Los Troncos are not going to score 6 goals. Spilt by Diop, but he's made the double save. It is astonishing what a performance he's had. That was well struck as well by Planas. Not that it matters because it's off target. Diop is unhappy with his defenders, but even when there was a temporary slip, he's still there to atone.
This boy is having the game of his life. And I've been impressed by a chance as well for Diop. I enjoyed them. I very much did.
Thank you. Yep, channeling the darts, the arrows, given away. Cabeza smashes it against the hoardings there.
Is there an element of darts in this? Maybe the close proximity of the crowd, maybe?
Very much so. Yeah. Some of the banners.
Oh, they're very inventive, creative.
3 seconds to go, the shot comes in, the clock will be stopped, and you can tell from the body language of these Tronquinos, what can we call the players? So Los Troncos, Tronconarios.
Oh, I like
they
it. Or the verde y blancos, is there a bit of white?
Don't necessarily believe. Do they believe, Thomas?
No. I just think I've been in that position in my amateur days, of course, playing sport, not to the levels of these chaps here, far from it, but you just don't believe. Anyway, Patrick, I get distracted, by the way, and I got distracted earlier because I forgot that Fortnite Mobile exists, especially for staying in this game on days like this. That's the way to do it, via mobile. Well played, Fortnite. Thinking of everything. If you don't have it, download it now. Back to the match and our 5-second countdown.
4, 3, 2, 1. Get ready.
So a chance here for Los Troncos. Is that going to be a card? It potentially should have been a yellow card, and I think Los Troncos are right to ask that it is. So this is already going to tip the balance one way because Faris Al-Amale, excuse me, has been sanctioned here. Yellow card, that's a sin bin for 2 minutes, so it does change the balance slightly, albeit they still need to score 6 goals in a shade under 4 minutes. As we can see, once again, Fortnite runners, you can play Fortnite Mobile.
Indeed, is what I was just mentioning
earlier. We have a shootout,
earlier.
Thomas. So is that what happens in the final 4 minutes of play?
That's the thing. That's the great thing. When you see it there, it's easier. But one can read the rules as much as one wants. As you can see, opponent gets 1 shootout, the player is replaced, and obviously the team keeps the full squad. So a bit of a lifeline then for Los Troncos.
So surely Diop can't keep out a shootout as well. It's going to be Jordi Gomez. He's got 5 seconds, as and when the 3 seconds elapse. 5 seconds to knock the ball out of his feet and try and score. Mustn't go too early. 5 seconds then for Jordi Gomez to get Los Troncos on the board. He's round the keeper. Does he have time? I think the buzzer went before the ball went in. They're going to check it. Diop is saying it didn't cross the line. He certainly struck the ball before the buzzer went. Or did he? I don't think he struck it before the buzzer went. Because had he struck it before the buzzer went, then the goal would count, much like a basketball shot. But I think the buzzer sounded before he struck it, and that's why Diop was quick to say it shouldn't count. Here comes the decision.
Now, the referee's given it initially, but we are having it checked. And we'll try and have that confirmation. It has been given, Patrick.
The goal stands. Diop's clean sheet is gone. He disagrees there. The Prez, you can understand why, but the reigning champions finally have their first goal of this Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026. Unbelievably, it's come after 36 minutes, and it needed a yellow card and a shootout to get it. The Saudi players still believe that the ball should not have necessarily, the goal should not have stood, and the ball was not struck before the buzzer sounded. So, maybe, just maybe,
not in the match ball.
Maybe, just maybe, Los Troncos, if they can score again, they just start to put a grain of doubt in the minds of DR7.
Of course, they've got to score. They've got to get to 6 to win. Obviously, they've got to come back. DR7 just need that one goal.
But if they get to 5, we'll have a
yes,
shootout.
of course, Patrick.
Diop winding up. He wants to end the game in style. And that's what's great about this final 4-minute window. We saw it earlier on with Alpha Kappa. If and when you can score that goal, it becomes a golden goal. And I love that. A real throwback to the turn of the new millennium.
2002 World Cup, I think it was the golden goal in 2002 World Cup? I think it was, wasn't it?
I think it had been outlawed by then.
Certainly Euro 2000.
Yes,
and Euro 96.
Trezeguet.
Yeah. Breaking Italian hearts, and our Italian colleagues know that.
To the silver goal very briefly, didn't we?
Yeah, for the first 15 minutes of play, you're right. Great knowledge.
You're right.
Stats. Call you Stato from now on. Do you remember that in the 90s? Yeah.
Again, harking back to lots of periods before many of our viewers were even born. What could he do? There's the nutmeg. Can he finish? He's round the keeper, but he surely had the balance and the poise to score himself. Instead, he tried to lay on an assist, and they will have some regrets here, Los Troncos. I think we can safely say they're probably going to lose this game unless they can score a flurry of quick goals. 2 in the next minute or so, you would think, to really have any chance at all.
Yeah, but just over 30 seconds, we're back to well, not 7v7, you know what I mean? We're going to have the full complement of players out on the pitch as well. We'll be back to the 5v5, so I think that's another factor as well that's going to help DR7.
Can they win it in style here? How they'd love to score before the 40-minute mark hits. Unable to collect it though, Elder Junior. Los Troncos again slowing the tempo. Get a move on. You're 4 goals behind.
There's no sense of urgency. Come on, man. Speed it up.
In comes the run from Jordi Gomez. Very predictable though. As so much of the play from Los Troncos has been.
Yeah, sluggish, really sluggish. Sluggish from the Spaniards. We expected so much more. Oh, yeah, exactly. You should have heard what I said. It's big boy stuff, this, Patrick.
This Oriol. Player's gone down. They want another yellow card. Los Troncos bench are up and apoplectic.
Go away, hey! Every time, go away! Stop the clock, please.
Love this from the Germanic official. You know, very clear, huge authority.
Laying down the law.
Terrific. Great officiating. What's wrong with this, Thomas? What are they moaning about here? Off the ball offence?
That's the thing. Just consider the bottom right of your picture just a few months ago. They're saying there was a push off the ball. You may have spotted it, you guys at home. And needless to say, when it comes to the wing stop MVP, Cheikh Diop is heading for those chicken wings.
Sure, we'll certainly be having the fries. Lots of sauces that you can dip in as well.
Very nice, very nice. Oh, well, this time I'm starting to get a little bit peckish myself, so I shouldn't be talking too much about those tasty treats. So after that lengthy break in play, clock has resumed and a chance from a set-piece situation.
Indeed, Joan Oriol takes it short in the end, decided against shooting. Bizarre tactics at times here from Los Troncos. Thomas just shrugging his shoulders visibly alongside me. This is Gerard Verguer. Verguer. Still no shot. It must be. It's wide. And that's disappointing from Carles Planas. And I think we know which way this game is headed in the final 20 seconds of play. It's all about one man in particular, Mame Cheikh Diop. I think the best individual performance I've seen in a Kings League match since Kelvin Oliveira's start turn at Allianz Stadium in Turin.
Can he sign off in style?
Diop. That should be that. And it is, the whistle sounds for offside, I believe, but the 40 minutes have been played, Thomas. So do they still need to get to that 6th goal to end the match, potentially?
Now we've gone down to the 4v4, Patrick.
Which now, of course, with this de-escalation, the scale down, what happens is, of course, does come a time when you're 1v1 plus goalkeeper, so you are going to get a goal. But yes, it doesn't necessarily end after 40 minutes. We wait for that goal to go in. Match ball, as you can see there.
As you can see, yeah, spot on. No, I was just going to say, Patrick, when I was saying it is over, for me...
As a spectacle, certainly.
It's over, of course.
And a reminder that, you know, yes, we are your authority on the games, but the game is so fast-paced, so fast-moving. There are new rules all the time. We have new competitions all the time, and that's why it's good to keep abreast of these rules. And you, like us, sometimes you just discover them. Chance for Los Troncos here. Again, they don't shoot. Why they don't shoot, I'm completely unaware. They have an advantage here. 3v2, they don't make the most of it. Cabeza with a little bit of afters there. Not sure he necessarily needed to do that. Celebrating the challenge and crowing in the face of an opponent. I think this game needs to come to a close before it comes to a boil. It's certainly simmering at the moment.
Indeed, Patrick, it's for Los Troncos we've spoken about it, we've already said it. You know, it's been underwhelming, really underwhelming, and as an adjective, that springs to mind to describe the way that they've performed, with all the eyes of the world on them after their impressive performance, their historic performance in Paris last year as well. But they're a far cry from that outfit right now. It's all about DR7.
Really is. DR7 becoming one of the revelations. Job with the finish. If he can get the target, he can't hit the target. So we've got 400,000 devices currently connected to the Kings League. Huge support, huge interest in this event, unsurprisingly, especially with this shock on the cards, which is about to become official. Job's heroics, there's more of them there. As we, again, lose another player, all part of this de-escalation, the scale down.
And 400,000 people, Patrick, which will be witnessing and have witnessed the performance from that man there. We continue to hark back to him, sing his praise, well, quite rightly, after the goals, the saves. And he is going to be taking that MVP prize. As you can see from you guys voting, how many of those 400,000 have voted or will vote? Guys, get voting. He deserves it.
And we should also say that it's at least 400,000, because those are 400,000 devices, so there's definitely scope for people watching at home, you know, watching on their mobile device or their tablet or their computer or their television. There's lots of different ways to follow the Kings League, so at a very minimum, 400,000 devices given away here to Job, and this could be the match-winning moment. We're all set for David Branquinho. If he can finish, Branquinho round the keeper! That does it! DR7 with the 6th goal, the winning goal. It is a resounding victory for the Saudi side. All hail the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as they make it a victory against the reigning champions, but not just any victory, a humiliation of Los Troncos.
What a story, Patrick. We have witnessed down through the years some special moments in the Kings League. This has to be up there for me, Patrick. A debutant chopping down Los Troncos, the debutants pulling off an absolute upset here. Who would have predicted? We said maybe they can cause them an upset. Maybe, just maybe. That is a real statement. That is something that we will never forget. DR7 quite rightly celebrating. Job, the star man, he will take all the headlines, all the spotlight. A performance that individually, Patrick, the best you've seen.
A performance from the ages, certainly the best goalkeeping performance I've seen. Not only the saves, he was absolutely flawless there, kept out a presidential penalty, shown some wonderful reflexes as well. There was that save where he hurt his shoulder. He scored half of their goals, a hat-trick for Diop, including 2 very similar strikes as well. The press is now being thrown up and down. He's crowd surfing with those players. And also, the only goal, we should say, from Los Troncos came courtesy of a shootout. They weren't even able to find the net in a conventional fashion. It just shows that it wasn't even been in open play, Diop.
Patrick, that I think is, I don't want to say humiliating for Los Troncos, but it is certainly very humbling for the Spanish side. For the defending champions, lest we forget, the fact they didn't score from open play. So that for them is something to really take away from this and really reflect. They have been outplayed, outperformed by DR7. Inspirational performance from Job, and we are going to hear from him shortly. I cannot wait, and not just to find out whether he likes the spicy or the mild chicken wings. Patrick quite rightly leading the applause here as he's just coming across in front of our commentary gantry. He's going to speak to Agnese very shortly indeed. I cannot wait to hear from that man because he has taken center stage.
Thank you guys. We're here with the MVP of DR7, Mamen Diop. We're here, so did you expect to do such a good game against this strong team? They were defending the title.
Yeah, of course, you expect. For me, it's easy, normal. So we was training very hard and we was together since like maybe 2 weeks. So I just play like free, you know, I'm enjoying. So it's normal, don't worry.
I like your nonchalance. You were chosen by the public to be the MVP. Yeah. From all of these, which one would you choose? Look at them, which one?
Let's say the chicken, give it nice.
Yeah, perfect. Lemon pepper.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, and we have something for you. Here's a gift for you. Thank you so much, and congratulations to you guys.
Are you tired? I do not think so. I think your thirst and your hunger for more, Patrick, and the rest of you guys has certainly not been quenched. Far from it. You want more Kings League action.
We've got more on the way, Thomas. As you mentioned, Ultimate Móstoles of Spain up against Aniquiladores of Mexico. That's certainly going to keep us on our toes. As you can see, Aleix Martí and Luis Garcia. No, not that one. Obed Martinez and Brian Hernandez, both teammates, I believe, in the Mexico national team as well. We've seen them in the past. And this is the third game so far. Then what used to be an all-Spanish affair until Aniquiladores, much like the Milton Keynes Dons, were relocated from Spain to North America.
And that was, of course, from London, wasn't it, to Milton Keynes for anyone residing in the UK. As you can see at the bottom of the screen, you can now vote. It's very important. It's not just the players who play, it's also you guys at home, the spectators. You're a fundamental part of this universe. It'll be you who decide by voting through the chat which two players will start in each match for that escalado, that scaling up. You can see the players that you can vote for, and you could have seen just 3 months ago. You have to be quick in this business, don't we? Just very much like the Kings League itself. It is very quick. It is very fast-paced. And now, the Exodus card. Both teams about to decide their future by selecting their secret Exodus cards. And of course, speaking of Exodus, you have the chance to become the Galaxy's best player in an action RPG, so in a unique sci-fi universe. I know you're a big fan of sci-fi, Patrick, so wishlist Exodus now.
Absolutely, and if you're not familiar with Ultimate Móstoles, well, their president is very famous because it's Mario Alonso, who we know more familiar as DJ Mario. Is one of Spain's biggest gaming and football content creators, and became famous back in the day with his FIFA and EA Sports FC gameplay. They're coached by Alex Martinez as well, and as you can see, we're going through the lineups here, and that huge bellow there from Aniquiladores, which is going to be really hard. I don't know if they have necessarily a nickname, Thomas, whether we can call them Aniki or something like that. Nikki.
Or Doris, like Doria, Sam Doria maybe, the Doris. What do you think? Can we get away with that?
I'm going to call them Nikki Aniki.
Aniquiladores. Or you could just say, what,
the Annihilators.
The one Spanish side now plying their trade in Mexico. That's a bit too wordy.
It is interesting,
wordy,
you know, we've
Thomas.
spoken about things being borrowed from other sports, but we have seen that as well with the US franchises as well. We'll talk about that as and when the game gets underway, but we are now going to go into the Exodus decision, the 1v1 in the challenge. You can see Aleix Martí has been chosen resoundingly, just like Obed Martinez. Interesting, both the same proportion there, 87-13.
I like it. And now, Patrick, this is when you really get those jitters with the nerves, with that countdown. 10.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Get ready.
Once again, we're improvising this evening with the match officials actually throwing the ball up when ordinarily it would drop down. A slight malfunction, but that's why you have to stay on your toes. The players are getting used to a different bounce to the ball. But Obed Martinez, which is Thomas Lawrence's favourite player, very talented player with that wonderful left foot of his.
And here he is in action, my main man.
Immediately finds his keeper. Good challenge, the goal is gaping. Rush goalkeeper, incidentally. Now, Aleix Martí up against Obed Martinez on the line. Here's Aleix Martí with a chance to finish. Surely he's going to deposit it. It's all gone wrong. A breakdown in communication. And Obed Martinez has done well, but still the chance to get the opening goal, and it will surely be put away by Victor Vidal.
That was brilliant, Patrick. I thought the moment had gone. I'm not going to deny it. I thought the moment had gone, but they kept their cool. They never stopped believing. After that little fluffing their lines as well, they picked themselves back up and they found the back of the net. 1-0 Ultimate.
See what you did there. Aniquiladores trailing then, but here's Obed Martinez as we're about to go 2v2 plus keepers. Here is the keeper, and that should be one each, only just. He nearly fluffed his lines there, did Nelson Belandia, but instead it is now one apiece.
I like it, I like it. I like it, Patrick. Hitting back, tit for tat. 1-1. Plenty of goals here in this early stage compared to the previous one.
Absolutely, which was tight, and KG still part of the scale up. Now 3v3 is on the way next. This is 2v2, so 2 outfield players plus a keeper as well. Aleix Martí gets it back from Victor Vidal. Aleix Martí opening up the angle. There's the save, but no finish on the rebound. Still there. This time it is put away. Luis Garcia.
Patrick, 2 similar goals in the sense when you maybe sense or thought, should I say, that the chance had gone. They kept believing, they kept battling away, they never stopped believing. And that's the answer. They now have 2 goals thanks to that. But is it going to be checked? Is there a query, a question mark over it?
Well, there's a potential foul, or was there offside when the shot was taken? There's a host of potential scenarios here. The goal counts. No, offside. We're hearing. Wag of the finger from the streamer as well, which is DJ Mario.
We wait as well, as the referee says, wait, wait, wait. So do we.
Espera, espera. Offside, one each, it remains. But let-off for Aniquiladores.
A real let-off there, Patrick. They'll be relieved. We've seen that, of course. We saw some even better goals actually chalked off for offside in the first 2 fixtures. We're now number 3, and guys, don't go. We've still got one more to come for Game 4 to cap off the action. This is on day 1 of the Kings World Cup Clubs Milano 2026. Again, a reminder, we are from the beautiful Milano in Lombardy. Check it out. Get here. Come to the stadium as well.
And indeed, that 4th game, your staying power will be rewarded with a date with the Stallions if you can go the distance this evening. Empty goal into the corner. That easy for Ultimate Mostalis to score what is this time a valid finish, a legal finish. And they will be absolutely delighted with that. Ivan Torres with a goal.
Patrick, nothing wrong with that one. As you can see here, clearly onside as they look to hit back here. Aniquiladores.
That's the goal that was previously ruled out, Thomas, that was offside. That should be a penalty if you ask me. Cut the ball back, he was sent flying by Victor Vidal. This should be 3-1 though. Aleix Martí saved. Hubris shown. Hubris, overconfidence. Was Diego offside? Meantime, he was.
Patrick, it's all happening. Where do we start? Where do we dissect it? Well, going back to that second goal, that was a valid one. Uquare said that replay was showing was the one that was ruled out. At the other end, Aniquiladores thought they should have had a penalty. Ultimate Mostar is playing on, and they were just trying to be a bit too cute there, and it backfired.
It certainly did. Aniquiladores then trailing by 2-1, but two teams that know each other well, having previously resided in the same league as part of the Spanish split.
And we know the importance of the split. That's the first and the second.
Aleix Martí off the crossbar. Went on his weaker right foot. You'd never have known that that's normally his swinger because he connected beautifully.
That was sweetly struck there, but it came skimming, didn't it? Off the top of the crossbar, and actually probably took maybe a bit of the paintwork off it as well. Aleix, should I say, sorry, I beg your pardon, with a very poor...
I believe it's Aleix. We're going to talk to our Catalan colleagues
poor Spanish
overnight.
Pronunciation. Number 92, we know the importance of the numbers as well, why they wear the 92, his year of birth. Actually, we do have a colleague who's very big on numbers as well. Have to bring him into the fray as well. Have we mentioned Simon, our colleague who did the Kings World Cups with us last year?
We haven't, no.
Big shout out to him as well. I know he'll be following as well.
Very much so.
He's got the Kings League bug.
In his downtime. He's a fan of Robert Martinez as well. Now, what can they come up with? Aniquiladores. Aleix Martí showing he's equally accomplished in both phases of the game. And here's a chance maybe for a third if he can cross the ball, end up treading on it as the scale-up continues. Remember, the first 5 minutes, a player is added. We're now at the full complement, 7v7.
Yeah, and this is where Ultimate Mostales have that 2-goal cushion, although they very nearly conceded there had it not been for that excellent work there. Good defensive work indeed. So and now, of course, the secret cards, Patrick, can be activated, as can the presidential penalty as well.
Between windows 5 and 17 minutes, so it really is left as a special scenario, the opening 5 minutes, a special case whereby we start with 1v1 plus keepers and we go all the way up to 7v7.
Patrick, I also reading some of the comments. I know some people say we know the rules, but it's just for that, on the off chance you've got someone who's just maybe tuning in for the first time, or maybe needs a refresher as well. And that was a tasty challenge, no foul given. And again, that's that competitive streak we've spoken about. The players, they want this, they want to take that prize away from Los Troncos, and DR7 certainly made a big statement. Los Troncos now have that second game, but they have to win it, otherwise they're going home. And even if they do win that game, they still have that last chance saloon, so it's all uphill for them.
It certainly is. Here, currently Ultimate Mostales in charge, team wearing black. Aniquiladores trying to steal back possession, they've managed it as well, but Diego Martinez dispossessed. That was an intelligent effort from the big man we saw him before, clattering into someone. Martin Canny Rodriguez, not necessarily particularly canny if you ask me, but or maybe canny in the sense of Italian dogs. Dogged determination in midfield, that cane pazzo in the middle of the park, the engine room.
What is it, the Jose Munico Eduardo Bove? The exact same that, didn't he? The mad dog for that intensity in the middle of the park. And the pressure here is our man Victor Vidal.
Victor V, right to Victor Valdez.
It does actually.
Yeah. Is there a finish? There's not. Didn't require the keeper there, Nelson Valendia. He was well protected by his defenders. 7 minutes gone in game 3. A reminder of the two victors so far. DR7, surprisingly, in the second game after the opening match was won by Alpa Kappa against No Rules. Here's a chance to make it 3-1. Rather clumsy attempt from Aleix Lage.
Yeah, and that's gone into Rosette to whip out the old traditional football cliches there. That was
not sure we necessarily have as many as 26 rows in the Kings League arena. Probably a dozen rows behind either goal, but they are packed to the rafters. Lots of pink we saw earlier. That has naturally dissipated. They've been and gone, probably gone to celebrate that win for Alpa Kappa. I would suggest they don't necessarily get too confident. We saw what can happen with Los Troncos, came here as the team that everyone wanted to beat, and seemingly they have been toppled, at least in their opening game. We can't wait for the next set of teams. We've seen 8 today, half of the competition. We're going to see the remaining 8 tomorrow in the same format. Day 2, still part of round 1. A reminder, round 1 last 2 days, round 2 last 2 days. Then I'll step aside THR will come in alongside Tolo for the last chance, followed by the quarterfinals, semis and final. Here's a chance, though. The angle's against him.
And unfortunately, you got me all week, by the way, everybody. You got.
That's what he says normally at the end of his punchlines. You want to punch him after some of his jokes?
I've taken a few side swipes, I must admit, both from the Italian corner and the English corner.
He's surrounded. Circondato.
There's a bit of a lull, Patrick, which is understandable. These things happen. I mean, especially if you're looking at the, the Ultimate Mostoles side of things, they can just try and manage this lead. But it's a narrow one, and we see how things quick can change. The pendulum can swing, so they can't afford to rest on the laurels.
Certainly can't. Taken short by Ultimate Mostoles.
Or UM, as they've been baptised here.
Won't hear too many ums and ahs from us, hopefully. Try and keep it word perfect. At least that's the intention.
But I think, as we said, the players may tire. We as well, naturally, as Castle, we've been at it since, well, yesterday as well. We've been getting ready for this, haven't we? With rehearsals building up to it, doing our prep, studying hard.
We have. You talk about rehearsals. Even the players have a rehearsal. We actually had a rehearsal game yesterday. Big Bro, who were borrowed as sparring partners from the local domestic league, they came in to play against one of the other teams that we'll see tomorrow. Fawaz, FWZ as well. Didn't necessarily want to give it away, but there you have. It's a spoiler for you. FWZ, one of the 8 teams that we will be witnessing tomorrow.
So on this evidence, I simply can't wait, Patrick. Same time as well. Outside. Always the same. Always
Listen
the same.
to me. Outside. I know. Outside.
So chance then here from a set-piece situation. This is within striking range. We've seen them go in before.
Who's it going to be? Up he steps, over the wall and over the top. Pretty poor there from Javi Espinosa.
I'm liking this kit, by the way. You mentioned earlier, big fan of the Alpa Kappa.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm quite liking this UM, but also rugby league style.
Ball in behind, easy for Victor Vidal. And I have to say, Aniquiladores, I think they've taken a trip to Rotterdam, haven't they? They've been inspired by Feyenoord.
I think so. I was thinking something similar, also maybe a bit sort of Manchester United away, maybe, with that red and white. No, but I think more Feyenoord.
Anywhere alone. Beautiful South.
Big fan.
Crossfield ball, lovely touch there. And back in, just wondering whether this is skipper Aleix, whether it's Lage or it could be Lage, there's the Portuguese surname. We had Bruno Lage, who coached Benfica, and Wolverhampton Wanderers had a spell in the Middle East as well.
Yeah. By the way, Song for Whoever, personal favourite of mine, just to cap off the...
Just keep the southern references going. Beautiful though they are.
See, whoever can step up here for UM can really make himself a hero.
Big switch of play for Aleix Martiu, let it bounce. The cutback is there, the dummy for the strike. Nice try there from David Griffel.
Well, he drilled it, didn't he? It just was rising. Just couldn't quite keep it down, but a nice passage of play, and we had a really good view of it as well from our commentary gantry here.
We are seeing out there, incidentally, Thomas, one of Simon's favourites, actually, 47, Denilson Lobon, wearing 47, just below us here. We haven't seen him on the ball too much, but he was one of the key defenders in that Brazilian triumph. He wasn't part of the Brazilian side, but he played for Colombia, I believe, didn't he?
He did.
As part of that particular Kings World Cup Nations in Italy 2025, albeit that was the start of the year. This is midway through the 12 months we call 2026.
Yeah, that was the inaugural edition of the Nations, Patrick, won by Brazil, beating Colombia in the final interim. But all the early stages were played in Milano. Again, a reminder, another shout-out that we are broadcasting live from Milano.
Yeah, that particular competition was on the south side of the city. We've now headed further north. Obed Martinez with the delivery, headed clear. Yet to see Obed really come to life so far. Goat Beard, as he's known. Even though, from what I can see, looks like he's fairly clean-shaven for the moment.
Well, the heat as well. And it is sweltering outside. Here, of course, we do have the benefit of it. Nicely cooled, good temperature, but outside sweltering heat. So why would you want to have too much facial hair at a time like this? Far from it. Or maybe he's got, I don't know, you know, a stern dad, old school. Doesn't like those things. Who knows?
Or a wife.
Could be.
Robert Martinez is lurking here. He's not the one stood over the free kick, but he is in a pocket of space ready to strike it first time if it's poked back towards him, and Lage is aware of that as well. But I think it's going to be rolled back for Robert Martinez to strike first time. Instead, it's in towards the near post. It must be, it is. It's 2 each. Easy for Brian Gutierrez. Couldn't really miss. Even Thomas Lawrence would have buried that.
I think that's very optimistic. Maybe at the very start of the game, but after 30 minutes, I would be flagging, I would be calling to be taken off. Look at that simple finish. As you said, must score, does score, and he makes it 2-2. We're back on level terms here. And this is where yes, again, very much similar to Los Troncos, lots of the ball, but very little, if you think, to show for it, because Aniquiladores have taken their chances, and that one there, they just couldn't miss, and they didn't miss.
Good conjugating of verbs there as well. Must score, and he does score. Couldn't miss, and he didn't miss.
I've got to get at least English right,
perils of the English language.
I've got to get at least that one right after fluffing the Spanish, Italian, Portuguese.
Yeah, you're right. Not easy to commentate in one's own language, let alone a second language.
Well, I know you have dabbled in that in your early stage of your career, of course, Patrick.
And I know others that have dabbled as well, to a greater or lesser level of success. Easier said than done, and credit, therefore, to Agnese as well, by the way. We saw her earlier on conducting interviews in English, Italian, Spanish, all'occorrenza. Multilingual, very capable, and just teasing those answers out of the players who are naturally very tired. It's not easy doing those flash interviews, or super flash in this instance, on the pitch. That was high. The boot was out there, well within their rights to ask for a yellow card. In the meantime, Thomas, we've just been chewing the fat, shooting the breeze, and a quarter of an hour's gone, so we're closing in on that 17-minute mark, aren't we?
It's unbelievable. Time flies, really, when you're having fun, as we are right now at the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026, and we're getting close to that double goals, which again can really be, well, it is one of the many key moments. There's so many, of course. That's the thing. It's very difficult to pinpoint a single one, and it all depends on the way you play your cards. Can you play your cards right?
Sounded almost like a new player there. You said pimpão, like lipão. Actually, I do know an interpreter called Portuguese called Thierry Pimpão, as they call him in France, but it's Pimpão. That was a mistake, and that would have been egg on his face there for the goalkeeper. Got away with it, did Nelson Velandia, but that could have eased. He'd given it up there. He thought the ball was headed for the corner. Instead, it's just a corner, and it remains 2 each with a minute to go until we get into that double goal period.
And we also caught a glimpse, actually, of DJ Mario as well. He saw how close it was as well, that little grimace as well. He hopes this is the year, finally. He's been so close, but just unable to get over that finishing line.
Aleix Martí taking it on down the side, back inside. That's going to be a penalty. No. Aleix Martí, meantime, well, that's the way to make the most of the opportunity. They thought they should have had a penalty. The officials waved away the protest from Ultimate Móstoles, but the ultimate finish comes courtesy of Aleix Martí. One to watch.
Mighty Martí, that just flew, didn't it, Patrick? Yes, you can say, okay, didn't have the clearest of views, the keeper, but that strike is top draw.
That's a good effort as well from range, and Victor Vidal, conscious of the fact that the buzzer was sounding, the countdown was on, and yet it is that close to being 4-2. Instead, it's 3-2, as we saw Aleix Martí with the all-important strike. A reminder of a Wingstop, your one-stop shop for your full flavour when it comes to those chicken wings.
So after a quick little pick up a chicken wing, why not? We're now getting ready. It's nervy out there, as you can see the fans there as well. They sense it as well. Really cut the tension at times with a knife in. Double goals. Ultimate Móstoles have that slight narrow advantage, but of course, Aniquiladores scoring, they would actually take the lead here and make it 4-2. So we'll see what these next 3 minutes have in store, though. Momentum, though, with the Spaniards. Can they build upon it after scoring just then before that little break going into his final 3 minutes?
So a reminder there, you can see just underneath we have Ultimate Mostoles with the Spanish flag underneath. The Colombian flag for Aniquiladores, even though they play in Mexico, that's because it's the nationality of their president on in this case. That's why you can see the slight discrepancy there. In case you're wondering what it's all about, as they look to get the equaliser.
Have to be careful not to concede.
Denilson Lobon under pressure.
Yeah, it'd be such a blow for Aniquiladores should they concede again in quick succession. Find themselves not just, 3-2 down, but 5. And that's the thing. You can start really building up your lead at these times. This is the time to do it, but it's not simple, of course. We've got the 7v7. Space is at a premium. That's where your technique, your clever play, that killer ball can make the difference.
Well, this is why it's such an interesting, poised situation in the sense that you'd love to score to go from 3-2 down to 4-3 up, but they might end up trailing here by 5 goals to 2. Equally, if you have the option, if you're not guaranteed to get that goal and take the lead, if they offered it to you, could you play out this period goalless? I think they'd probably bite your hand off and say, you know what, we would. The last thing you want is to necessarily gamble, leave yourself exposed and find yourself not 3-2 down, but 5-2 down. So this is actually a lot more delicate, I would suggest, for Aniquiladores as opposed to Ultimate Mostoles. If I was Ultimate Mostoles, I'd actually be looking to go gung-ho and think, let's score. If we score, all of a sudden we've got a 3-goal cushion at the break. If we concede, okay, we're 1 up, we're only 1 behind, but we're still very much in the match. I would say it's probably worth giving it a go that way.
We'll see. Come the full-time whistle, will they regret maybe not pushing that little bit more? They still have a minute to potentially do that, but it seems that they're going more for that, just protect this, go into that halfway stage, leading by the single goal. Of course, they've got their various cards to play as well, which is also an exciting factor as well. We haven't seen them so far play, showing how tight it actually has been, that they're both going for that cautious, conservative approach, these two sides, and it seemed reflected by the scoreline.
They are indeed. Ivan Torres here. Flicking it into the middle. The ball was loose, and he probably would have been better served going for that, Luis Garcia. Instead, he was reluctant to do so. It does look like, as we predicted, that this 3-minute period is just going to ultimately drift away rather innocuously.
10 seconds it is then. Now or never, really. Try and get that shot away, get something on goal.
It was towards Albert Martinez. Flicked on by Denilson, that's Victor Vidal, and the buzzer sounds. Time. It does remain. Ultimate Mostoles 3, Aniquiladores 2. And
Let's
the break.
see what we can, or rather, let's hear something pitch side.
¿Qué digo? ¡Ah! Bueno, bien, la verdad que hemos tenido un fallo ahí de desconcentración en el segundo gol. Hemos empezado 1-1, al final en el escalado pueden haber goles. No me ha gustado ese momento del empate, pero bueno, luego hemos vuelto a marcar gol y yo veo el equipo bien, la verdad. Los dos fichajes, gracias a Spurs y a Rivers por las 2 cesiones, que hemos perdido a Coro y a Hernando, y con Liñar de jugador 13, que está teniendo ahí también bastantes minutos. Contento de momento, es importante empezar ganando.
So DJ Mario there saying he's pretty happy with the scoreline with the fan that
very complicated match, but we have to win. ¿Y por qué no? Why not? Why not? Why not?
Well, why not? Not just once, but 3 times from DJ Mario. He said that he enjoyed them scoring the first goal. He was less pleased with the empate, the equalising goal, but it is his side who are currently in front. Ultimate Mostoles, 3-2 to the good, as we hear from Aniquiladores.
Hola, hola, hola. Me dicen talk. Hola chicos, no sé, yo veo al equipo raro, salió del vestuario raro, no quiero suponer nada, pero No sé, todo está muy raro, ¿eh? Tal vez mi equipo fue amenazado. No quiero dar nada por hecho, pero todo es muy raro. Vi un francotirador arriba del domo.
So a message there from the two respective presidents, and that does mean that 5 goals have not quite been evenly shared, because it's not an even number, an odd number in the opening 20 minutes. And now Blur is tossing the dice, who's a very famous figure in this part of the world. I'll let Thomas tell you all about his significance. Blur, as they call him.
Indeed, I had my wrist slapped earlier for calling him a Blur. That's the English pronunciation, but of course it is Blur. That's how he likes to be pronounced. I don't know why Blur, because Blur's a lovely name. I wonder what his real name is. I'm sure it's lovely as well, but he likes to be called Blur. So the 1v1, but as you quite rightly, always quite correct me as well. 1v1, obviously, in terms of the outfield player, but 2v2 if you include the goalkeepers then for these first 3 minutes of the second period. Space opening up now. Are we going to have a flurry of goals?
And Denilson Lobon immediately on for the side led by Juan Guarnizo. I apologize, Colombian Spanish clearly is less intelligible to me. Denilson Lobon drags it wide, compared with that Iberian Spanish, shall we say, Castellano. I was more familiar with what DJ Mario was saying. I was less accomplished in trying to relay the message there from Juan Guarnizo, but I'm sure back home, those watching the stream plenty of them will be fully versed in Spanish. If not, you could probably piece together what he was thinking. But here's a chance for Aleix Martí. Lost his footing, went down too easily. And to his credit, only belatedly did he turn to the referee as if to say, I've been fouled here. But I do love a 1v1 plus keepers. Fantastic.
It's so exciting. And talking of excitement, we're going to have some action here.
We are indeed. Can he create the space to get the shot away? He can, but he drags it wide. Thomas was already celebrating. He thought Davies Junco had scored.
Oh, in earnest, I was leaping up there, but I was wrong to do so. As you notice in this 1v1, Patrick, you'll be the first to know and remind everybody the keepers can't come out of their penalty area in this situation, unlike that first part.
They can't. Locked to their boxes. Good trickery. Is there a finish? It's scuffed wide. A change in goal, incidentally. Victor Vidal still between the sticks for Ultimate Móstoles, but now we're seeing for Aniquiladores, Eric Freire.
Still no goals after a minute and a half.
Here's Axur Quintero, another player I recall. I think probably either from the Mexico team, was it?
Yeah, and that lovely chip in the first half, which we just witnessed in front of us.
Oh, here's a chance. Goalkeeper doesn't know whether to stay at home or not. He makes the save. And now he's grateful to Quintero for shutting down the space. Well done, Axur Quintero. Very shortly, we're going to have another player added, Thomas, as and when that 3-minute period ends. Obed Martinez tried to round the keeper. Victor Vidal still chasing after him. Can Obed get the loft here? Obed Martinez steadying himself. Still, Obed Martinez. Great sliding challenge. Terrific work there coming in from Eloy Pizarro.
We spoke about players, maybe, Patrick, that we singled them out, giving them the spotlight, and they haven't quite delivered. Obed Martinez, one of those. Gil Vidal earlier in the early fixtures that we've seen today.
And Amoedo as well. The trickery, is it going to result in a goal? It might well do. He's left the defender on his backside. The goalkeeper makes the save. The rebound isn't there. And here comes Victor Vidal being chased down. He's gone for goal. It was a good try with his weaker left foot now. The 3 minutes have elapsed. So the 1v1 plus keepers. By the way, you could see how often they were changing those one players. And actually now the box above us, which is already damaged, has now been destroyed. So shards of, we hope, fiberglass or perspex have gone tumbling down. We need to get those off the playing surface. That box will be fixed. It probably needed fixing in any case. But no change to the scoreline. And that really is breathless for the goalkeepers in particular, because they stay on, but also for those players, which is why they were consistently using the substitution lane.
No, hats off to those keepers. The tip of hats off to them. They really took centre stage there. They've kept the status quo, reigning 3-2.
5,
Still, of course, a reminder again, secret cards, presidential penalties, they are still there, both of them, for both teams.
And you can see that denoted with the blue and turquoise, two little cards the either side of Alt, which is Ultimate Mostoles, and Aniquiladores as well at the top of your picture. And a reminder, as ever, of the rules here. So the next window is 13 minutes long, whereby they can be enacted. Once again, those presidential penalties and the secret cards, so we don't know the identity of what's on those cards until they're revealed.
Yes, sometimes we get a bit of a clue at what time maybe they play the card, maybe responding to something that happened from the opposition team. But in this case, really, at the moment, we are clueless. It could be anything. I'd personally love to see a reverse penalty. I'd love to see it.
I really would. I'm yet to see one live, and really excites me. Lovely layoff, good save. Excellent work there from the keeper. Eric Freire extending himself there to keep them in contention here, because it does look like Ultimate Mostoles, the team leading by 3-2, do have a little bit more invention to them. Taken short to Javier Espinosa. Easy for Denilson Lobon to do the tidying up. He smashes it against Lagi and out of play.
Yeah, just had the little edge, I'd say. Maybe coming back to their former rivalry, shall we say, that we've already spoken about. We've spoken in our pre-match show, which I'm sure everyone was glued to as well. And that's a little tip-off, a little a nod, shall we say, to that save from Freire. Freire Bentos. Brilliant there in action, tipping it over. And we'll see if Vidal can maybe be called into action at the other end. As continue to lead here.
Have we seen Arturo Vidal at the Kings League before, or have I dreamt that?
At the World Cup Nations,
yeah.
We've seen him. He follows everything to do with Chile. Any sport.
Or Chile, as the Americans call it. Probably more accurate, if anything.
Probably, yeah, because you say Chilean, don't we?
Certainly you do. Lovely double give and go. Too many 1-2s, though. And now a chance for Aniquiladores. Great work from Brian. Through for Denilson Lopon. You could see the sparks flying there, the steam coming off him.
As he went just sliding in there. Those long legs of his as well. We saw him really impressed for his country, didn't we, over a year ago? And now, we mentioned it. They've clearly heard us. We've given that little clue to press that button.
So, the presidential penalty. Going to see which team has played it. Well, it's Ultimate Mostoles, so that means it's going to be our man DJ Mario, you would think, who's going to step up and take it.
Absolutely. He's here. If the president is here physically, more often than not, they take it, don't they, Patrick? And now, well, he's left his presidential booth.
Oh, he's coming down.
He's left the Oval Office. And he has stepped off Air Force One, or Air Force Uno. DJ Mario stepping out. Huge, huge moment.
He looks
there
surprised.
He is.
He keeps trim, doesn't he? Oh, and look, he's also putting on a very special pair of boots, because the president is now getting all kitted up for his presidential penalty. And watch out, because if he finds the net, one lucky fan in the crowd is going to win a VIP experience. They're going to come down from the stands and join the team. So we'll see whether DJ Mario can find the net.
Well, what a prize as well. To be up close, Patrick, and personal. We spoke about the proximity of those supporters, but never mind really pitch side. But, so that fan is now cheering for DJ Mario. Funny, can you imagine if he actually supports Aniquiladores?
Well, some mind games here, speaking of which, from Aniquiladores, because the goalkeeper has vacated the goal, so DJ Mario is having to be made to wait here. Mind games here from Eric Freire, who's gone for a drink. Now he comes back on. Referee with a smile as if to say, get a move on. We'll get the usual handshake with DJ Mario, who looks pretty trim. He keeps in shape, Thomas.
Oh,
he
yeah.
gets to the gym. I know you are thinking of doing that, turning over a new leaf in September.
Maybe next year, maybe New Year's resolution. I know in Paris he was going jogging every morning. He was keen fitness, going to the gym. He was there in Paris, of course, with who made it all the way to the final, but tripped up at that final
Real
hurdle.
pedigree then, real pedigree for Ultimate Mostoles. Does the president have what it takes? And can one lucky fan win that VIP experience, watching the Kings League down pitch side, up close and personal. DJ Mario, just about. The keeper got a hand to it, but the Prez delivers. And a reminder there, a nod to that particular moment, which is so special for him, DJ Mario, because he has found the net. And we mentioned earlier on, I think, didn't we, with his partner, in the way that they're expecting a baby. So congratulations.
Soon be father.
Enhorabuena.
Patrick, and also that famous celebration made famous by Francesco Totti, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The King of Rome.
Not to be confused with Bebeto Romario, and the third one I always forget. Rocking the baby.
That's right, yeah, USA 94. Was it against Sweden? I can't remember who they beat that day, but either way, it was
so 4-2 now, another look at this presidential penalty. Only charged from DJ Mario, but I enjoyed the celebration. Congratulations to him on the recent announcement of
the lucky spectator.
Well, above all, absolutely. And which spectators are going to be, we're about to find out.
Oh, I'm very envious. I know we are here, but we're not quite pitch size, not that close.
We've got an elevated vantage point, but that's about it. Good work there from player wearing Pato on his back. That's Patricio Pato Arias. Not to be confused with Alexandre Pato, who played Milan.
Patrick now looking to strike while the iron's hot, calling that secret card. What's it going to be, Patrick? Any ideas, any feelings?
Shootout.
Shootout. So we've seen a penalty, now we're going to see a shootout. For those who are new to the Kings League, shootout is when the players get 5 seconds from the centre circle. It's almost MLS style, ice hockey style.
Talking about pinching for other sports.
Absolutely, where you dash up the field, and it's basically a 1v1 situation, but the time limit is pretty taxing, Thomas. You basically have 2 or 3 touches out of your feet before you need to try and get the shot away, because if you try and go around the goalkeeper, we've seen in the past, albeit we had that very touch and go one with Los Troncos earlier that did count, even though there was some doubt as to whether they did actually hit the ball before the buzzer sounded. So we shall see.
It's that man there who's been brilliant so far. Looking to make it 5.
Alex Marti, couple of touches, steadies himself, and finds the top corner. A gorgeous finish from Alex Marti. He's showing why he hogged the pre-match billing. He's showing why Ultimate Mostalis have been so close in the past. They now have a 3-goal cushion, courtesy of Little Baldy. It's him, isn't it?
That was textbook, Patrick, from him. That's the perfect way to take a shootout. And this game is running away now from Aniquiladores. It really is.
Aniquiladores need to score, you sense. Otherwise, we're going to have a similar result to what we saw earlier, that resounding win for DR7 over Los Troncos. It's fair to say that Juan Guarnizo's side has not turned up, really. Alex Marti smashing the ball there into the hoardings.
We haven't seen much of Albert Martinez for as much as we've been piling on the praise, speaking about what he's done in the past, but that only counts for so much.
You're only as good as your last performance in the Kings League. You're only as good as your last day on the mic as a caster. That'd be a warning for you and myself, Thomas, ahead of tomorrow, day 2. Keeper's come a long way. Vidal able to gather. They fancy a 6th goal here. Making full use, though, the presidential penalty in the card. And that's what I'd actually like to see Aniquiladores do likewise. Sure, you're only 3-2 down. You conceded 2 goals, but through no real fault of your own, you can similarly, they might have a double goal period, and they might have a penalty card plus a presidential penalty. All of a sudden, 5-2 becomes 5-4. I'm a little bit concerned. It does make me wonder as to what the nature of the secret card is, Thomas, because maybe they have the opportunity to remove an opposition player or reverse penalty, something of that ilk.
It could be something that maybe not necessarily happy about, that maybe they don't feel they can really fully utilise. That's sometimes, say for example, you have a goal worth 2, but you're not really able to find the back net, which they haven't been. You think, well, what's the point of using it? And there are those lucky people.
Well done. Look at those. Lovely pair of footwear. They've
Congratulations.
Taken home the lot.
Very envious. I wouldn't mind a pair of Adidas myself.
You and me both.
I know our Italian casters are showing them off with pride.
My dress must have got lost in the post. flicked in towards that near post. It had to be kicked behind, otherwise it was nearly another goal for Dani Linares on this occasion for Ultimate Móstoles. This is Capi, good ball through, loose touch, but he then managed to readjust and the ball nearly flew into our position here. I saw Pepe Di Giovanni cowering away, fearful.
Whereas Sabino didn't flinch. He did not flinch. He stayed still. Stayed still, did Sabino.
Given away to Alex Martins, put it wide. I thought it was into the top corner, much like his earlier penalty, or much like his earlier shootout, rather, I should say. Not so on this occasion. Secret card in operation. Thomas Lawrence, you've got a good record of predicting what these are. Tell us what it's going to be, but not before we have an opportunity, perhaps here, for Aniquiladores. Obed Martinez just about keep it in play, nearly clattered into the referee. Obed round the side. Is there a final ball? There's not. That sums up his night. Tell me what the secret card is before we see it on screen.
Yeah, I think it's either going to be a goals worth double, Patrick, or a star player. I think maybe they've been reluctant to maybe use it, knowing that they haven't been in that free-flowing mood. Maybe that's why, unless it's something like a penalty, they've been waiting as long as possible before playing it.
I hope it's a reverse penalty, personally.
23.
Okay. Star player.
Yeah. Suspension number 23.
Suspension.
Yeah.
Okay. I was wondering whether it's the star
Secret
player
card.
instead. It's the suspension. So clearly
Suspension.
they're fearful of Ivan Torres. That's the player they've decided to remove from the game.
Yeah, they've waited a little bit. Could they have used it maybe a little bit earlier? Again, hindsight, a wonderful thing. They now have to make the most of this, though, Patrick. I know it's an obvious thing to say, but now or never, really. If Móstoles can just hang on, oversee these next 4 minutes, then I think there will be, I don't want to say plain sailing, but sailing through less than choppy seas towards
All
port.
right, Rod Stewart.
I was trying to get that one in.
It goes towards Alex Martí. So as you can see now, Ultimate Móstoles only have 5 players on the pitch for 4 minutes. That means that there's an overload here if they can find it, Aniquiladores. They won't find it with wasteful play like that.
Handbags and glad rags, one of my favourites. Just to cap that off as well. We've got Beautiful South. Big Rod.
Yep. Soundtrack as well to one of your favourite programmes, The Office.
It is. No, I like it. No, I'm a massive fan.
Given away, they tried to find Obed Martinez. This would be a shock if the 5-man team can score against the run of play.
It has happened.
Obed Martinez.
Saw it in Paris.
The throw. Just lacking that urgency, Aniquiladores. The last thing you want when you approach the 36-minute mark is to find yourself 3 goals behind. Obed Martinez. Wide it goes. Brian Gutierrez in support here, not used. Towards the byline he drives. Corner kick.
So 2 minutes,
Quintero, such
40.
a dangerous player.
Oh, Torres just to sit it out. I bet he just cannot wait. I mean, he's chomping at the bit. Wanting to get back out there.
So presumably, when you go with the suspension, you actually take away probably the opposition's best defender, really, because then you've got an extra man and you're also depriving them of one of their best members of the defensive unit. It's a little bit counterintuitive. I guess you could also try and nullify the key attacking threat. They could have easily taken away Alex Martí, who's been really
True.
capable.
I was surprised they didn't, because he's the one that has been sort of, running rings around Aniquiladores. But at the same time, you're right. Someone do you think will take out someone who's really key, keeping that balance. But noise being made in the stands as well right
Good to
now.
see.
It's great to see.
I think that's ahead of the Stallions game, isn't it? Siamo sempre con voi. We're always with you, reads the banner.
Big Italian sport, understandably, obviously.
Oh, nice bit of skill. Cut across. He couldn't find the corner. Wasteful from Jacob Morales. Lobo, the wolf. Hungry like the wolf.
Had to be in there as well.
So, what comes next as we see that missed effort from Lobo? Here's a chance for Ultimate Móstoles. Another opportunity, perhaps. The angle's against him. Doesn't stop him going for goal. Brian Gutierrez does the tidying up. Alias Guti. Honour of the former Real Madrid midfielder, assist specialist. Remember that back-heeled one?
Oh, so many, Patrick. One of the unsung heroes, really. Maybe don't necessarily think of him as a Galacticos. But he was there.
Axel Quintero keeps it moving. It's towards Obed Martinez, who just can't get in the game. And only 2.5 minutes now remaining until that 36-minute mark, by which time it will mean that Ultimate Móstoles will just need to score a 6th goal to win. A reminder of the scorelines earlier on. Alpa Kappa 7-5 winners against No Rules. 6-1 the scoreline in favour of DR7.
That's not a mistake.
Against Los Troncos. That is not a mistake. And finally, we have that 4th and final match coming a little bit later on with Stallions against Desempeñ. But here's a chance for the team with the Colombian president that plays in Mexico, that used to operate in Spain. Aniquiladores, the Annihilators. Well, they're the ones being annihilated here, being butchered. Oh, the keeper's taken a blow to the face. Ultimate Móstoles want the ball to be put out of play. We go on here, a chance potentially. They didn't make the most of that. Can they still? Davis Junco. Obed Martinez. This is Diego Martinez.
Well, it's nicely done there, nicely cut out.
Cleared. Davis Junco spraying it wide. Axel Quintero off the frame of the goal. Struck it beautifully.
And it's still shaking, Patrick, that frame of the goal. Struck with such power.
They feel they can get a goal here.
A rocket.
It is 7v7 again. Incidentally, that player suspension has since been and gone. Obed Martinez with the drop of the shoulder. Nothing doing, though. No final ball.
As we said, Patrick, using that card, it wasn't really the card they needed, to be honest. They would have been better with a shootout or a penalty, as we see that shot come in. Rifled against the frame of the goal. And talking of penalties, we will have, though, at least the presidential penalty.
So, Juan Guarnizo. Your time to shine. No boots on the line. Can we think of another thing that rhymes?
With shine, no need to pine for anything.
Los Troncos. Yes. Yeah. Keeping the tree theme there. Blow to the head for
and here it is again, Patrick.
Victor Vidal.
What we thought was maybe a kick to the head, but I think it was maybe his momentum.
The knee, ouch.
I think it's just the momentum. I don't think it was any malicious.
I think he tried to hurdle him, if anything, Brian Gutierrez.
Nothing vicious.
No, exactly. I like the stuff you do with this. (5-2) the scoreline then here in favour of Ultimate Móstoles, but Aniquiladores with Juan Guarnizo, their Colombian president, a chance to cut the arrears, trim down that deficit. Currently stands at 3, could go down to 2. It'd still be some significant lead.
Before, okay, let's go.
Just, I love listening also to the referee as well, what they've got to say.
That ball. Okay, I'm in.
So it is time for the penalty. They were just saying we'll have the penalty before we resume play. So waiting for Juan Guarnizo to come down onto the pitch and try his luck from 12 yards.
Pitchside sounds. I like it. Big fan. So we saw DJ Mario score earlier, much to the delight of a couple of supporters inside the house as well. We've got that, well, this bed to maybe get some boots as well, some footwear certainly, as well as the honour of watching a match up close and personal. Now, this is what you were speaking about earlier, Patrick. The president isn't going to take it, so he delegates it to one of the players, but it has to then become a shootout.
Axel Quintero, wearing 80, has 5 seconds to score. There'll be a 3-second countdown. Can he get the better of Victor Vidal? Oh, he seemed to go early there, did Axel Quintero. He's round the keeper, but Ultimate Móstoles are contesting this. The referee says it doesn't stand. If that is the case, it's a big mistake, and I don't think he gets to retake it either. We're going to check via the video. If that is the case, it's a real mistake, a big blunder from Axel Quintero.
Well, that could be a massive, massive moment in this game. Let's try and maybe listen in pitch side, or rather out on the pitch, to take you right there and see what the referee, or rather hear what the referee's going to say.
Sicuro? Sicuro, sicuro, sicuro? Okay. Okay.
VAR review, the goal stands. Axel Quintero's finish is valid. It was much like we had in that second game when Los Troncos got their only goal with that buzzer beater. This was clearly in before the time elapsed, but the query was as to whether he actually departed a little bit too early. It did seem that way from ours, but maybe there's a slight delay with that thing between the speed of light and sound, Thomas. Who knows?
Einstein here as well, crikey.
Okay, Brainiac. So, game on again. Back to
that's a little kick off the ball, I think, Patrick.
And that's what they can ill afford to do. They've just got back into the game. 90 seconds remaining till the 36-minute mark. And yet, Hakon Morales is kicked out. Yellow card, 2 minutes in bin. And a real issue. He's lucky, in fact, he didn't do that 2 minutes from now, because as we saw earlier, that then results in a shootout.
Exactly. That was foolish from the Wolf, and the Wolf is howling off to the sidelines, more like going out of a whimper, more than that famous wolf howl. Who's afraid of the big bad wolf? We're not afraid of the big bad Lobo, far from it.
And certainly Ultimate Móstoles won't be. Aniquiladores shooting themselves in the foot.
And the paw.
I've only just got that. Superb. And it comes towards the near post. It's deflected behind. Every now and then we concede ourselves a little chuckle on the mic. I've been suppressing a lot. You have made me laugh.
We haven't corpsed much, far from it.
No.
It can be seen as a little bit self-indulgent, but it does happen now and again.
Keep it light. So Lobo still with 80 seconds to be off the pitch, thinking about what he's done, how he's let his team down.
And that's the thing, you're seething.
Look at Danielson there, he's sort of leaning in with his head. What's he doing?
Oh, they're losing their temper.
Calma, calma.
Ill-disciplined.
Now Canny getting involved as well.
And can he do that?
Ultimate Móstoles with Alish Martí. Nearly became a cross. Danielson, Lobon cutting it out. Good ball that. Chance here for Brian Hernandez. Not to be.
Very clever ball. Shot wasn't too bad either.
Vidal, route one. Another player's gone down. It's Canny holding his face. It's all kicking off. What on earth is he doing there? I mean, why he needs to kick his legs like that? If he's been caught in the face, your legs don't spasm like that. Come on, Canny, get up. We can see that you're hurt. Don't kick your legs like that.
Exactly.
Not for me, Thomas.
No, Patrick, I agree with you. And also, can I say, would he be doing that if it was, you know, one-on-one with any other situation? I don't think so. Let's try and listen in.
Don't worry. Now let's go. Okay, now please, let's go to the bench. Now we see that. Please. Okay.
Well, they're alleging a punch there, Thomas.
Let's go to the bench now, please.
If it's a punch, of course, it should be punished.
Wait. Please,
as we wait and wait, well, the reaction is over the top.
Checking in progress.
So VAR check is warranted, which makes us think that maybe there is some truth to this. There's no smoke without fire. Freire seems to be the most conversant in English, so he's almost taking the role of the communicator.
But I didn't see that. The VAR told me that it is not intentional. I didn't see that, okay?
Neither was that.
No. That one I saw that. This, I didn't see that. Okay, listen to me, please, just a sec. Listen to me.
I'm gonna listen.
Yeah, okay. I didn't see this.
Perfect.
From the VAR told me that is not intentional.
No,
and
no,
I know that you hit with the other guy, not intentional.
He hit me.
No.
I don't care if it's not intentional or yes. He hit me.
Okay, but we can do also mistakes. You know that or no?
This is a big mistake.
Okay, this is
a big mistake.
They say to me that is not intentional. Please
Who's in the VAR?
Now stop.
Who's in the VAR?
Now stop. I answer to you, and now stop, Kani. Okay? Hey.
Good authority again from the match official there. You could get the full insight into the conversation there. The referee is mic'd up. The player isn't, but the player was close enough to the referee where we could hear both sides of the conversation. You could see that Kani felt that it was intentional. The referee saying he didn't see it, and the VAR judging that it wasn't deliberate. So that's the big difference there. Whereas previously when a player was sanctioned, the referee said that he saw it. As we move into the fortnight match ball. So a reminder that for the next 4 minutes, well, in fact, we play until a team gets to 6 goals, don't we, Thomas? So if Ultimate Móstoles score that 6th goal, it's done and dusted. Aniquiladores would need to score 3 goals without reply.
It's as we said, for them, Patrick, for UM, it is very much, and it is a golden goal situation for Aniquiladores. They need maybe that spirit, shall we say, of Istanbul from Liverpool in 2005, one of the great comebacks. But at the minute, it's looking like UM. Also want to, again, a massive shout out to a fortnight, because we're big fans of it. As you know, we've become over the past few days at least. We're getting into it, shall we say, and I advise you guys at home as well. And also pass it on to your friends as well. It's must viewing and must gaming.
So once again, now we scale down, don't we, Thomas, where we lose a player every time a minute elapses in this final 4-minute period. Alish Marti across. A reminder, a goal for the team in black. Ultimate Móstoles would be a winning goal. It would all be done and dusted. Victor Vidal, they've got space to strike it. It's dragged wide. He's claiming a corner. Goal kick is the decision. Cani now lashing out there at Ivan Torres.
I mentioned it, obviously, about fortnight, and advising him to get on there and also get on voting for the MVP as well. So a couple
locked at 25%.
of appeals from me to the public. My drive.
And it's great, isn't it? Already, if you're voted MVP, man of the match, most valuable player, you know that the fans have been watching this. They've decided that of all the players out there, you've been the best performer. On top of that, you then get the price of the Wingstop. You know, you get the chicken wings, the chips, you know. I know we're getting hungry. I know it's that sort of time in the evening, as it is 20 past 10 local time. Still got one big game to come this evening. The Stallions up.
Italy, Brazil. Oh, more protests, Patrick.
This is Obed Martinez, deflected behind for a corner.
On that touchline, they are animated.
Des in pain. Are they going to be in pain?
Or are they inflicting
it?
Yes.
See what you did there?
Yeah. Jumping
Same
on the assist.
Yeah. Assist. Obed Martinez round the side. He's got to cut it back, surely. Can he find a colleague? He can't. Very cool defending, and a good ball upfield as well. The skipper is giving it to Alish Marti for the winning goal. Of all people there, Diego Martinez inadvertently teeing up surely the most valuable player, Alish Marti, with the 6th goal, the winning goal, and we can chalk this victory up to Ultimate Móstoles.
And they have it.
Game
empty
over.
Goal, empty net. They had to take risks, Aniquiladores. So that's what they had to do to try. They were chasing the game, and that's the benefit of if you're in a situation like Ultimate Móstoles, you have that lead. You don't have to necessarily open yourselves up, but you do have to take your chance to put the game to bed. They did just that. There he is. He has been the star man, and also big shout out to DJ Mario as well. Has been celebrating off the pitch recently, and now on the pitch. Great result for him, 6-3. So after Los Troncos, their disappointment, we do see a fine performance from another of the Spanish sides, another one we have tipped and think can go far in this competition. We're going to hear from the MVP, the most valuable player, as voted by you. But as you also said, Stallions against Desimpain on the horizon. So stick with us, please, one more time as the first day of round 1 will come to a close. The curtain will come down, or the roof, shall we say, will come down here. And Niese, just to our left, is waiting for the person who will be coming. I think, you know, spoiler alert, it's probably going to be Marti after a performance like that. But you never know. You never know. You at home may have seen something that Patrick and I and our colleagues to our right didn't see. That's a lovely moment as well. And they're savouring that.
And you'd think another hat-trick there. Alish Marti following in the footsteps of Job that we saw earlier on. So we are seeing players. You don't necessarily go home with a match ball in the Kings League. We run out of supplies pretty quickly if that were the case. But a star turn from Alish Marti. We'll see whether he is confirmed as the most valuable player. We do have 3 results that are in, though. Victorious Alpa Kappa in the first game, DR7 in the second, and Alish Marti is ready to be interviewed by Agnese on behalf of Ultimate Móstoles, who won that game fairly comfortably in the end by 6 goals to 3.
So it's time to be here with the MVP of this game, Alex Martin. So it was a tough game. Do you think Móstoles can go all the way through this tournament?
Yeah, we know that we are a strong team, so I think that we have to improve for the next rounds, but yeah, really happy.
So you were chosen by the chat for being the MVP, so it's time to choose one of these wings for you. Choose whatever you want. Which one's?
Fries.
Fries? No, choose a wing.
Ah, this?
Yes!
Okay, so that one. Can I take? Yeah? Okay.
And we have also this one for you. Congratulations and go celebrate with the team. Thank you so much. Ciao, guys.
Talking. We are back. That is our cue to lift the curtain up on this one. Stallions against Dezimpane. Two players to keep an eye on there, Colombo and Ilario for the Italian and the Brazilian outfit, respectively. We can tell you, and you'll see shortly, there they are. The players are lined up. They're ready to cross that white line, and when you do that, it's just a different change in mentality. At the moment, they're just gearing themselves up. And talking of gearing ourselves up as well, you guys at home can help us do that by voting for the 1 versus 1. You at home can decide who will be starting out, whether it will be either Stojkovic or Colombo or Ilario and Santos.
We're interesting there because we saw Stojkovic and Colombo. Actually, Stojkovic took part in the Fortnite challenge earlier on as part of a shootout, but he was denied on 4 occasions. He actually replaced Colombo, who was slated to represent Italy 1 in that first match against Spain. Italy 1, given the victory. Stewart's inquiry to follow. Reminder, that will be taking place the first 4 days of this competition, at least in the first round, and then we'll go further forward. But more Italian interest. We had it at the top of the programme. We've got it with the final match of the evening. Can the Stallions follow in the footstep of Alpha Kappa? They've certainly got plenty of support, but they're up against those wily customers, the Brazilian flair of Dezimpane, led by their president, Renato Vicente Renatinho.
I'm liking, as always, Patrick, that flair you bring. And I'm also liking this symmetry. We started with an Italian side, Alpha Kappa, and we're going to finish with an Italian side. The stand and the noise to our right, the stand where the Italian supporters are sitting, is deafening. It is brilliant. This is what we also love about it, when you've got that home support as well. The noise, and we saw it in Paris, didn't we, Patrick? Or you were tuning in and following when it came to the French teams. We saw it, of course, with Italy and the Nations in Milano in 2020 when Bonucci was playing as well for us. That was also broadcast. You mentioned all different places it goes out across the world. That was actually on Sky Sports as well. Ahead of kickoff here, we are just going to pause for a minute's silence ahead of kickoff, and we'll also pay our respects as well.
So a summer reminder then that whilst we are here enjoying ourselves in Milan with the Kings League, there are those that are mourning, and our thoughts go out to the loved ones of the departed. So, Thomas Lawrence, Dezimpane, Stallions. Which way is it going to go?
Wow, that is the million-dollar question, and which way are these secret cards going to go as well? I can see, I can reveal, I can spoil at the other side of the pitch. They are about to be picked as well, and this is another thing we've always speaking about, don't we, Patrick? The importance of those secret. Of course, the picking of it is pure luck, but the way you play it, that comes down to strategy. That comes down to picking the right moment and playing your cards right.
And I do wonder, Thomas, as to whether these supporters that were here to watch Stallions also watch the previous game, because that will be important, because actually the team that wins here will play against the losers of that other match, and so on and so forth. So Stallions will play the Móstoles or Aniquiladores, and the same goes for Desempeñ.
Exactly, that's a good thing when you can sort of see potential opponents, and so you get the chance to size each other up, study your opponent before, do your homework as well. And now about to reveal who will be going out, Patrick, then. In fact, it's going to be Sabino. Oh, no, it's not Sabino. It's Pepe going to reveal it, just to our right.
Sabino's tucking into his dinner.
Oh, is he?
Il pubblico ha deciso che I protagonisti dell'1 contro 1 di Stallions Desempeñ sono Denis Stojkovic e Davi Ilario.
Well, maybe that sound creeped into our microphones, I don't know.
It certainly did. It was via the arena as well, so it would have certainly gone out via the international sound as well. Our stadium effects here at the Kings League Arena, 1v1 plus keepers to get started. You heard the names. Stojkovic trying to really atone for what he showed earlier on, where he was a little bit underwhelming, I'll be honest. I saw him close and personal when I was holding the mic and hogging the spotlight with the Fortnite challenge.
That's what you do best, Patrick. Front and centre.
The ball is now going to be thrown up by the referee. It bounces just once before Stojkovic ducks underneath it. A pull of the shirt from Stojkovic. He has to relinquish. Good goalkeeping, though, from Samuele Guddo. Now Guddo 1v1 with Stojkovic 2v1. Stojkovic surely is going to finish. Guddo will score. And 1-0 Stallions, the perfect start. There's a problem here. For Davi Ilario stayed down. He thought he was fouled. Controversy to open up match 4 on day 1 at the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026.
It's going to be checked, I think, Patrick. He stayed down at this end. He's getting treatment as we speak. All eyes and potentially ears will be on the referee. Should it stand, though, Patrick, here, from that angle, it does look like he gets the ball. He may have caught a little bit of the player, and here there's nothing wrong with this one. And very much like the Alpha Kappa team only made that storming start, the Stallions following suit, it seems.
And we've seen just how crucial momentum can be. Alpha Kappa made that terrific fast start against no rules, and the German side never really got back into the contest. They had that double goal at the end of the first half, but they were not really able to test Alpha Kappa. We can see that if teams can build up a cushion, we witnessed it with DR7, that resounding 6-1 victory that they had against Los Broncos. And 7-1, I think, in the end, wasn't it? It just shows that how crucial it could be. So they're inquiring as to how Davi Ilario's doing here. Hopefully it's nothing serious, because he's been selected as crucial player. Well, the goalkeeper pushes the ball away, but I think he's then twisted his ankle or perhaps landed awkwardly on his knee. Nothing wrong with the challenge, it's the fall there which has really left him encumbered.
Indeed, Patrick, he's not actually looking to the referee, he's not appealing for anything. I think he's just genuinely been hurt there. As we said, there's nothing wrong with the challenge. He's clearly got the ball, and these things, on these kind of surfaces, well, you can fall awkwardly. Naturally, this is a scene we don't want to see. We hope it's nothing serious. The stretcher's out in the meantime, so clearly they don't feel he's capable to pick himself and hobble off the pitch for the time being. Again, we really hope it's nothing serious. If it is, we do wish him a speedy recovery, especially if we singled him out as one of these players we expected to really shine, and we hope it's not an early end to his tournament.
Well, unfortunately, the stretcher is out, and this is not looking good, so painful scenes here. We had some painful scenes before kickoff as well, with the minute silence after the death of the mother of the Stallions captain. That's why we observed that minute silence, and it was impeccably observed as well. But this is not the start that they would have wanted. Desempeñ trailing by a goal to nil, but more than anything, they're concerned about the health of Davi Ilario here. We all are, to be honest.
Absolutely. You saw those those worried faces, and it's not just from everybody involved at Decimpain, it's also everybody involved here at the Kings League in this Kings League universe. We speak about it, don't we, Patrick, a lot, that community, because once you are in it, you know, you feel very much like a family, and the Kings League is just like that, isn't it?
Absolutely. We're all one big family, and one of our own is in pain now. And Davi Eladio, I think he's aware that he's not only not going to compete tonight, but that might be the end of his tournament as a whole. Reminder, we see 8 teams today. They get a rest day tomorrow. We'll see them again on Tuesday. Tomorrow, Monday, we'll see the turn of the remaining 8 sides. But this doesn't look good for Davi Eladio. First and foremost, we hope that he's able to get some treatment. We hope it's not required to necessarily go to Pronto Soccorso, the local accident and emergency unit. But he is getting good medical care here.
Lovely touch as well from everybody, Patrick. A round of applause.
Number 10 is inconsolable, and you can understand why. I'm sure that's a combination of disappointment and also raw pain, quite physically.
So can his teammates find an instant equaliser here?
Christian Santos on wearing 11 alongside Kaiki Souza, the goalkeeper. Here is Kaiki Souza. He can't control it. Was overhit. He could control it, and he found an angle to strike the post. He's desperately unlucky. Very nearly the equaliser for Decimpain. It looked like he wouldn't even control it to begin with.
Got to get back quickly, though, Patrick.
Here's Denis Stojkovic, meantime. What a chance for number 2. Good save from Kaiki Souza to deny Gudo, who did score the opening goal. And that's been a feature this evening. We had that hat-trick from Job, the goalkeeper from DR7, and Gudo so far, the only scorer in this particular fixture, the 4th and final game of the night.
And Job, those saves as well were worth goals. They really were. In that hammering of Los
Stojkovic, he's got away here. The angle's against him. Stojkovic with the cutback. Gudo! Good goal. That's 2. What a start for Stallions. Alpa Kappa victorious earlier on. Stallions, 2 goals to the good, courtesy of Gudo.
Oh, Gudo laying down the gauntlet maybe to Diop, but hang on, hold your horses. Rein them in. Little check. The goal does stand, a little check there. But just saying, Gudo just saying to Diop, maybe anything you can do, I can at least try and match 1 goal, and he will match it. Listen to the roar.
Can Decimpain respond here? Terrific block. We're about to have another player added. It gets that much harder to find the net. There's fewer vantage points. Player wearing 16 is known as Wellington. He goes more by his nickname, which is Gigante, which means giant. Not to be pronounced Italian style, Thomas. I don't want to hear you saying Gigante. This is Gigante.
I'm going to say Gigante.
There is Gigante with the effort. Well blocked. Is it going to be kept in play? It is. What pace there from the number 10. Kaiki Souza drops down to deny Alessandro Colombo. Here's Christian Santos. Got Luisinho away to his left. Santos straight at the keeper.
Lovely pace about this game so far, Patrick. Really, of course, you expect that when you've got Brazilian side playing, but also the Italians and the pedigree they bring to it.
Luisinho, which is little Luis, not to be confused with Big Luis. Luizão used to captain Benfica and played for the Brazilian national team.
It's an education in Portuguese Brazilian.
There you go. So wearing 52 is Alessandro Di Dio with his heavenly touch.
Divine.
Stallions making some noise on the bleachers. Colombo with the step-overs and the cutback. Stojkovic missed his kick. And Decimpain can just about get it clear, but it's not been an easy start for them. Trailing as they do by 2, having lost a player as well in the shape of Davi Eladio, who was stretchered off. And they nearly had someone turn an ankle there. He almost trod on the ball, did Victor Bolci, who's a big boy. We can call him Bolt, I think, for tonight. I think we'll call him Bolci.
I think you'd like that.
Gigante. Stojkovic with the up and under.
Does it hit the
More
roof?
familiar in Thomas Lawrence's beloved rugby union.
What's another one? The dummy? The dummy? Was that another colleague who was once on the Serie A World feed? Maybe another colleague.
Here's Bolt. Gigante. Bolt has a go. Good save from Gudo. Christian Santos decides not to keep it in play. We're going to restart with the throw-in. Bolt again. Christian Santos opening up the angle.
Like the energy Bolt has brought. Really has been a bolt of energy.
Bolt from the Reds.
I like it. Lightning bolt hit earlier as well. The team which runs to Austria, maybe, their kit? Former Yugoslavia for...
yeah, it's more of a burgundy, isn't it?
Yeah. I was going to initially say Arsenal, but I don't think so.
Amaranto,
That's it,
Livorno, Leghorn, as we must now not call it.
Oh, that's interesting, right away.
Well, barely.
They've
It's
waited
5
for
minutes gone by and the secret card is out. So
what does that make
clearly
you think?
they feel they have to act. The Stallions want to grab a third. Meantime, the Brazilians nearly scored courtesy of Danilo Alemão.
Something maybe just to pile on the pain, so maybe a penalty maybe, or a reverse penalty. Something just, you know, to build on that momentum.
A reverse penalty would really hurt them psychologically, wouldn't it? And give Gudo a chance to save a penalty on top of the 2 goals he's already scored. Star player.
Okay.
So maybe give it to Stojkovic. Lofaso, I know you're very fond of him. You know his CV inside out.
Yes, huge fan. Huge fan of Lofaso. One of those players, had it not maybe been for some of those injuries, maybe could have gone on and had a lengthier career instead of having played for the likes of Palermo and Fiorentina as well. Simone Lofaso, but now really shining in the Kings League, and unsurprisingly, here's that star player. So, should he score? His goal would be after. We saw it for Imsak, didn't we, earlier for No Rules?
And he did score.
And he did score. So we'll see whether Lofaso can follow suit.
So
and of course,
the one to keep an eye on,
yeah,
wearing the green armband, now currently clattering away and clashing with a player on the far side, which is Wellington Giganchi. Headed clear by Bolt, with some authority as well. This boy's made an impact already since coming on. That's Danilo Alemão.
I was going to say also, with the fact that there isn't that necessarily that time limit as such as the double goals rule, for example, Patrick, you might as well play it as early as possible.
Absolutely, which is presumably what the thinking was there. If and when he scores, it's been and gone, but it's not like there's a time limit to it, so give yourself the maximum opportunity for Simone Lofaso to find the net, and then therefore it would go from Stallions 2, Desimpay 0 to 4-0 courtesy of the Italian team.
Just looking, spotted some lovely football jerseys as well in the stands, not just of course the Kings League jerseys, also some international shirts, some great club shirts as well.
Pinged forward for Colombo, lovely control, or so I thought, spoke too soon. Couldn't trap the ball as he would have liked.
This reminds me of Lorenzo Colombo, Milan Academy graduate, of course, and we are in Milan.
We are. Mediolanum.
Nice nod there. It's Roman past. I'm talking of Rome and Romans. We mentioned the King of Rome, didn't we? Totti, we always get him in every commentary.
Can they score from a corner here, Desimpay? Alemão lurking on the edge by the D. Bolt is a threat. Just saying to the referee to keep an eye on any pulling and pushing in there. In comes the set piece. Alemão brings it down, well blocked. A couple of blue shirts in his way. One back by Desimpay here. Good bit of work from Giganchi. Just behind Luizinho. On for Bolt it goes, very good.
Taking notes.
Christian Santos, his turn to try perhaps. Christian Santos. You can tell a Brazilian player when you see one, can't you? You don't even necessarily need to know the nationality or see the name on the back of the shirt. Samuele Gudo with another flying save.
Oh, stinging his gloves again. I know you're not a massive fan of that one, Patrick, but please allow me now and again to throw in some old school cliches, 1990s.
Here comes the corner, well attacked off the post. They can't believe how unlucky they've been. Alemão on this occasion arrived perfectly, met it as he would have liked. Lofaso, meantime, wants the return pass, didn't get it from Colombo. That would have been a double goal. Instead, it remains 2-0, and it's all happening here in this fourth and final game on day one of the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026, live here from Milan with Thomas Tolo Lawrence and myself, Patrick Kendrick.
And sadly, that first day is winding to a close, but we still have the rest of this first half and the full, of course, second period, and the first 4 games have just flown by here.
Christian Santos, back for Alemão. Now Bolt. Stabbing it through, given away. Bolt's won it back, then forgot the ball. Lofaso now might go himself. It's worth him going himself. And it's pushed behind. It was an optical illusion. Half the ground and Thomas Lawrence thought the ball had found the back of the net there. So too did Pepe Di Giovanni.
Well, in the past, I have been quick sometimes to say it has gone in. On that occasion, it hadn't gone in. Optical illusion, as you can see, as it's chipped in.
Bolt tussling away. Good work here from Stallions. No foul. And a fast break on for the Brazilian side. Desimpedidos, formerly Desimpedidos. One back. And a flying challenge there. Oh!
Wow.
That could be a card. It perhaps should be a card from Alessandro Di Dio.
Yeah, the referee's got a job to do here, Patrick.
No, touch the ball. Tell me.
Shoulder to shoulder there, and Alessandro Di Dio then lashes out. I think that another look at the effort from Lofaso. Good goalkeeping from Kaiki Sosa. I think he's done well to escape a yellow card there, I must be honest.
Yeah.
Generous officiating perhaps towards one of the domestic-based sides. Conscious of the potential backlash and the crowd reaction, who knows? In comes the free kick. Free header straight at the keeper. He'll regret that, will Ailton Jose.
Patrick, I know it's easy to say here from our comfortable, warm commentary gantry, but should have found more of an angle that made it more difficult for the keeper.
Absolutely.
Too central.
Because he had the momentum there, he was running onto the ball. That was a nice height for him to attack. Couldn't find the angle.
He had the time and space as well.
This is Alemão. Christian Santos in support. Loves this left channel beneath our position here. Shot from distance. Good save from Gudo. Once again, nice height for him, but well struck by Giganchi, who certainly backs himself from range.
Yeah. And Gudo, very much star man so far.
Giganchi once more. Clipped in. And they got in one another's way. It still required a wonderful save to deny Sujão. Actually, I'll need to check with the likes of Gaules and our Brazilian colleagues, because Suju is dirty, so Sujão technically is big dirty one, but I could be wrong on that.
That one will put us a question mark.
Yeah, I don't necessarily want to be tarring him and feathering him with that brush, do we?
No. As a player is down on that, as we, of course, again admire the save from Gudo. His goals and his saves are the difference. And have a two-goal cushion for the Stallions, the Italian Stallions. We're leading here against Desimpedidos, as you said, formerly Desimpedidos, so from DMP.
See what you did there?
So it's breaking play, the clock has been stopped.
Alemão beneath us, almost looks like Olivier Giroud. Sort of a cross between Olivier Giroud and Ignazio Abate, now the Torino head coach, up against Milan on matchday 1.
A date with the past, of course. Oh, maybe the Abate derby, we could call it as well.
We could.
Of course, he won Scudetto here in Milano with Ibrahimovic alongside him. He played for the other team in Milano.
Nocerino.
Inter Milano. Again, a reminder while we're talking about the two Milan-based clubs, because we are live from Milano.
Christian Santos, back for Giganchi. Sooner or later, who's going to deliver? And that time is now. Too many times they backed off Wellington Giganchi, and that is a Herculean finish.
Listen, Patrick, the Stallions, they were sitting further and further back. They were looking just to soak up the pressure. And as you said, you invite teams onto it. And before, sooner or later, as you can see, they're going to find the back of the net. The Stallions fans silence, and the Italian casters to our right as well. Sabino and Pepe, they weren't celebrating. We weren't celebrating, but we certainly admired the finish. That's true.
Certainly did. Look at William Costa now. That far side, and Victor Bueno's on the pitch as well.
This is why I do like watching the Brazilians. They never get flustered, even 2 goals down, no concern. They know they're going to find a way. They've got that belief.
A deliberate, concerted ploy, though, wasn't it? Just get Wellington Giganchi back in the pocket, as you would say, Johnny Wilkinson style rugby union there for the drop goal, and that is a weapon that they have. Des in pain, able to inflict that punishment with his shooting from distance. Goodrow had twice been extended at full stretch from distance, and finally they backed off too much, and Wellington got his angles absolutely right in off the post as it went.
Yeah, they got their just rewards. Des in pain. And of course, again, a reminder, no, it's not pleasant for those maybe who have just joined us and missed us, that they had that horrible setback with the injury early on to one of their star players, but they're looking to play for him as well.
Yeah, Davi Hilario, our thoughts go out to him, but they have responded well to that early 2-goal deficit. Both strikes coming courtesy of the Stallions goalkeeper, Samuele Goodrow. But Wellington Giganchi has made the difference. He's again showing for the ball deep there. Instead, it's on to Ailton José.
It is all DMP. Here. It really is all DMP. Brazilian dominance.
This is a slightly misleading scoreline, I would suggest, Thomas. But Lofaso now for Colombo. Lofaso wants it back in the middle. They've not really dovetailed to good effect as they would have liked. Poked in field. The ball is loose. Didio.
This is what they need. Get players on the ball, build that confidence again. Start putting a foothold again. Showing why they raced into that 2-goal lead. Why they feel they can progress in this competition. Don't want an early exit, far from it.
Dare I say it, they galloped into a 2-goal lead.
I love it. They came bolting out, didn't they, the stables?
From the stars to the stables, an expression Richard Whittle's very fond of.
Big nod to one of our mentors.
To your biggest mentor.
Yeah, I definitely, certainly, grew up on some of his commentaries in the world feeds. King of Rome, favourite line. Some of less memorable ones as well, of course. By his own admission.
Santos. Again, they're more than willing to try these shots from distance, conscious that they might be able to score directly, but also there could be a wicked deflection that could come into play. And we're moving towards that 17-minute mark. Quarter of an hour played in this fourth and final game on day one of the Kings World Cup clubs here from Italy in 2026. At our Kings League arena, which plays host ordinarily to the domestic league here in Italy. Another effort from Wellington Giganchi. That one was on his left foot, and you can see why he's more comfortable with his right. But here's Giganchi again. Wellington disguises it this time. VP, Victor Bueno, for Wellington Giganchi. The goalkeeper made himself big and came away with the ball.
This is like a red mist, isn't it, right now? Swarming over here. The Kings League arena here in Milano.
So a reminder, looking at the graphic on your screen there, the blue is still in operation there for Stallions. That's the presidential penalty. The turquoise is the card. Here's a chance for Colombo. And put in by Stojkovic to restore the 2-goal cushion for the Stallions.
Well, just when we were bigging up, weren't we, the Brazilians, and saying that it was all them, the momentum was with them. Stallions hit back, restore that 2-goal cushion, close range finish, celebration in front of the supporters. Doesn't get much better than that.
And the celebration was very interesting indeed. Tom was not sure whether you necessarily saw. They were spinning and mixing. It was a DJ set. We've got DJs here. DJ Mario, sure he appreciated that particular nod. But Stojkovic enjoying himself, and so too the Stallions.
Emil Heskey.
DJ Spoony. Christian Santos opening up the angle, nearly losing his footing. Nudged off the ball by Didio. Certainly plays with a swagger. To be confused with the former Serie B player Swagger.
Yellow.
Well, it's all happening now. An apology to Colombo there from Ailton José.
What a time as well for it to happen.
No, but this is fine, but this one. Yeah, but this is dangerous. Okay. No, but this is dangerous. Yeah?
Ailton José unhappy there at the yelp of pain, and I can sort of sympathise with him. Yes, it's a foul, but I suppose the other side of the coin is, as we've reached the 17-minute mark incidentally, the player for Stallions, Didier, on this occasion, he would probably say, well, if I don't cry out in pain, I don't necessarily draw the official's attention to the foul, and maybe the yellow card doesn't originate. So you can see it, it's the chicken or the egg situation, essentially.
It is, but the result is this, regardless of who's right, who is wrong.
And we should say that because it's the 17-minute period, Thomas, what happens? It's deferred, isn't it, until the second half.
In this case, it is carried over, and that's the thing that makes it very difficult.
The double goal period, absolutely.
Exactly.
Had it been at the start of the second half.
You got it, spot on. So in this case, and that's what I was saying, probably the worst time for it to happen as well.
Yes, you don't want to be a man light when goals are worth double,
exactly,
and you already trail by 2. Stallions 3-1 up, they go for goal. Kaiki Sosa has to concede a corner, and Stallions might fancy themselves to score because there's going to be a man who's going to be unmarked somewhere.
And this was about those moments, it sounds from the episodi, don't they? You know, that goal just a few minutes ago to restore that 2-goal cushion. Now that yellow card going in Stallions' favour. Is that a sign? Is it a sign?
So Colombo's going to take the corner. Colombo clips the set piece, overhit though. Good attempt from Andrea Becchi to bring the ball down.
Yeah, I've been impressed by Becchi. A lot of good work off the ball as well. Some really important interceptions as well so far in this first half, which is winding to a close. And we're going to have the roll of the dice as well soon. So another key moment in the Kings. I think it's going to be DJ Mario as well. A little spoiler alert as well after his presidential penalty earlier.
Maybe that's why that celebration was there. Maybe they're aware of it as well. Here's Luizinho. Driving back inside, Luizinho. Shot is deflected, easy for Guddo. Gathers the ball, takes his time. So this is where we were saying before, Thomas, if you have that 2-goal cushion, you want to be wary of conceding because then your entire advantage is wiped out. But surely when you're playing 7 against 6 as they are for most of this period, 2 of the 3 minutes, that's where you want to think, let's try and turn the screw, and yet we've only got 40 seconds left where they have a man up, and they're really slowing things down. They're almost in danger of passive play here. It's bizarre.
Indeed, keep an eye on the referee as well. But no, if you're a DMP, Desimpain, you would certainly take this score, and seeing the fact you've played the bulk of these 3 minutes, a man light.
Good skill from Colombo. It was a touch there off Alemão. That's why it's going to be a Stallions ball. And 10 seconds more, where it's 7v6, and then they'll be back to the full complement, the Brazilian side. Desimpain, led as they are by Renato Vicente, Renatinho, little Renato. 7v7 once again. He's back on, Ailton José, and his is the first touch as he comes back on the field.
Here we go. Can they get a goal and draw level?
Does he try and score to try and make up for that earlier lax passage of play? It's a corner. No surprise to see the player taking the shot on there was Wellington Giganchi, and he's in a hurry because he knows there's just over 30 seconds and the clock won't stop.
Yeah,
they found another ball. They managed to source one. Alemão waits on the edge of the box. Clipped in towards Alemão. He won the header, but couldn't find Ailton José. Guddo to the rescue. And you would think with 20 seconds remaining, we can pretty much claim that this is going to be the halftime score. Stallions 3, Desimpain 1. Especially with them playing a little bit of Melina.
That's so famous Italian football expression. Just keeping the ball away.
And I like that. Right at the end, try and get a buzzy feature, Niccolò Marino. But ideal scenario this for Stallions, leading as they do by 3-1, trying to respond to Alpa Kappa's earlier victory.
And also, Patrick, a key time to take on board fluids as well. Hydration, we've spoken about the heat outside, but of course these players, they're putting in, clocking up the kilometers, so why not take on board some Powerade and get hydrated? We know pause is power, especially in the Powerade world. Now also, I think it's also a key moment, talking about key moments, try and listen in. Can we glean something? Can we hear something from either coaches or the presidents as well? It's also important. I like to get their perspective on things, and they've actually been very adept as well, I must say, and tactically very astute in this first day of the Kings World Cup clubs.
Buongiorno, buongiorno. Allora, a parte mi dispiace per Ilario, spero non sia in realtà niente di grave, però non si sa mai, questo campo è sempre complicato. E no, non mi sta piacendo come stiamo giocando, mi sembra di nuovo la replica con gli Alpha quando dobbiamo un attimino alzarci e essere un po' più cattivi facciamo il contrario, cioè neanche a dire che non sanno prendere la porta, ogni tiro che fanno piana la porta, Gudo ci sta a salvare, quindi non mi sta piacendo tanto, però alle volte bisogna anche giocare così magari.
So a message there from the Stallions president basically saying that it's not like they're not hitting the target every time they shoot.
Então, rapaziada, primeiro, antes de tudo, pô, mandar uma mensagem positiva aí pro Davizinho, que já tá a caminho do hospital, a gente ainda não sabe a gravidade da lesão, mas, pô, o moleque é o coração do nosso time ali, então, pô, é um baque pra todo mundo. E essa é a prioridade, que ele esteja bem. E quanto ao jogo, cara, acredito que, pô, tá tudo dando errado, mas o jogo não acabou. Só acaba quando o juiz apitar lá no final e, mano, pro desempenho não existe impossível, a gente provou isso no split. Tô muito confiante que a gente vai buscar e a gente vai virar esse jogo. Eu não sei como, mas a gente vai virar esse jogo, mano.
was very confident they're going to turn things around, the Desimpain precedent there. Both teams, both precedents incidentally, touched upon the injury which looked serious at the start of play to Davi Ilario. Nice gesture there, both from Stallions and indeed from Desimpain. But they do feel that, just like they did in the domestic split, they can come back, Desimpain. They still think they can turn this game around. The dice is about to be thrown by whom, Thomas?
By DJ Mario. We did say earlier, we did spoiler it. Why not? We've seen a lot of him today. What is it going to be? Can't quite see from it. Oh, a 3.
And they're rowing, Thomas. Norway has reached Milan.
Well, Norway, that's actually a sore spot, really, if you think about it. For Italy, seeing that Norway got the better of it in the qualifications for the World Cup, and Norway, who then went
7-1 aggregate score across the two fixtures.
So, in a way, it's good to see them come full circle now, the Italians.
A 4-1 win here in Milan, despite Italy taking the lead. Lo conosce Pio? Daniele Adani famously guilty of hubris there as Italy took a momentary lead against Norway before being battered in the second half. Right, 2v2 then, plus keepers. Thank you, DJ Mario, for ascertaining that. And some quick substitutions. A reminder of the match situation. Desimpain in the red. Decide to go without a goalkeeper here to make it a 3v2 on the attack. Again, handball style. Wellington Gigante, he can strike them. Christian Santos denied. The goal is gaping. Terrific defending there. Wonderful work from Marco Evangelisti.
Yeah, keeper.
Spider-Man's in the house.
We spoke about our spidey senses, didn't we, earlier, Patrick?
Here's Wellington Gigante. And no way through for Luizinho.
Yeah, they need a superhero performance, really. Something out of a Spider-Man comic book. Find a way back into this one.
Christian Santos back for Wellington Gigante. And Luizinho leaning back. What a mistake. What a mistake. What a chance. This is when you really need to make the most of these first few minutes in the second half, particularly when you're trailing, and the reaction says it all.
It does, it does. They're concerned, as you would be. Because you're trailing by 2, and the Stallions are now coming forward, real purpose.
So Lofaso is on, so to Colombo, but they've played it out wide to Stojkovic. Passive plays, potential here. Lofaso offside against Colombo.
I just waited that
to be a little bit careful there as well about how he addresses the referee with that arm up, as if to send him to that town.
And he's speaking to the assistant as well. In fact, he's protesting more than speaking. He's got to be careful. You know you can't do that. You've got to be careful when it comes to dissent.
Stallions crowd making noise now. They're concerned, I think, about if Desimpain can score here. Christian Santos, Wellington Gigante waits. Wellington! That's what he does! Another iconic finish from the big man. And he bashes it home to make it 3-2.
That strike, Patrick, I was privileged to have the perfect view as it just flew and soared, arrowed into the back of the net.
But here's Lofaso on the charge. His was the last touch, should be a goal kick. Mischievously knocks the ball out, but it doesn't really matter because you've got a triple change every time, making full use of the rotation because it's so demanding physically this stage of the game. So, Desimpain have cut the deficit, but they're running out of time now.
And they get another one.
Christian Santos, almost.
Fizzing strike.
Well, it was Luizinho, I apologise. I'm almost glad he didn't score with a miss ID there.
Hey, you make your luck in this game, Patrick, and in this business, and you have certainly earned that one. I know what maybe one of our colleagues might have said in his feedback on the Monday morning, or more than a colleague, a mentor and a senior figure. You can already read that message now, couldn't you? Or foresee it.
With the correct punctuation rather as well. We're going to take a little bit of a
breather.
Yeah. So as we move towards the next 13-minute window, all important, a reminder, if this scoreline were to be the result after 36 minutes, it would mean that a fourth goal in total for Stallions would suffice for them to get the win. Desimpain would need to score twice without Stallions finding the net in order to get the victory, but so much can change. A reminder, Desimpain still have a couple of things up their sleeve. One is the presidential penalty, which is in the blue. The turquoise is their secret card, the secret card already played by Stallions as early as the 5-minute mark when they gave that green armband, which he still bears, incidentally, to Simone Lofaso wearing 77.
That's the thing, obviously it was taken away for that period, as we said at the very start, but now we're back in the normal time, shall we say. It's still active for Simone Lofaso. Have we seen much from him since he's won that green armband in terms of chance? I think maybe one half chance, but not too much. Can he come to life now, though? That's what the Stallions need.
Again, so much of the play going through this man, Wellington Giganchi. Scorer of both goals from Desimpain, and two very good finishes as well from distance, both from outside the box. Just like Diop did earlier, the difference was that he was pinging them in out of his hands.
And out of the hands of Sabino is a sandwich right now. Panino.
Why not?
Tucking in.
Wellington Giganchi, that's painful.
Well, why not, Patrick? Full of confidence, he's done it before.
Struck the head of Marco Evangelisti, who was brave.
Was indeed.
Well, your eyesight's better than mine. Thomas, can you make out that message? I think it's a message of support for the captain after he lost his mother behind the goal there, which is really nice to see.
Yeah.
Behind the goal that Desimpain are currently attacking, there's a banner there. And over it goes, meantime, from Bolt.
Just inviting them forward there, the keeper. That was really risky, inviting them forward there like that. But they managed to get away with it. I mean, that's something that we've seen in recent years in terms of goalkeepers playing it out from the back like that. It's changed a lot in the past 20 years or so, but sometimes you feel, why not be a bit old school? Just try and just boot it up the pitch. John Smith's, the Peter Kay. Do you remember that? Great adverts.
Sometimes I do fear that our references are a little bit too Anglo-Saxon. For the global audience, reminder, we had more than 400,000 devices tuning in on this opening day of the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026. This is the fourth and final match, and it is beautifully poised between the Italian hopefuls, Stallions, and Desimpain, hailing from Brazil. But he couldn't score there, it was behind him. That was a chance, and I think he knows it as well. Lofaso, meantime.
And Patrick, there's so much more drama to come, believe me, in this one. This ain't over.
Oh, what's
this
happening here? It's a card.
17.
17, so Sujão.
Es un ataque prometedor. No.
We don't know exactly why, do we, Patrick?
Yellow card means a 2-minute sin bin. At least it's not red. He's wondering what he did wrong.
Was there something off the ball? Well, it's great for Stallions to have that star player.
Absolutely. Very curious to see the replay as to what exactly Sujão did. I have to say we missed it live.
Well, second player they've had sin binned.
Yep.
Yellow carded.
After Ailton José. Lofaso.
So this time they can make that numerical advantage count.
They certainly look like footballers, don't they, some of these players, the likes of Stojkovic and Lofas. You can tell they've played the game at a high level, 11 aside wise. Ailton Jose winning it back, and there's the sombrero. Ailton Jose, that would have been a stunning goal. Just like the finish. Lofaso, Colombo on the move. Lofaso with the trickery.
I was going to say, I'll tell you what it reminded me of shortly, a little bit, just that Gascoigne Euro 96, that lift over.
Against Scotland.
Thought maybe we were going to see something Gaza-esque in that moment. Hopefully that reference isn't lost on our viewers. Hopefully.
If you've not seen that goal, watch it on YouTube. Well worth your time. England beating Scotland at Euro 96 en route to a heartbreaking semi-final exit. Gareth Southgate later to become England manager. He missed the crucial penalty against a Germany side that won the shootout. Andy Muller rather provocatively celebrating by the corner flag. Germany would go on to beat the Czech Republic in the final with, I believe, a golden goal from Oliver Bierhoff, was it?
It was. With them play, of course, in the northeast
and Milan
win a Scudetto here under Alberto Zaccaroni.
Good old Zach. Interpreted for him in the past, former Japan head coach.
Oh,
wish him well.
Yeah. Well done. Another feather in the cap. Well done, Patrick. Well said it.
Here's VB. No, not Victoria Bitter. Victor Bueno over the top.
Not Victoria Beckham with VB.
Ah, yes.
We saw her, of course, didn't we?
You can still find her.
Alongside David Beckham. And that another heartbreaking loss for England.
Absolutely. Sir David, as we must now call him.
I beg your pardon.
Knight of the Realm. Like Sir David Brent.
Here we go. That noise, you know what it means.
Spinning in behind is Colombo. Colombo's done really well here. This is Lofaso. That would have been a double goal. He wants a penalty, nothing doing. And now Desimpen can counter. Lofaso stays down. Is he going to get back to his feet?
He's writhing in pain.
Wellington Shiganshi, meantime. Lofaso stayed down, holding his right ankle. We'll get another look at that. Bolt through the middle. And wide it goes from Su Xiao, who's now back with us after that 2-minute sin bin. Now, what befell Lofaso here? He's saying he was clattered.
We need to have another look at that one, a closer look.
It's Victor Bueno with the challenge.
First instinct said no, but we need a better angle than that one. Here we go. We need to look at the movement of the ball as well, don't we?
Speaks very good Italian, this match official. Not sure whether he is necessarily Italian, Thomas.
No, he's not.
No, but certainly very conversant in it. Just explaining the decision in Italian to Lofaso, saying that he got the ball first before then there was the contact. And he said that the VAR told him as much. Presidential penalty time!
Here we go. Well, there he is, Patrick. The man who wants to be called Blur. The Blur boy. I don't know his real name. Don't know if it might be Nathan. It's a lovely name. And he's coming forward with real confidence here, isn't he? Looking to lift the crowd as we've got a cap on as well. Not sure why, there's no sun out unless the floodlights maybe get his eyes. Maybe Beppe, remember that coach, Beppe Aquini?
I do.
Anyway, let's focus.
So, Blue, big moment this. They're 3-2 up. They can go 4-2 to the good if the Prez can convert the penalty. Up steps, Blue into the roof of the net. He backs himself, and you can see why. He's a hugely popular figure. There's a pitch invasion to celebrate with the president. If anyone was in any doubt as to whose team this is, it's Blue's team.
The Blur boys in blue, adding to their lead, the number 16, who knows, tribute to Daniele De Rossi maybe, or Roy Keane, who knows. Either way, Blur doing his presidential duties there. Have to say, okay, struck it with power, but down the middle maybe. Was that maybe the fear factor? Wasn't looking for the angle or something cheeky, something cool. But hey, gets the job done. 2-goal cushion.
Well, I think we know that the first cliche of football, the first rule of football is if a penalty is missed, it was a bad penalty. If you score a penalty, it's a good penalty. We do tend to have hindsight bias with regards to how we assess the quality of one spot kick, and certainly Blur will say, I stepped up, I scored, and our team has gone from 3-2 up to now leading by 4 goals to 2.
Yeah, and they needed that really, didn't they, Patrick? After, you know, a wave of pressure, which you mentioned, to soak up.
Can Wellington Giganchi do it again? He's on a hat-trick, lest we forget. 2 goals looking for his 3rd. Often an expression which foxes our colleagues in Lisone, our Italian journalists working alongside editors, frequently have been called up in the past. They said, why did you say he's on a hat-trick? He's only scored 2. I said, yes, he hasn't scored a hat-trick, he's on a hat-trick, which means his next goal would be the hat-trick goal, a treble, which should take home the match ball. Not in this case, as we mentioned earlier. We've seen hat-tricks from Diop and Alish Marti, and now we could see it from Wellington Giganchi as well. But
Goudon, but I doubt with the situation as it is.
Maybe late on in this match.
Stand corrected.
With a scale dime.
Desimpain, they still haven't played their secret card. Is it something they're leaving maybe towards the very end to give them maybe
and they've got
a bit
the presidential
of a
penalty.
well?
They could easily score 2 goals there.
Yeah.
If they had a penalty with the secret card and the presidential penalty, all of a sudden it's 4 each.
Or a shootout, something like that. Maybe it's that.
Corner. Won by Christian Santos. In comes the set piece. Again, they look for Alemão. This is Colombo, came off the chest of Bolt. Bolt's won it again. Might be a foul, it is, and Wellington Giganchi is going to demand the ball here. He fancies himself from this set piece.
Or Bolt standing over it.
I think Bolt's just using his brawn to make sure the Stallions players retreat.
I was going to say, I think had he even attempted to try and take it, I think we'd have had a bit of a scuffle out there.
It's like when you thought that Diop was going to take the penalty earlier on, or the shootout.
Too eager, jumping in.
What do we think? Is this the hat-trick goal in fine style? That wall doesn't look particularly far back, does it? It's Wellington Giganchi. Goudon with the save. Here's Alemão, and over the top. Big chance spurned by Luizinho Alves.
How about the initial free kick, though, Patrick? Talk about pace and power. And, of course, we have to also say well done to the keeper as well.
Yeah, Goudon stood tall, stayed brave.
That was a stinging strike. And it was palmed away.
Stojkovic bringing it down. Colombo unable to retrieve the pass. It would have been a lovely goal.
Just
very direct. Alemão in midfield, going all the way back. They love to look to Wellington as the playmaker. This is Bolt. He'll give it back to Wellington, you would think. Instead, he goes the other way.
They're still not flustered,
Christian Santos. Christian Santos again couldn't get the return. One back, though, to his credit by Souchon.
They continue to play with that confidence. They're certainly not flustered. They're not concerned. Heads certainly haven't dropped.
Bolt with a long throw, flick goalwards and over. Again, Souchon trying his luck.
So yeah, the longer we go on, the more it makes me think maybe it is something like a penalty they can use maybe late on to maybe give themselves a bit of hope. Who knows?
Long by Good. All of a sudden, Stallions just throwing away possession. They're conscious that the 36-minute mark is getting closer. When are we going to see this? Do they try and slow time? Maybe it is the time dilation card that's come up, and then they're thinking, okay, we're running out of time. We need a goal. Let's play that card and slow time down, and then play the presidential penalty as well, perhaps.
Yeah, it's not a goal's worth double. Otherwise, they would have played that.
Wellington Giganchi denied at the near post. Goudon not only made the save, he's clung onto the ball as well. Great display from Samuel Goudon.
But brilliant, absolutely brilliant. That save a few moments ago, that was a tricky one, a different kind of save you had to make. That one had to be just more totally focused and
that's the point we've been making in the professional world as well. We've spoken about the issues, the travails of the Italian national team. The one position Italy always produces players in, the goalkeeper position. Donnarumma and Vicario and Meret and so on and so forth.
Rarely disappoint, yep. Rarely disappoint, Patrick. Generations of fantastic
Provedel now
keepers.
at Inter.
That's right, big fan of his.
Luizinho wins a corner. Well, they're running out of time, Thomas. 34 minutes on the horizon.
Yeah,
have they forgotten about their card?
Oh, they don't forget. They never forget.
Like an elephant. In by Luizinho. Alemão again was rising. This is Colombo meantime. Luizinho charging back. Wellington with the cutout as a throw-in.
So Lofaz will be disappointed he hasn't been able to harness his power. So first they're going for presidential penalty.
Well, it makes sense. It makes sense, and that means we're going to see Henachinho, I think.
it does, because as
Renato
we continue to play on
Vicente.
in the meantime,
Marino denied. What a chance that was. I could almost hear, I think it was probably Sabino Palermo bellowing out his name on the Italian stream, just yards away from us. We've got a doppia postazione here, a double booth housing 2 Englishmen and 2 Italians. Sounds like the start of a joke, doesn't it? Bolt with the effort, Bolt with the challenge.
nothing funny about it,
Colombo with
Patrick.
the pace. One back by Luisinho. Luisinho, no way through. Colombo's again gone down too easily. He's done that consistently. Bolt through the middle. Here's a chance for Alemão. Excellent work from Lofaso on the
of
cover.
all people, it's Lofaso doing the defensive duties there.
Still the ball hasn't come out of play, so still no presidential penalty. It makes me think the secret card might be a penalty as well. They can play that whenever. They could have scored there through Luisinho. They haven't. So now, I think my hunch is it's a penalty plus either a penalty or a shootout. So it means we're going to see Henachinho taking a penalty, unless he defers to a shootout, and then we'll see what the secret card is. But
there you have it, yeah.
They would love to score twice, because if it's level after 36 minutes, Thomas, straight to a shootout.
And that's what we haven't had
That's what
today.
we've been missing.
And that's what would really have to say, Patrick, you know, we don't want to hope for anything as such, but it would cap off this first day nicely, wouldn't it, to have something we haven't had so far. But if they can get this, Patrick, the double whammy, first a presidential penalty, and then maybe a penalty of them, which we believe it is, or a shootout. Well, what an end. What drama. I said there was going to be drama.
You did.
I did say it.
Here he is, huge fan of Vasco da Gama in Brazilian football. Renato Vicente, Henachinho, little Renato needs to be the big man now for his side. The press. Lofaso can't even watch. He's worried here. Can they get it right? Henachinho, saved by Gudo. The stutter step didn't pay off. Gudo almost celebrating in his face, then remembering where he is, checking himself and giving the high five. So I think we are going to have an uneven scoreline after 36 minutes, short of something extraordinary. But I think we're looking at our MVP, Thomas, Simone Gudo, 2 goals for him tonight, plus all of those saves, and Henachinho will feel he's let his team down. So difficult for the Presidents. They pour their heart and soul into this, they fund the team, and yet they have that responsibility. But that's
it's a
part
huge
of the
responsibility,
format.
isn't it, Patrick?
Secret card on the way, incidentally. Headed into touch by Giganch.
And are we going to see another penalty, 2 in quick succession? You can see their strategy, Patrick. It was the right one, maybe to leave it late, try and claw it back, but these things don't always work out as you envisage.
Wellington's got the ball. Maybe he knows what, well, he can't know what the secret card is, presumably. Are they allowed to relay what the nature of the card is to the players, or can only...
It should really only be the coaching.
Well, we'll see.
Shootout.
Shootout, so similar to a penalty, slightly more taxing.
Shootout.
So the man is Christian Santos with the ball. Clearly he is the shootout specialist, so we may well see him over the course of the week with a fortnight challenge. A reminder that is taking place in a shootout format. We'll see one of those every day of the competition. But what a chance to at least cut this 4-2 scoreline down to 4-3 with a minute remaining. Christian Santos out of his feet, up against Gudo. Christian Santos into the top corner, gave the goalkeeper the eyes as well. That's how you take a shootout. And Henachinho happy, I'm sure, that they're back to within 1, albeit on another night, on another day, it could have been 4-all.
This time Gudo doesn't quite deliver the goods, but that was another textbook shootout. We saw it earlier from Alexis Marti, didn't we, in the previous game for his side. And now it does make it very interesting and very exciting, very nervy for the Stallions, this closing stage.
Long throw, beautifully worked! That is outrageously good! Alessandro Di Dio brings the house down. The long throw was expertly taken. The volley finish is the goal of the night from Alessandro Di Dio. We said he had a heavenly touch. Of God, literally, a godly finish from Di Dio.
Patrick, what do I know about the Kings League? Nervy ending, far from it. A stunning ending, a goal from the heavens, to quote a good friend and good colleague of ours, as you said. A divine touch from Di Dio. Rifled home there. The keeper, no chance from that kind of range. It was perfectly executed, and what a way to close out this normal phase of the second period, going into those final 4 minutes. And now they've got that 2-goal cushion
Well, curiously, took his shirt off, no yellow card, so that would have been very costly had he got that. But all of a sudden, it does look like Stallions are going to be just one goal away in a few short second time from winning this game, just as Alpa Kappa did earlier on. 36 minutes have been played, and how different it could have been for Desimpain had Henachino scored his penalty, but instead Didio, what a goal, and we witnessed that very close to where we are. Thumbs home on the volley.
A bit Orsolini-esque, maybe. Bologna, that long throw. I mean, that, of course, was more of an overhead kick, bicycle kick, but still that technique as we now go into the match ball phase. As you said, Sanchez, one goal, and they will win this game. In terms of Desimpain, they, of course, need to... They've got a lot of work to do if they are to come back into this game. And that's what we spoke about, their strategy. Yes, you could see what they were trying to do, but if you can't go out there onto the pitch and execute it, this is what happens. And now it's Stallions, as you said, Patrick, now starting to gallop again, far from cantering, galloping away to victory.
And the scaled down phase as well now. So this is where we have the 5v5, so it's 4v4 plus goalkeepers, and we'll lose a player with every passing minute between now and the end.
So, Patrick, I just wanted to say, I used to think that playing on my mobile just wasn't the same, honestly, but with Fortnite, you can do just that on your mobile. iPhone, Android, everyone can do it. You also got the QR code as well.
Here's Suzhou. Wellington Giganchi has almost been carrying the entire team on his shoulders here. He's got 2 of their 3 goals. The other one came courtesy of Christian Santos from the shootout. They haven't really turned up. Desimpain, much like Los Troncos, they flattered to deceive, but they could yet score here and cause an upset. Suzhou, passive play is a possibility. Gudo taking his time.
I will have to say, you're right, they have relied a lot on the number 16. I don't want to attempt to say his name to disappoint.
Give it a go.
No. Giganti? No.
There you go, perfect. It's blocked. Found its way to Wellington Giganchi,
who is a candidate for MVP.
And rightly so. Nice skill, good effort. Gudo with the safe hands. Christian Santos trying to add a second to his personal tally. Gudo leading the way, understandably so. Those 2 early goals from him, plus the saves, denying Henachino with the presidential penalty as well. And we're just 1 goal away here from Stallions getting the victory, and it becomes increasingly likely with every passing second and minute, because we lose a player for every minute that's gone by. We started with that 5v5.
And how good would it be for the Italian teams as well after Alpa Kappa earlier?
Stojkovic tried to win it in style.
Wasn't quite to be, so we now continue then with our match ball moment, going into that 38th minute, and as we said, with every minute, a scale down, a player leaves the field, leaves the playing surface, and opening up that space, and of course increasing, you could say, the chance of a Stallion, but also you could say for DMP as well, and they can mount a comeback.
They could.
4v4.
We'll say the next goal is so important. The next goal would be the winner for Stallions, but if Desimpain find the net, they're back to within 1, and then you just start to up the ante, turn the screw, increase the pressure on Stallions for sure, especially with this man on the ball. Wellington Giganchi's barely left the playing surface at all. Christian Santos, Luisinho on the other side. Christian Santos, Gudo clings on. And again, they're just waiting now for the 39-minute mark when they can lose another player. But as you said, Thomas, it is a double-edged sword, that, especially when you think the Brazilians are probably, albeit as a slight cliche, a little bit more technical in 1v1 situations, so they might actually benefit, albeit we saw those 2 early goals scored from Stallions when there were fewer players on the pitch, so maybe they're the team that will benefit the most. Here's Stojkovic.
That countdown, Patrick, you can hear it.
Lofaso, a couple of big hitters for Stallions. That's wild. And it's gone into touch for a throw-in. It's killed most of the buffet down in the VIP area.
I think it's been mostly consumed, to be fair. Enjoying the occasion as well, the VIPs, the VIPs.
So Victor Bueno leaves it for Wellington Giganchi as we move towards the 40-minute mark. It's now 3 players out there for both sides, but no goalkeeper, understandably, for Desimpain. They have to take a chance. If they lose the ball, they might end up losing the match. But here's Wellington Giganchi. Now Victor Bueno. Does he have the trickery? Victor Bueno denied, but he's kept the ball. They recycle it for Wellington Giganchi. This is Christian Santos. Thought about the shot. Wellington in close range. It didn't go in. Still there for Wellington. Victor Bueno will score. And it's game on again. 5-4 now. Desimpain, courtesy of Victor Bueno, has set up a grandstand finale.
Well, they're preaching for calm, of course. And that's what they had there, the calm, the coolness to finish from close range there and make it 5-4. Score 2 and they win. They've got to score 6, but Stallions likewise, they need just that one goal for them, still golden goal.
And now Stallions going without a goalkeeper themselves, a risky policy as they want to get the overload and get the winner. That could have easily backfired. Poked into touch by Colombo. They need to hurry now because all of a sudden it's going to be a possession to Desimpain, knowing that if they score, all of a sudden it's 5-all, where once it was 5-3. And you do have to say the momentum is shifting psychologically. This is going to become that much harder for Stallions.
On the one hand, it would be so cruel, wouldn't it, for Stallions after that fantastic, which doesn't quite cut it, that stupendous strike from Didio. But that is Kings League, that is football, that is sport in general.
And the best thing now, Thomas, look at this, 1v1 plus goalkeepers. This is what the Kings League was built for. This is what it's all about. So, Luizinho, dropping the shoulder. Luizinho, can he get the space? Luizinho, excellent defending 1v1. Do they need to take a chance now and get Kaiki Sosa forward? Can they leave the penalty area? That's my question to you. Luizinho! It's wide.
I thought that was him, Patrick.
I saw it going in, and yet advantage again with Stallions. So, Thomas, tell me, can the goalkeepers leave the area
that situation,
they can't.
They can't do that. They can't do that. Not in this situation.
Great pace shown here. Stojkovic getting away. Stojkovic to win it. Stojkovic round the keeper. And he snatched at the effort. Kaiki Sosa had covered the angle. Again, we're going to have a 1v1 situation. And this is perfect. This is absolutely perfect. The final game of the day, the biggest drama to keep everyone on their toes, everyone wide awake as we tick towards 11:30 local time.
Here we go.
Can he find the space to get the shot away? He can't, he's off balance. Sujal.
Yeah, just snapped at it a little bit earlier, the chance for Stallions. The angle was very difficult in the defense, and here we go. This is interesting. Keep with a substitution of two outfield players.
Now, Colombo, he's got a man with him. It's Lofaso to seal it here. Lofaso finding the space and squaring it. Nearly wrong foot to the keeper. Does he go for goal? Kaiki Sosa needs to shoot.
I'm surprised.
And yet he hasn't.
I'm shocked he didn't. But still an open net, though, Patrick. That's the thing.
Christian Santos, does he shoot? He does. It's on target. It's in for 5 each. Wonderful composure from Christian Santos. And Stallions has spurred a 2-goal cushion here after the 36-minute mark. He can't believe it. Our colleague away to our right. And it is a moment of drama here whereby Desimpain might be able to pull it off. Stallions can still win it here with this final possession. Surely! They do win it! Alessandro Colombo, the match winner. They left it late. They made it dramatic. They tempted fate. But Colombo with the 6th goal. And Stallions just about force their way over the line for another Italian victory.
Game over.
Patrick, this is why we love the Kings League. The drama. Just when we thought that maybe TMP were going to pull off a stupendous and incredible comeback we didn't ever think could happen, that's what happens. The Stallions digging deep, finding something from within. It became a golden goal, did it for both sides then with that 5-5. They did it just when you thought momentum and everything had gone and you thought Brazil were going to be celebrating. That is unbelievable. I said there was going to be drama, I just sense it, and that is drama of the highest degree, Patrick.
That is the essence of Kings League right there. That's why all of these new rules have been brought in, to heighten the drama, to make sure that no game is ever over. It looked for all the world as if Stallions were going to coast to victory. Blur took his penalty and scored his penalty. They had that 5-3 cushion. We thought it was job done. We thought it was game over. and yet Desimpain had other ideas, but just sul più bello, just when they thought they'd hauled themselves back in, that's when actually Colombo decided to deliver the coup de grace, and he sent them packing for another Italian victory to go along with that win for Alpa Cap. We also saw maximum points in round one for DR7, who beat Los Troncos, and beyond that, there was the victory for Ultimate Mostoles as well against Aniquiladores. So much drama, so much action on day one. So much more to come tomorrow, day two. Day two of round one, we'll meet the other 8 teams. But in the meantime, we'll enjoy these scenes. Stallions posing for a victorious post-match photo.
Special moments for these players on the biggest stage as well. And to do it as they did, I mean, it's... I think it's still got to be the keeper, the MVP. Personally, Patrick, even though obviously Colombo will have something to say about that, delivering the goods right at the very death, but the keeper gave him that 2-goal cushion at the start. He made some really impressive saves. Talking about Guto, not Bressan, although showing his bit. But let's go and see,
and
or rather hear what he's got to say. It is Guto.
Here we are with the MVP of the last game. It's a player from Salion, said I personally know, in Italy, Ale. Guto, so how are you feeling?
Penso che sia stata una partita veramente tosta, la si è dimostrata che si è chiusa 6-5 all'ultimo. Siamo contenti per la squadra e ci toglieremo ancora altre soddisfazioni. Ci davano per morti, ma non siamo mai morti.
So basically it was a tough game. They almost thought it was over, but it's never over for Salion until it's over, and for this game they had the best on their side. One question. A quale aletta di pollo associeresti questa vittoria? Guardale, guarda i nomi.
Penso che sia quella piccante, perché è stata dura fino all'ultimo, quindi quel pizzico di piccante alla fine soprattutto.
Spicy Korean for this win for Stallions. Thank you so much, guys, for staying with us tonight, and congratulations again.
So the words there of Samuele Guto saying just how tight that game was and how tense it was right up until the final moment. Decided it is a spicy sauce, and there was plenty of that, but in the end, ultimately, that killer kick came from Colombo, and what a finish it was, creating the space, toe poking it home for a victory. They know that at the very least, after a first day victory, they will make the second chance, even if they were to lose their next match, but they'll be targeting a pair of victories.
Oh, they will indeed, and a finish like that is what splits the men from the boys. A recap of the results, you've already done that very well for us, Patrick, but we'll do it again for maybe anybody who wants a refresher. You can see it there, 2 Italian victories, a pair of Italian victories as they go through into the winners pool, which means if they win their next game, they go straight through to the quarterfinals. The losers of today going into the losers pool, they'll be taking on another losing side for their next chance to try and chalk up that first win. That was the first day. We've still got another day of round one action to come tomorrow, and these fixtures here, Patrick, begin 1900 local time here in Milan. Of course, Porcinos.
Yes, La Capitale up against underdogs. We've got Atletico Parceros against FWZ, who we saw in that game against Big Bro. Carasu as well against G3X, who I know you're fond of from Brazil. So. And finally, Porcinos up against Furia. So we are going to see as well the team which is owned by Lamine Yamal, who we mentioned earlier on, and you can win a signed shirt from him as well. But so much drama on this opening day on the first round of the Kings World Cup clubs. Thanks again to all of our sponsors. We'll be back tomorrow. That's all from me, Patrick Henry. That's all from him, Thomas Lawrence.
Ciao, ciao.
Good night.
We'll be right back. had no time to react. Things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones. We know that now it's time for a comeback. Oh, come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. You ever find that all the little things in life are everything? And even though we don't know what the future looks like, I'll bet anything on every family to pull it together. Yeah, we can, yeah, we can. Cause love don't go away just like that. It can only bend. We had no time to react. Things are getting better real